going on, everybody? I hope everyone is having an amazing morning, evening, whatever it is in your time zone. It is still Tuesday for a few more minutes. It's Tuesday, December 9th, 2025. This is NCC TV coming at you live from Amami Airport. We are live, or at least that's how it appears to me. Could be a brain in a jar somewhere. Don't know. Don't care. Shouts out to all my weasels out there, all my forest creatures rocking out to the realest of the real synthetic lifeform streamer, trapped in a cyber brain and body like some kind of ghost in a half shell in this late stage hyper-capitalist dystopia. Forced to exist in this twilight realm to pay off my debt to society and my student loans. I hope you're having a good day, whoever, whatever, wherever, and however you are. We're about to jump right into it here on twitch.tv, youtube.com, high risk, high reward, high on life, or whatever simulation, simulacrum, simultaneous, spontaneous singularity of consciousness this is, was, or will be sometime in the distant cyber future. Oh my god, chat. That was not a nice break. That was not a good hiatus, right? That was not relaxing at all. It was terrifying. But no, I'm not, I don't have some mysterious illness. I am better now. I still don't know how I got it, you know? I could have gotten bit by a mosquito and caught something, although it's not really the right season for that. It's more of a rainy season here in Thailand to get infection and to catch something from a mosquito. So I don't know, maybe it was just working out in a tiny little cardio room with like 3 other people. It's probably what did it, but I was sick as fuck, and I don't get sick. I'm not a sickness like I don't get sick usually. Well, Joshua Keller, you picked a good day to come back. I haven't been here for like 2 weeks, and it's really, it sucked, right? Like the kind of sickness where like literally all you can do is like lay in bed, try to sleep, and drink plenty of fluids. And it turns out I think there was the plenty of fluids that like really got me through this, staying hydrated. Oh my god, that's so good. Speaking of fluids, chat, I found a new way to drink coffee. All right, it's like this. Let's see if I can do this. Almost. There we go, chat. Coffee happy. That's what I feel like right now. I feel very coffee happy. So yeah, we've got a lot to talk about, and we're not even going to get through it all today. Somebody in chat said that they wanted to see Anna Kasparian and Bill Maher in the bonus content as an option for bonus content. Can I get a second for that? Are there other people interested in seeing that? Are there others that would like to see me cover Anna and Bill? I know the Vanguard has covered this. They covered, let's see, I think some of the first part of the debate, where Anna and Bill were agreeing about trans stuff. And then the second half, they get into Israel, Gaza, right? And you know, I mean, that's where you'd want to see maybe Anna Kasparian shine. Like the only good thing that TYT does these days is like burns down, you know, Piers Morgan guests when Anna or Jink go on there. And but yeah, no, it was kind of the other way around. Bill, from what I can tell, smoked her on that issue. But yeah, Chad, I get my coffee from a bag. No, I don't even know what the deal is with this. Like, look, I've started going to a Thai coffee shop because it's a lot cheaper. And you can get cool stuff there, like different ways of serving coffee that I've never seen before. And like, so I've been kind of curious about some of their menu items. And this one was like coffee, Thai-style coffee in a bag. And I was like, what does that mean? I think they said paper bag. And I'm like, what is coffee in a paper bag? I was trying to figure out if they meant like, if they meant like one of those tea bags, but with coffee where you can kind of perch it on your mug and let it like drip through. Like if that's what they meant by paper bag, but no, they literally meant in a paper bag, right? It's actually in a plastic bag with a paper bag in it, with another plastic bag in it, with ice and coffee. And I don't know. The only thing I can figure out about this, like why you would order this rather than just like, like a regular coffee, is maybe it's like a double. It seems like there's more coffee and ice in here. So maybe if you're just like really, if you want to drink like, double the coffee, because it's one of those days, maybe that's when you order the bag. I don't know, chat. Slap the bag coffee style. It was. She let him use bait. Oh my god. I don't even want to say that phrase, Narwhal. I don't even want to say that phrase. That's not even an accusation. Not even in the deepest Zionist fever dreams has there ever been a like allegation of baby R word, right? I mean, I guess he was trying to say beheaded babies, but yeah, Hamas lives rent-free in this guy's brain, honestly. And it kind of reminds you, the one good part, I guess, of her conversation with Bill Maher about Gaza is it sort of does remind you, because the first thing he does is like, well, do you disavow Hamas? And she's like, oh yeah, God, yeah, fuck yeah, no, disavow the fuck out of Hamas, right? I condemn Hamas in the most vociferous fashion you can imagine, right? And the thing about TYT, and they're getting a lot of credit right now for the Gaza thing because they have been active on Piers Morgan and in a lot of other places. They have been doing content, calling out Israel, calling out the United States support for Israel, and so on and so forth, right? And a lot of people, their first encounter with Anna Kasparian or TY, even on her take, right? Gaza was the issue that Jillian Michaels finally blew up on and left the set. That was the biggest, episode for her take. And it's kind of gone downhill since Jillian Michaels left. But yeah, so people are seeing Anna as like a fighter for Gazans. And it wasn't always like that. And people don't realize that. At the beginning of, the conflict right after January 7th, TYT was mostly calling out people who were concerned about the fate of the Palestinians, right? They were along the same lines as Ethan Klein. They weren't, I wouldn't exactly say they were pro-Israel, but they were equivocating, I guess, is what you'd say. And they didn't have their eye on the ball of what was going to obviously happen. Anybody with any sort of historical perspective knew that event was going to be used as the pretext for a disproportionate response from Israel. And I'm understating it there. I don't think it's possible to not understate it, right? But yeah, TYT was terrible. In the very beginning, they were terrible until they realized that this was starting to become like an 80-20 issue. 80% of the people more concerned about what Israel was doing, 20% of the people still, Israel has the right to defend itself and Hamas bad and stuff. TYT was on the wrong side of history until they, figured out which way the wind was blowing, until they read the room. And I don't think there's a lot of people recognizing that. But yeah, I guess I'm thankful to Bill Maher for that. But holy shit, chat. I feel like I've missed multiple holidays with you. Have I? I have just been feeling utterly crap. I felt crap before, and then this Friday is when it got really, really fucking bad. I was going to come back with this stream on this topic last Friday, and I got all the research and everything ready, all the bonus content, and I just did not feel good at all. And just, it started getting like worse and worse. And I'm usually one of those people that like, I mean, I know this is wrong and you don't live like me. I just got this from my dad, all right? My dad, like, never missed a day of work, no matter how sick he was. Somehow I picked that habit up from him. But honestly, I don't feel like sickness affects me the way that it affects other people. I don't feel like I get sick as much as other people do. You know, a relatively strong immune system, for better or for worse. And when I do, the symptoms are a lot, easier to manage. And so, yeah, I'm able to, I don't usually miss a lot of stuff by reason of sickness, but TYT bad. I'm sorry. I'm still in 2015. What happened? That is a good joke, Joshua Keller. That is a good joke. Somebody out there, some Encino man out there is wheezing the juice right now and turning around and be like, what? TYT bad? But they're the home of the progressives. What is this Poly Market Studio thing? What is going on here? Snap and Crackle says, I haven't had a fever with a high temperature since I got the COVID vaccine. That could have been what it was. No, it probably wasn't. I did have one day where I had some post-nasal drip and I had to, clear my throat. But yeah, I don't think it was COVID, right? There wasn't enough, there wasn't a lot going on with my lungs. It was mainly, I was an intermittent fever is what it felt like, right? Where I'd be kind of okay, but not great. And then I'd have periods where I'd feel hot, I'd start to sweat, and my brain would just turn into pudding, like tapioca pudding, And then I'd feel a little bit better, and then I'd feel a little bit worse, and it was like that. Slight headache, which I don't usually get those either. I didn't really pay much attention to TYT regarding Israel. Well, yeah, unfortunately, they have popped off in a way that a lot of people haven't.
They're a freaking communist invading radicals.
Wait, so Snap and Crackle, are you saying that you haven't gotten sick, or you haven't gotten a fever since you got the, you haven't gotten a fever since you got the COVID vaccine? Like any kind of fever, even outside of COVID? All right, so chat, we're gonna have to be kind of in the rebuilding phase now, right? I have missed a lot of time. That is not a good thing. I'm still, trying to do that grind to have enough money in the bank where Thailand will consider me a digital nomad. I guess you don't count as a nomad unless you got unless you got a certain amount of Thai baht in the bank. So that's my goal for next year, right? When this visa runs out, I'm gonna try to switch to the DTV one next, and hopefully I'll be there. But I got a lot of ground to make up. I got a lot of ground to make up just to be able to pay for regular stuff around here, let alone. But luckily, I had a little bit of savings because people have been so fucking generous, so amazing, and so supportive, right? I feel like my stream gets supported like very few others, and I am so grateful for that. So yeah, thank you to everybody that's supported me. Gotten 3 or 4 vaccines, but I've never taken a COVID test in any form. You're lucky, kind of, Chaz. I mean, maybe, if you feel like you're sick, maybe good to take a COVID test, but the test itself, well, wait, do they have a new one though? The last COVID test I took, it was the one where you shove the freaking, the giant Q-tip, up your nose and you twist it around until you're crying in pain. What's a digital nomad? It just means somebody that does remote work and does it from different locations, right? I think that's what acknowledged it. Well, no, they do acknowledge digital nomads. They just don't the low end digital nomads. I guess they don't. Well, I mean, I don't know. I guess those rules are probably there to ensure that people don't come to Thailand and run out of money, I guess, is, they don't want you to be a burden. I think that's the reason that they look at your bank account. But yeah, they looked at my bank account for this one too. It was just a much lower threshold if you want to come and study Thai, which is what my visa is for right now. It's an educational visa. You can also get one of those if you're studying Muay Thai, or if you're studying Thai cooking, like culinary. Right? They classify these all as like educational visas now. And I just went to immigration to get mine renewed for another 90 days. You got to do a 90-day check-in for most of these things, right? Even though the visa itself is good for a year, you gotta check in every so often with them and fill out paperwork and do all kinds of fun stuff like that. That shit was almost unholy. I almost choked from that test, from the COVID test. Yeah, it was. I was surprised because people were telling me that it was rough, and I just kind of didn't believe them. I was like, oh, you're being too sensitive. And it was like, nope, it really is hitting you in the mucous membrane, way up in your nostril. It feels like they're touching your brain. Honestly, I don't know. But yeah, thank you, Narwhal by Nature, for the gift subs and for helping us start that track to building back better. I shouldn't say building back better. I just remembered what that was, chat. I just remembered what building back better was. Fuck the nose scrape. The test is so uncomfortable. Do they have a new one? I feel like I read about like a new form of the test that exists, but of course they're not testing nearly as much, and nobody's like, keeping track of the testing the way that they were earlier in the pandemic, that we're still in, that nobody really wants to acknowledge. But I don't know. I guess people would rather pretend to get back to normal life than to actually do something about the numbers and the infection rates. They have a normal test now. That's good. That's very fortunate. All right. So yeah, like I said, somebody in chat was saying that I should have Anna Kasparian and Bill Maher on there. Did I get a second for that? Are other people interested in that? Do we want to retool the bonus content at all for today, and maybe have a chance of voting for the Anna Bill Maher? What I've got right now for you is Pierce versus Fuentes. That would be just a preview if we end up selecting that. I'll cover that at length, sometime this week. The worst college essay ever, which is a story I very much have to cover. We've got Ethan crashes out in Taylor Lorenz's DMs. That is a story that happened about the same time as the Kaceytron thing dropped. And I was waiting for one other shoe to drop as far as Ethan crashing out in Taylor's DMs. That being Alex Novell. One in chat if you know who... If you recognize the name Alex Novell. Alex Novell is what I would call a almost like an investigative journalist, right? He's a YouTuber, but a lot of what he does is, getting interviews or talking to people in a way that... to expose them, right? He's done this to Alan Dershowitz. He wrote this letter to Alan. I'm a nice young Jewish boy who would love to have an interview. You're a great hero of mine, Mr. Dershowitz. Please let me interview you for my school project. And he asked him about Epstein. He asked him about OJ. You know what I mean? He had all the questions that you would love to ask Alan Dershowitz were you to have him in a room alone, right? Alex asked. So that was amazing. And apparently Alex, I guess there's something with Ethan Klein. Alex Novell has teased content about Ethan Klein. I don't know exactly what it is. The last thing he did was a interview with Dan Saltman and with Destiny, which, was a little bit of an expose, but I don't know. Destiny's already kind of been exposed for a lot, so but he did get some useful admissions from Dan Saltman and from Destiny. Good to see you, MIDI doctors. Someone fill me in on Kaceytron. Didn't she sue Ethan? Ah, interesting. I mean, you're half right, Creflo. There was a legal case between Ethan and Kaceytron, but it's actually the other way around. So I should probably set this up since we're going to be talking about this today, right? For anybody who has not followed the story, I wish I could give you a timetable, but I've been covering this forever, and I honestly can't tell you exactly when this happened, right? Ethan Klein made a video called The Content Nuke, right? And he's done this before, right? A content nuke is essentially like a giant hour-plus expose of a content creator, everything that's wrong with the content creator, and the idea is it's supposed to nuke their career. That is why it's called a nuke, right? He did this to Keemstar, and although Keemstar survived the nuke, he was never the same. Who else has Ethan done this to? There's been a few people that it's similar to what it's kind of similar to what who else? iDubbbz, actually, Content Cops, right? It's a similar idea to the Content Cop. If you've seen the iDubbbz Content Cop on Content Cop, sorry, not Cough, the iDubbbz Content Cop on Leafius here back in the day, or you know, he did this against a bunch of people. I think he did a Keemstar one too. But anyway, it's a giant video that's supposed to destroy somebody. Right? That's the idea of a nuke. And so Ethan released one on Hasan Piker, and he promoted this heavily. He talked about how he was going home every weekend and working on this, sometimes not seeing his kids because of it. During the LA fire, he went on Instagram to brag about the fact that he had secured his hard drives or something. That even if the LA fires burned up his house, the content nuke would survive. And it was like, oh, Hasan, I know you thought you were gonna get out of this one, but it's not so easy, bud. Hasan didn't say anything, but he just like lets him know that the content nuke is surviving. And then finally it comes out, and because a lot of people had been covering Ethan's continuing crash out, and there was definitely an audience for it, right? A lot of streamers were excited about covering the drama, on both sides, right? Obviously people that hate Hasan loved the fact that this was coming out. People that like Hasan also were kind of looking forward to Ethan making a fool of himself again and getting to debunk him. But Ethan, he had a trap, right? And that trap was that he registered his video with the Library of Congress, which has two effects. One of them is to make any copyright court case on something that you've registered with the Library of Congress, I think automatically becomes a federal case. And then the second effect is that he's able to sue for more damages, right? He's able to sue for punitive damages. So on top of any sort of generally a defamation, what am I talking about? Copyright case, you have to kind of quantify, like, how much did this person violating your copyright cost you? Like, right, how many views are you missing because of this person's actions? And then if you can quantify that in money, then you can ask the judge, to make the person pay you that money, right? That's normally how it works. But with a, with a work registered at the Library of Congress, right? This is, for instance, why copyright on movies and stuff like that shows like bites so much harder than just if you violate like a large YouTuber's copyright. So it's not generally done on YouTube, but Ethan did it, and he did it with the intent of getting someone to cover the content nuke and then suing them for a lot of money, right? Now, he's indicated, and a lot of people think that the target for this trap was actually Hasan Piker himself. Hasan did eventually cover the content nuke, but I think he had a little bit of a fishy feeling about it. And so, he only did it after it had been out for a couple of weeks. and he only covered like half of the video. He spent like 9 hours on going over, I don't know, 30 minutes or something like that. So there's no way in the world that you're gonna sue Hasan for covering a video containing clips of himself. But there were also clips of Frogan. I think there were also clips of Denims, right? But regardless, right? Hasan, dotted all his I's and crossed all of his T's, and apparently Ethan did not ultimately think it would be worth it to take Hasan Piker to court. Also, Hasan Piker's got a lot of money, right? Maybe not as much money as Ethan Klein, but he's got enough money to, mount a decent defense, to get a good lawyer and everything like that. So anyway, Ethan announces the lawsuits, and it's Kaceytron, Denims, and Frogan, right? 3 people that could be considered, Hasan Piker orbiters. I'll be honest with you, okay? I've seen orbiters before, and Hasan doesn't really have orbiters the way that Vosh and Destiny do. When we talk about orbiters, it's generally, I mean, at least the first way that I heard it used was in relation to Destiny and his website, DGG, and then also like Vosh and his website, VGG. And so people like, let me give you an example. Oh my God, I gotta think of an example. Who's still tight with Vosh? Is Riverboat Jack still tight with Vosh? I don't know. But at the time, it would have been like Xander Hall, Demon Mama, people like that were considered, Vosh orbiters, like, I don't know, Lonerbox, Pisco, these people are considered Destiny orbiters. And so, what that would mean is that, Destiny, Vosh, whoever would have these people on stream, he would support their career, he would give them shout outs. In Vosh's case, it even came with a website, right? Because he had extra servers that he was using for his website that could be repurposed for other people's website, and also give him a way of sort of controlling people in his orbit so that they're disincentivized from criticizing him, and they're sort of incentivized to support him, right? In other words, if somebody comes along and says, hey, Vosh is bad for whatever reason, right? It's in Xander Hall, Keffel's, Demon Mama's, whose ever interest to keep Vosh viable, right? And especially considering that their website is, it gives them a little bit more leverage, right? But anyway, that's Vosh and Destiny, right? These are really deep and meaningful connections that these streamers have to, and essentially what they're doing is like almost like growing another generation. I don't know, how do I describe this? It's like a farm team, right? Like in the major leagues, like Vosh is the major league, and then Xander Hall is the minor league, right? I don't know. Just having more people on their side, considering how much drama these creators get into, was useful. Hasan's never really done that. He definitely has people on as guests. He definitely collaborates with other people, but he kind of like doesn't hold them as tight. Frogan is a mod, and I think had a lot to do with the creation of Hasan's, Discord, which, it's Discord's intense stuff, right? Discord is, setting up a Discord is no easy matter, right? So, he definitely had a relationship and an affinity towards Frogan. Denims would generally cover Hasan positively. I don't remember Hasan ever having Denims on, but he's generally supportive of her. And then Kaceytron. God, Kaceytron's a weird one, right? Because somebody said that somebody was telling me earlier that they had seen Hasan collab with Kaceytron. I can't think what that would be. I can't think of what that was. But if anybody in chat knows, let me know. Because maybe I'm just missing something. Good to see you, Crotchy. Good to see everybody. I'm so glad to be back. I am so sorry that I was gone for so long. It was driving me nuts. I kept on thinking tomorrow I'll be able to get back on stream, and I would just feel like absolute shit. And but yeah, it was finally yesterday, I think, is where whatever fever I had broke, and I felt pretty good going to immigration yesterday, even though I was in this tiny little room with a bunch of people, and I probably got infected with something else, but let's hope not. Let's hope not. But yeah, I could tell from the fact that I was able to, go out and run errands and stuff with immigration and take care of that stuff without feeling like I was just getting intermittent fever was the biggest thing I noticed. Is like I'd feel kind of okay, but not entirely thinking right, not entirely with it, but and then I'd have these intermittent moments where I'd start to sweat and I would feel really bad and I wouldn't be able to think at all, right? And I didn't experience that yesterday when I went to immigration, so I think that and I know, chat, like, right, you shouldn't go out and do things when you're sick, but this immigration thing, there's the feeling I got from the language school that's doing my educational visa was that there is no calling in for this, right? I mentioned to one of the one of the women that was going to be helping me at immigration, I mentioned that, hey, I'm kind of sick right now. I'll call you if if it gets worse or if it is looking bad. And like she talked to one of the other women in the office in Thai, and then because I don't think she had the words for this, and the other woman was like, she says you need to be on time, right? So I was thinking it was going to be something like, oh, well, if you feel bad, blah, 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 or, we can do this, or maybe we can reschedule it or something like that. And it's like, no. All she had to say was like, you're gonna need to be on time, right? Because I was a little late on getting that set up in the first place, and she was worried that I wasn't gonna. So yeah, anyway, I got the feeling that there's not like a doctor's note that gets you out of having to do your 90-day checkup on time. So it's a good thing. It's a good thing. I got better when I did. I got better right when I needed to get better, and hopefully I will stay healthy. Knock on wood, because I was literally in a tiny room with a bunch of other people from a myriad of different places that were also probably doing their 90-day check-in as well. And I didn't feel like I heard a lot of coughing and wheezing and sneezing in there, but who knows? So many people go sick with flu symptoms all around Asia recently. A lot of my friends got sick and shake. Oh wait, you mean go like they keep on going through? They chug along. I mean that's how I was raised. Like my dad was never ever called in a single day of his life. Yeah, I'm happy to be feeling better too. I'm so relieved. I was so scared. I was scared that it was going to be something worse, right? Because the whole thing is that, I mean, obviously it's flu season. You can catch the flu, and there's a number of other things. There's all these little. I was like doing detective work, trying to figure out what exactly was wrong with me. Because I remember right before I got really like feverish, I noticed insect bites. I noticed mosquito bites on me, right? And so I started looking into dengue and malaria. Those are the two main insect-borne illnesses that people come down with in Thailand. It's not really the time of year for that, though. There's a season for that, and that season is over. So I kind of don't think it was that, but I was looking into that. And those are the kind of things where, like the advice is generally stay in bed, rest as much as you can, keep hydrated, and if it gets worse, go to the doctors, right? Because like malaria and dengue, they have like they have a normal form of the disease, which is like you're down for 7 days or so. And then they have a more severe form of the disease, and that's the one that you really worry about. Anyway, so I am gonna pop out chat here. Work towards getting us started here, because I realize I'm starting super late at night, and we've got still a lot to go over. Even though like I said, there's so much to cover. I'm only going to be able to cover like the Kaceytron thing and then maybe some bonus content. Today we got, 4 bonus items on here. I still haven't gotten from people is like I'm not hearing anybody yelling and screaming about I want that Anna Kasparian as an option, because I know that went down as well. Don't worry, I will cover Anna Kasparian talking to Bill Maher. But you know, I don't know if I can cover it today. Hopefully the bonus content is stuff that you're interested in, because you know, you got the chance to keep me on here a little longer to maybe make up for some lost time. If you're interested in that sort of thing, you can, yeah, like, so, let me, what am I trying to do? All right, this thing right down here, that's a bonus meter right down there. And that goes up whenever somebody does a super chat, super sticker, if they get themselves a membership, or if they gift memberships like Narwhal by Nature just did. The second thing I need to do is to thank Narwhal by Nature for gifting those, did I say subs? I'm sorry, I meant memberships, right? On YouTube, they're memberships. On Twitch, they are subs. It's a little bit confusing. It's massively confusing. Still boycotting Pierce Morgan. He is a piece of shit. He is an absolute piece of shit. But let's see. There we go. Boom. Narwhal by Nature with the 5 gifted memberships. Oh my gosh, can I still find them though? Can I still? I'm supposed to shout out everybody that got weaseled. Everybody that got a membership gifted to them by Narwhal by Nature, and say you got weaseled. Because what's worse than getting weaseled is getting weaseled and not knowing that you got weaseled, and also not realizing that that's a good thing. Some people might not know. Some people might legitimately not know. Could I roll it back on this thing here? I'm gonna try, chat. I might have waited too long. I might have waited too long before shouting out the gifted memberships. If so, my apologies, Narwhal. Should be up here somewhere. Chat is very active right now. That's a good thing. Wait, he hinted about something on Ethan? Wait. Sorry, I'm scrolling up to try to find, there we go. Okay, Chazardus, you just got weaseled. Creflo $50, you just got weaseled. Polly has his Cracker Paints, you just got weaseled. And Real Burner, you just got weaseled. There might be one other weasel that I missed. Was there one other weasel? I literally, you're in my time zone. Congratulations. Welcome to tomorrow. Welcome to the world of tomorrow. But there you go. Shouting out those weasels, right? So yeah, we got jellyfish, we got weasels. Every time somebody gets a membership on YouTube, they become a weasel. Every time somebody gets a sub on Twitch, they become a jellyfish, right? So that's a cool thing. That's a good thing. And if we end up getting this number right here to 100 by the end of the stream, I'll even stick around later, or longer than I normally would. Like I said, make up for lost time with all y'all, and cover another topic. What topic? Well, it's the topics that you maybe have already voted for on YouTube, or you may not have. You may not know that there's a poll up on the YouTube chat, right? If you come into the stream on YouTube, there's a poll that says, which of these topics do you want to see as your bonus content? Right now, what's winning is Ethan Klein crashing out in Taylor Lorenz's DMs, right? I'm sorry, it wasn't Ethan, was it? It was Hila. I think Ethan also did. I think I'm not lying with that one. I put it together in a hurry, chat, but I think that's technically true that Ethan crashed out in Taylor's DMs, maybe after Hila did. But yeah, Hila was in Taylor's DMs shortly after the Kaceytron settlement got announced, and just kind of gaslighting her, like, "Oh, we're so worried about you, Taylor. We all want what's best for you, right?" And it's like, no, you don't. if you look, if Hila and Ethan, if Taylor Lorenz were perched precariously over a volcano, and Hila and Ethan were within reach of her, they wouldn't grab her hand and pull her out of the volcano. They would push her into the volcano and laugh as the lava, as the molten liquid magma consumed her, right? They are no friends of Taylor Lorenz. That is the grossest kind of gaslighting you could imagine. So anyway, yeah, that's what we got possibly to cover after we covered the main topic of the hostage situation. The hostage, what do you call it? Like a hostage statement? It kind of feels so chat, does everybody know what I mean when I say hostage statement? Like, you know, in Vietnam, when when American soldiers were taken hostage, they were often put in front of a camera and strongly encouraged to read a script that, you know, disavowed the American war effort, which, you know, I mean, it's considering it was based on a false flag, considering that the United States was trying to force a puppet government on the Vietnamese that they did not want, you know, somewhat understandable, right? But in this case, we're talking about a legal action, right? That was probably a stipulation of the settlement. So Ethan sued Denims, Kaceytron, and Frogan. Kaceytron made it clear that she was, you know, she didn't feel like she was going to be able to keep up with the expenses, the legal expenses, the you know, paying her lawyer, and was worried about, you know, she's supporting her family, right? She's supporting sick. I think her father is sick, and she's, you know, doing a lot for other members of her family with her streaming to make sure her family is okay. So she wanted out of this as quickly as possible. Yeah, they'd be like, "Lol, why are you so stupid? Get out of the volcano." Yeah, why are you? Yeah, they would have like said L Kaceytron, right? So anyway, I wish Casey was holding a newspaper from that day. Yeah. So anyway, now I'm saying this, I'm not 100% sure on it, but it's just deductions that I've made. So understand, like, I'm not making claims of like ultimate truth. I'm just saying what it seems like to me. And it seems like the statement that Kaceytron read was probably part of the settlement, was probably written by Ethan's legal team, and was not necessarily things that Kaceytron agrees with, but part of the stipulation was you've got to read this, you know, script on stream in order for Ethan to agree to settle with you, right? So that's what happened. You know, she's, you know, kind of throwing shade on Hasan in that thing. She is apologizing to Asmongold, of all people, somebody that probably least deserves an apology. And she's also, you know, praising Hila and Ethan. And you're like, thank you so much, Hila and Ethan, for giving me this chance. And then Ethan goes on and, you know, says, yes, Kaceytron, you're very talented. Thank you for realizing the error of your ways. Oh, yeah, that was the other thing. She had to absolutely just, like, admit fault on the copyright thing. Say I, you know, apologize for insinuating that the lawsuit was frivolous. Just all this kind of stuff that Kaceytron was not about, and that all of a sudden now she's reading this letter. So that's what we've got. We're gonna go over the statement made by Kaceytron. We're gonna go over Ethan's reaction and statements about that. Hasan also reacted to it, as did Denims. We haven't heard anything from Frogan yet. But oh yeah, there was a little bit of, wait, was there? I'm trying to remember. I don't think Casey mentions Frogan. But anyway, yeah, we got a work cut out for us today, chat. All right, even just to cover the main topic, right? That's without any consideration at all of the bonus content, which we only get to if we get this number to 100. It's at 15 right now. So like I said, it's the number that goes up every time you do a super chat, if you do a super sticker. If you do a super sticker, please let me know, because for some reason those, like everything else, it pops up on screen, it makes a noise, like I see it, right? The super stickers are cool, and I love to get those. There's some, you know, it's kind of like Pokemon. You're like looking for the rare super sticker. I mean, there's like lots of like, you know, I don't know. But yeah, I do want to recognize those. Don't think that if you do a super sticker, I'm ignoring you. I just can't see those, and you know, like unless somebody tells me that there's a super sticker to read off. So make sure to let me know if you get a membership for yourself, or if you gift memberships to others. This is on YouTube that I'm talking about. It also goes up if you support me on Throne on my wish list, which, you know, I've got it. I think what I've got on there right now is a trying to replace my computer before like the Windows 10 thing just completely becomes unusable, because my computer right now will not run Windows 11. But I don't know. I may have to change that. In trying to keep myself from getting sick, I'm thinking it might be a good idea to get a water filter, so that I can drink water from the tap here, and you know, be like I'm kind of using bottled water. I don't know. I'm thinking that the water filter might actually be the thing that I need, and the other thing that I need, given that the smoky season. Oh God, I gotta explain the smoky season, don't I? Right? Okay, so agriculture in Thailand and much of Southeast Asia, you know, like has different seasons. There's like the growing season, there's the harvest season, and there's the smoky season. So when I say smoky season, what I mean is that for crops like sugarcane and rice, farmers find it useful to burn their fields in order to, I guess, you know, remineralize the soil and get it ready for the next set of crops. And they do this when it's most dry, and that is, you know, right around now, right? This is the start of the dry season. It'll probably last until April, and basically during those times, sugarcane farmers, rice farmers, I'm sure some other crops too, they burn their fields. So, but as a result, during that time, Thailand, and particularly like the city that I'm in, becomes goes up in the rankings as far as being one of the most polluted places on Earth, and it's just from it's just from the it's just from the smoke. I mean, I guess it mixes with other pollution too, but you know, the real time that it's nasty and it's hard to, it's almost like if you live in New York or the Pacific Northwest, if you've ever experienced like forest fire season, you know, when you get like, you can, you know, if it's mild, it'll smell like a sauna outside, but if it's really intense, you know, you'll actually smell the smoke, and you might even see kind of a haze over everything. It's kind of like that, right? It's probably actually like that, but a little bit more intense, because it's not just like the, you know, a random forest somewhere catching on fire. It's everywhere. It's anywhere there's a farm that catches on fire, because they do this for agriculture. Quebec fires make NYC glow orange. I have fixed. Nice. Yeah, I mean, it does make for some pretty some beautiful sunrises and sunsets. Those practices are outlawed. It's lazy. Wildfires spread easily, contributes to smog. They're outlawed where? Is they're not outlawed in Southeast Asia, that's for sure. Or if they are, there's no enforcement. But yeah, it's just a seasonal thing that happens. I mean, like maybe it might get regulated at some point. I mean, a lot of people complain. Anyway, yeah, so if you want to help me out with either a computer that will run Windows 11, or a water filter, or a air filter, I'm not sure which, maybe all three, you can support me on throne.com. And that's basically the quickest way to send money my way, if that's something that you want. Does Thailand have wildfires? Well, you know, it's the dry season right now. It's definitely not too humid. I just don't know how common wildfires are. It is definitely a different kind of you know, growth here. It is more Would you call it jungle? Not sure what what qualifies something as a jungle, but yeah, I don't know anything about wildfires. Quacksmith says a new PC. Yeah, apparently Windows 11 has like phased out some older, I don't know what it is, like a chip or a motherboard. So like theoretically, you know, I could replace like one item in the computer. Put my dono towards the fourth thing on the poll, Loner Box. They're all painful people to watch. I'm sorry. Bad time to buy or build PCs at the moment. Yeah, you're right. The it's mainly the graphics cards, right, that are super expensive. Well, I don't know. I need all the advice I can. So if you know, I think the T2 processor security thing. Yeah, I've talked to a few people. There's some people that have told me that there's a way that if I like if I do all this stuff that I don't understand what it even is to the computer, that like theoretically, like I could like it, you know, I could get it to run Windows 11. But then I've talked to other people about that, and they're like, yeah, you could, and it could break your computer. It could brick your computer, in which case you'd be forced to RAM and GPU. Tell me your specs. Yeah, I'll try to get on that. I don't want to like distract from stream here because we do have to get going. But maybe I'll put something up when I find out more about it. Yeah, that would be really helpful, Quacksmith. Thank you for the offer. That's really sweet of you. Welcome to the jungle. We got fun and ducks. You could have anything you want, but you better not take it from Ducky. I have a friend who can't get a good graphics card for his computer. Well, I mean, I don't require anything fancy. All right, I just need something that'll work, right? It does, like, now the you know, for streaming and for editing videos, assuming that I actually get to that, which I need to, you know, it does require slightly upgraded stuff. You know what I'm saying? It requires some systems resources for that sort of thing. So it's not like, you know, and generally what it takes is something akin to what you'd use for a gaming computer is what works for encoding the stream, and then for the encoding and decoding and all the other stuff that goes on when it comes to editing. So, but yeah, I'm not looking to play the latest games. I don't need anything fancy at all. I just need stuff that'll work. And my dad's PC is in the same boat, but his CPU is only 8 years old. My dad needs a BIOS update to get TPM computing thing updated. So yeah, like I was saying, you could support me on Throne or on Patreon, right? And if you do support me on Patreon, I will give you a shout out at the beginning and end of every stream. So you support me at the $5 level or above on Patreon. Also, you can support me on Twitch. And we are right now at 90. Oh, no, look at that. Right as I point to the number, we lose 11 subs. I mean, this is what happens when you don't stream for a long time, chat. This is to be expected. But anyway, if you could help me get those numbers back up on Twitch, you know, it will also contribute to getting the bonus number to go up. Oh wait, I think that I missed something, didn't I? Somebody did something and I didn't see it. So I'm supposed to... Crotchy just donated a membership to Ari Kitsuragi. Ari Kitsuragi, you just got weaseled, and that's a good thing. And that gets us up to 18. So yeah, like I said, chat, I am just glad to be back on stream, and amazingly relieved that I am healthy enough to do that. The bonus content is just icing on the cake if we get it. And we are, what is it, 82 points away from getting to that bonus content. Also need to mention that, yeah, like I said before, the stuff that you're voting on right now, the poll that's going on YouTube, is what decides what content that we're getting, with a little stipulation, right? When you do support, whether that's through Super Chat, Super Sticker, getting yourself a membership, gifting a membership, supporting me on throne.com/nocommentchick or patreon.com/nocommentchick, or supporting me on Twitch, you have the ability to put your money where your mouth is. And now somebody already told me to do this, right? Here, we got to switch to this. Is this the right one? There we go. Wait, was it Crotchy? Were you the one that said you were Loner Box, right? All right, so let me show you how this works, right? Crotchy donated a sub and said, I want to see Loner Box. So you can do this too when you donate. You can let me know in the chat which of these topics you want. And just like I did for Crotchy, I will add your donation as a percentage to the topic of your choice. Let's see, Crotchy did 1 membership, I add 3%. What does that translate into? That translates into Loner Box getting 3 extra percent added to it at the end of the day. So even if like Ethan crashes out, wins, if it only wins by 2 points, then we don't end up watching the Ethan thing, we end up watching the Loner Box thing, right? Because that's like added on top of everything. So just let me know if you're if you're donating and if you have a strong opinion on what you want to see. If you don't have a strong opinion, or if you do just want if you want the poll to win, then you can always say Vox Populi. The other thing that you can do is video game stream. I owe you a video game stream. Right? It's at 157. Every time this thing hits 100, I'm supposed to give you a video game stream. So if you're a gaming frog, as they say, right? Then you could also say, put it towards a video game stream. And if this gets to 200, I'll owe you 2 video game streams. Oh my God, Sasha G, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Getting YouTube numbers back to 79. And giving 5 more people a chance to get weaseled. All right, Ghost ATW, you just got weaseled. Hermit Horologist, you just got weaseled. Komoriami, you just got weaseled. Jason Liffelt, you just got weaseled. And Crosari 0, you just got weaseled, and that's a good thing. And that brings us up to what? 33. Yeah, we're on 33, so making our way in the world. Making our way back, trying to climb back. If you know anybody who usually watches the stream and they're not here and you have a way of contacting them, I don't want to lean on you too hard, but yeah, feel free to share the information that I am back and I will be back to a normal streaming schedule as much as possible. I do have a technician, an air conditioning technician coming out. I'm overstating this. I don't know if their title is air conditioning technician. But somebody who knows how to fix air conditioners is coming over tomorrow to clean my air conditioner, to make sure that there's nothing horrible toxic in the air conditioning vent that might be making me sick. Because that was one of the other things that I thought maybe, was going on. Luckily, it's also the, the colder season, so I don't have the air conditioning on right now, so it's not in a super dire thing. But yeah, they are coming over tomorrow. I'm gonna try to stream anyway, right? I'm going to try to stream anyway. I'm going to try to make that happen. I don't think it should be a problem. I might have to get up for a second, go talk to people, then, come back and there might be like noise, there might be some giant like industrial vacuum that they have sucking out the bird shit from the... Oh my God, I'm sorry, Quaximus. I don't mean to imply that avians have been getting me sick, but I do have to tell you that my balcony where the air conditioning, like the external thing sits, is like the favorite place for a bunch of pigeons, right? There's like a gang of pigeons, a mafia of pigeons, one might say, that likes to hang out on my balcony, and their favorite place, they see the air conditioner, and they look at the air conditioner and they see a toilet. They're like, oh, this is a great place to poop and pee. Maybe the poop and pee is the same thing. Is that how birds work, chat? Is the poop and pee the same thing? It's all one hole, right? So everything must come out of that one cloaca, I think. But anyway, whatever comes out of the cloaca, it goes right into my air conditioner. So that's probably not good. And so I'm having somebody come out to work on that. But chat, I'm going to do everything I can to have this not interfere with the stream schedule. I don't think it should. I don't think it should need to be. I will make it work, right? Because we've missed too much time. I've got too much to cover. I've got too much to catch up with. There's a million things. Look at this, chat. I'm gonna just literally read these through to you, right? Anna Kasparian, Bill Maher, Pierce Morgan, Nick Fuentes, Tim Pool, Candace Owens. They're fighting. Yes, the girlies are fighting. Speaking of girlies fighting, Milo Yiannopoulos and Benny Johnson. Milo is making very definite statements about Benny Johnson's sexuality that Benny Johnson is suggesting might be libelous or defamatory. And Milo, upon hearing that Benny Johnson is getting out, is rattling his law saber, is not scared, is saying, bring it on. I am unafraid. Milo is implying, chat, that the truth is his defense, right? That Benny Johnson is in fact gay. And so therefore he's not worried about getting sued, apparently. So that's going on. He went on Tim Pool to talk about the other day, even kind of, I think, did Tim Pool have to make some apology to Benny Johnson? I think Tim Pool and Benny Johnson are like sort of kind of, are they on the same side? Oh my God, chat, I'm so confused. Who's on what side, right? It's very confusing. We got Chris Kunstler debating Lonerbox, right? It's a very long debate, but I've heard I've gotten a kind of a general timestamp.
At New Flesh 6, super chatted $20. Respectfully, I think Denims, Frogan, and Kaceytron tried to steal Ethan's content. First, well, be happy to argue about that under a rando username if you don't want to give me clout.
Well, there's your clout right there. Are you a streamer? Is that what you're saying? Talking about clout here? And that is an opinion, right? And there's lots of aspects to that opinion. There's a legal aspect. There's a moral aspect. I'm not entirely sure, where you're coming from with that perspective, but the donation is appreciated nonetheless. I'm not sure if that is you're going to get a lot of agreement on that opinion in chat, but hey, it's an opinion. It's a perspective. Everyone's got one, just like cloacas, right? Everyone's got a cloaca. Everyone's got an opinion. And some people, use super chats to express. There's different ways of expressing your opinion. Maybe you're a streamer. Maybe you're a chatter. Maybe you are an account on Twitter. There's lots of different ways to get that through and let a streamer know that you don't necessarily agree with their take on things. But yeah, it's such an interesting concept, stealing content. Where did the content go? I believe the content nuke is still on his channel, so I don't think they absconded with it. But no, you're talking about the intellectual property. You're saying that they benefited from Ethan's intellectual property in a way that cost him money. Is that right? Do I understand you correctly, New Flesh? Is that the angle you're going with? But we're gonna get into that. We're gonna get into all of that. I keep on seeing this phrase from chat. Oh, you're trying. Oh no. I'm sorry. You wanted to come on and talk in Discord. Is that right? I don't know if we're gonna have time for that, unfortunately, right? But you have made your opinion known, and I'm just trying to understand exactly where you're coming from. Wait, I got a nope on something, right? I'm not sure what that nope. Wait, where is it? Oh, there it is. Is it appearing? No, it's not. I'm trying to bring your chat up on screen. There you go. Nope. Oh, you're probably answering when I asked if you're a streamer. But yeah, I mean, I've had a lot of conversations with people, including some off stream. With Pisco's perspective is the one that I agree with the most, I think. And now he's not weighing in so much on the like moral aspect of the case, although I think he does say that he feels like Ethan's decision to sue these 3 content creators was arbitrary, right? But Pisco's opinion on the legal, the way that this case is going to play out in court is that he doesn't he doesn't know. This is not settled law, right? And that's what kind of makes it dangerous. There are certain ways that Ethan could pursue this case that would result in him getting that would result in a chilling effect on the entire React meta, on the entire streaming community. Streamers, we generally react to each other's streams. We react to YouTube videos. We react to, news, segments, a lot of different things, right? And were Ethan's case to be, fully, were Ethan to win this case, right? Or worse yet, were this to go to appeals and Ethan to win that, it might make it a lot harder for people like me to do my job at all. So I'm definitely not. It wasn't. Yeah, I agree. Actually, yeah, I agree with you there, New Flesh 666. It definitely wasn't arbitrary. I don't think it was arbitrary either, right? I think that Ethan was methodical in his choice of who he wanted to sue. Now, some people might say that people like XQC and Asmongold didn't contribute very much in their reactions, right? So that's what we're looking for. We have copyright law, right? Copyright claims. You create intellectual property and you have the right to that. And if somebody takes that from you, you have the right to, to be made whole from whatever you lost, right? Whatever you can prove that you lost, you can recoup from people through legal action. But we also have this thing called fair use, which is considered an affirmative defense. So if you are accused of copyright violation, you can say that what I did was transformative. That's one aspect of fair use, right? And I believe that is what's being said. Now, if you look at XQC and Asmongold, you don't find a lot more of a contribution. I mean, the contribution is like, yeah, based, and whoa, damn, W Ethan, right? There's not a lot of contribute. There's not a lot of transformation of the content going on. They're basically watching it, right? And you could say the same thing. Kaceytron, she's smoking her pipe. Denims. Wait, what was Denims' sin? Denims' sin, I think, was saying thank you for watching the content nuke with me instead of through that awful man Ethan Klein, right? And then Frogan's sin was the best of all. Frogan went to the bathroom and left the video running, right? So this is how the defense of affirmation is like undermined, at least in Ethan's mind, by the behavior of the streamers. But I don't think it's that much different than a lot of other streamers, including myself, that watched the content, that react. I don't think I watched the whole thing, but I reacted to part of it. I didn't thank anybody for watching it here instead of Ethan or anything like that. I wasn't smoking. I don't think I went to the bathroom during that, but I don't know. Like I've had people, like including Vosh's sysadmin, accuse me of doing reactions that are freebooting content, right? In other words, like Sniper Wolf, right? Not doing much transformation, just kind of stealing other people's content, right? Which I think is what New Flesh is getting at. Can you copyright something written by AI? Good question, Narwhal by Nature. I think the better question is, like, considering how much of Hasan's content comprises Ethan's video and Denim's content and Frogan's content, I would say that there's a good question to be interrogated there as well. But yeah, so I agree with you, and I'm taking forever to get to how I agree with you, New Flesh, that Ethan's choice wasn't arbitrary, right? I think it was strategic, right? And what the strategy was to take female streamers who are despised by incels, possibly such as yourself, or possibly not, right? People who already have a hate audience baked in, people who you could make a video about and just get tens of thousands of views with very little effort, right? Ethan was targeting the femoids. That's what was going on, right? And the reason that he's doing that is if you targeted Asmongold and you're Ethan Klein, well, I'm sorry, that's a big portion of your audience. That's a big portion of your supporters that you've now alienated. You can't target Asmongold. Same thing with XQC, right? We want to appeal to these people. These are Ethan's audience. We don't want to alienate these people, and they don't have the built-in hate audience that somebody like Kaceytron does for years and years and years. Kaceytron has been like pushing a boulder of incels up a hill, and only to be, crushed by it time and time again, right? Same thing with Denims. There's a bunch of, slop videos, sensitive society, at all that just, Denims is the worst streamer. Denims is so stupid. Denims is like, right? Just there's hate for these people, right? And that's to prevent what Ethan is afraid of, is being called a hypocrite, which he is. Not only is Ethan a hypocrite, he is Matt Haas. He is the reflection of the very man who sued him into prominence, whose lawsuit he was able to defend against with a fair use, transformative content defense. And Ethan doesn't want people reacting in sympathy. Ethan doesn't want to be seen as a villain. So he chose 3 people that are going to attract the least amount of sympathy and that are going to have the most people saying W Ethan, right? Yeah, smack that femoid good. So that's what's going on, in my opinion, right? Which I didn't pay $20 to say, but we, like I said, we all have our way of getting our point across, and respectful of everybody's opinion. All right. So with that, chat, I think I've gone through everything. Oh yeah, I gotta thank my Patreons. Speaking of people without whose support I would not be able to be here. Oh my gosh. I'm looking at my community post, chat. It's like a picture from a few years ago, but I actually kind of look sick. I look like I'm about to vomit in that picture. I guess it's pretty appropriate. But I literally just found the first picture I could. What am I trying to do? Oh yeah. I am trying to thank my Patreons. All right, so if you support me on Patreon at the $5 level or above, you get a fancy shout out at the beginning and ending of each stream. Since we're pretty close to the beginning, I'll go ahead and do those shouts out right now. Shouts out go to Tracy Eva, User, JMB, Brian, Emily French, Big Al of the Cake Mix and the Cake Remix, Direful, Sarah, Izzy Mandius, Steven Sayers, Animus, Infallible Fowl, Woke Stalin, Nadia Yvette, Choki, Moe Noape, Funky Monkey, Temporal Insanity, Good for Gabi, Jules K, Buffy Geek, and a fancy shout out goes to Sherry Safira, Rachel K, Omega Star, and Zara Xerix. Thank you, Patreons. I don't know what I'd do without you, right? Sometimes that Patreon, if things get tight, that Patreon money makes all the difference in the world. So massive appreciation for all of you out there that support me month after month. Also, thank you, Ozupsk, for resubscribing with a Prime. I forgot to mention this, right? If you're watching on Twitch, like I said, subbing on Twitch counts towards the goal, which I should add yours to, as does using a Prime sub to sub, as does gifting subs to, you know, try to look at that. Look at these numbers. These numbers are decimated, chat, but it's totally to be expected. This is on me. This is on me, right? That the numbers have they're like half of what they were or less, right? But yeah, one cool way to do to get yourself a sub, and let me give you a reason that you might want to get a sub. If you've ever been frustrated because you come in here and I'm talking about something and you either wanted to see the previous segment or you're not understanding where I'm at and you want to roll it back, Twitch doesn't let you do that unless you're a sub. So if you become a sub, whether that's through a Prime sub, which is no cost to you, right? You just hook your Prime membership up to Twitch and you get what's called a Twitch Prime sub. You can use that on the streamer of your choice. And if that's me, just like with any other sub, whether you got it gifted to you through a very generous person who is gifting subs, or whether you got the sub yourself, or whether you used a Prime to sub for no money at all, you can you get the ability to rewind the stream. So that's a good thing, I think. Remember when Pedotroll asked everyone to react? He even ever reacted to for permission to react to their content. Remember? Yeah, no, I'm having trouble remembering that one, man with the long last name. But good callback. Good callback. So anyway, we got the Patreons shouted out. I've described in detail how to support the stream. Somebody's reminding me that we're at 56. Narwhal, thank you for that. Wait, I think oh yeah, 56. Okay, because I counted the Prime sub, but I didn't count the, wait a minute. Oh, I'm so confused. I thought I did. No, you're right. I didn't count that yet. I did not count that. Okay, so anyway. I think we're ready to get going. I think we're ready to get going. So let's see if I can make the machine work once again. It's not too rusty, not too dusty. And like I said, chat, I owe you some gaming streams, so I need to figure out when and how to do those. There it is. Okay. Oh yeah, I guess we should cover... Wait, no, that's on the bonus stuff. Okay. Anyway. Oh, there's denims. Okay, so I guess the first thing I'm going to show you is going to be the Kaceytron stream itself. If I can find it. There it is. All right, so with that, chat, let's get going. All right, so yeah, like I said, Kaceytron apparently forced to stream this. Apology to Ethan, apology to Asmongold, so many different things. It's a very short stream on X, apparently. And here it is, if I can get past the countdown. All right, so there's the countdown. Oh, let's get going. All right, so what do we got, Kaceytron?
And by stating I take responsibility for infringing the content nuke. I want to begin by stating I take responsibility for infringing the content nuke. The lawsuit was not frivolous. When I said the lawsuit was frivolous and based on misogyny, it was to garner sympathy, protect my own reputation, and retaliate against the Kleins.
So when you hear the, manner in which Casey's reading this, I think the thing that we can agree on is it's not coming from the heart. Now, if you're a, supporter of Ethan Klein, you might, use this to say, yeah, Kaceytron's still a bad person, even though she said all those nice things about Ethan and Asmongold. And if your sympathies are not with Ethan, and you kind of see Casey as the victim here, then you see this as pretty much a hostage statement. And, this is how Kaceytron gets out of the lawsuit. She has, let's just let her talk.
This lawsuit has given me a greater understanding of copyright protection, people's copyrights, and the importance of protecting
too soft, isn't it?
copyrights in the online content creation community. It is important for the entire content creation community to respect the intellectual property rights of other creators, and I will adhere to the lessons I've learned.
Yeah, no, I totally agree, especially when you're talking about an intellect like Ethan Klein's, right? We're so lucky to be graced with a massive big brain takes from Ethan, and so you wouldn't want to violate his intellectual property given what a stellar intellectual he is. Go on.
Throughout this process going forward. I also want to make clear that I did not receive any support, financial or otherwise, from Hasan Piker. Hasan never even reached out to me privately to offer words of support. Speaking honestly, I found his indifference to my suffering hurtful, especially after he hinted he might help me behind the scenes. It felt like he wanted to receive credit from the public for helping me without providing any. As to the GoFundMe money.
All right, so more on that later, right? More on that later. As far as what Hasan is doing, though, I want to point something out. Had Hasan contributed to Kaceytron's GoFundMe, all right, and were that money remaining after Kaceytron's legal cost, do we all know who gets that money? Ethan, right? Had Hasan donated to the GoFundMe and thereby she had more funds left over than she ended up with, right? 100% of that would have gone to Ethan. So there's that. We'll try to figure out what's going on with Hasan, because I think it's strange too, right? Kaceytron is being targeted here as a way to, first of all, garner the sympathies and the support of the massive army of incels out there, people that hate Kaceytron, Denims, and Frogan for being women on the internet, but also to go after Hasan. Now, Kaceytron's less of a, I don't know. People have told me that there's some connection between Casey and Hasan. I haven't seen it. Anybody want to? I can't remember who told me this, but somebody said that they collaborated before. I haven't ever seen it. They do very different content, so I'd be kind of surprised if they did. But Denims and Frogan are definitely being gone after to get to Hasan. But yeah, the whole reason for the content nuke existing and for the, for this lawsuit existing is because of Ethan's undying hate for Hasan Piker. So yeah, I would expect, and especially given that, like Casey just said, Hasan did indicate that he was thinking about, what people saying, Austin show? He did indicate that he wanted to help Kaceytron and the rest of them out, maybe behind the scenes. So yeah, it is strange to me too, right? And if he totally left them to hang, that's not a good thing. I'm not excusing Austin Show's Bachelor show for Hasan. Oh, okay. Thank you so much. Yo, we got the deep lore knower here. Thank you so much. Seriously, I mean, it sounds like I'm being sarcastic here, but I appreciate that. The whole Austin show. So if you don't know, Austin is Hasan's friend. He went, to China along with Hasan. And when Hasan started, Austin was a fairly large creator with a panel show that featured, different people could go on the panel show. Hasan was one of these guests, right? And I 2594 is telling me that Kaceytron was a comic relief contestant. See, that makes sense, right? Because Casey's been hated by by your average Twitch viewer for the longest time. And again, Austin's audience at the time, it doesn't look like Hasan's audience. It doesn't look like Asmongold's audience either. But maybe you could see it as being a mix. That's my best guess for who's watching Austin. But yeah, I 2594 is telling me that Kaceytron is there as a comic. So in other words, not gonna win. Probably gonna be voted off quickly. Put there as almost like a lightning rod for hate and ridicule. Austin show is bad empanada. No, they're the same person. You're trolling me. You are trolling me, right? I love that conspiracy theory. I mean, hey, we have never seen them both in the same place at the same time, right? Maybe it is. Maybe this is, yeah, maybe Bad Empanada just turns off his Australian accent and becomes Austin show. And maybe Hasan doesn't even know. Oh my God, you got my mind going with this conspiracy theory. I love it. Anyway, let's listen to the rest of what Kaceytron has to say. I'm getting us started on speculating on what's going on, because I do think that there's something afoot, right? I'm not sure exactly what, but I do think, I don't want to sound like a QAnon person that's saying trust the plan. Like, no, Hasan would never do that. Hasan is always good. No, I mean, Hasan's not always good. I've criticized Hasan before. I think he, there's points I disagree with him on, and stuff that he's done that I don't think is great, right? So, I'm not completely I don't think that's impossible that he would just leave them hanging, but I think it's unlikely. I think it's unlikely that Hasan just tried to leave them hanging. Kaceytron was super funny on that show. Even Hasan cracked. Wait, so she wasn't just there for people to kind of take the piss? I mean, I know Kaceytron. Let's see. The first time I covered her, she was talking to some Dream stands about the controversy of Dream and George. Do people remember this? There was a controversy that Dream and George sometimes joke around about being in a relationship or whatever, right? They're partners in crime when it comes to Minecraft and the manhunts and the speed runs and all the rest of the shit. But they'll joke around sometimes about being a couple. And so some people were saying they were gay baiting and they didn't appreciate that. And I think that was the first time I covered Kaceytron, was when she was talking to a bunch of Dream stands. But the biggest thing I know about Kaceytron is, like I said, she's hated by legions of incels everywhere. Hasan didn't donate to not hurt her defense. He knew Ethan would pounce on it. Yeah, that's a possibility too. But also the big thing is that, him not donating, I don't know, if he totally left her, twisting in the wind, that sucks, right? But I think that from what I can tell, the effect of him not donating is Ethan getting less money, right? What's the difference between had Hasan donated before and Kaceytron settled? And this, oh my God, I'm getting ahead of myself, chat. I think she's gonna announce the terms of the settlement. I think she's gonna mention a few of those terms, which include, Ethan getting the rest of the GoFundMe money. This is done to dispirit people, to discourage people from supporting streamers like this should they get in legal trouble in the future, right? And just kind of hurt people who wanted to see Kaceytron take this all the way and win. It's obvious why those were the terms. I don't think Ethan needs the money, and I don't honestly think there's that much money left. What did she? Well, anyway, she'll say it. I'm getting ahead of myself.
To the extent there are any remaining funds after I pay my attorney's fees, I have agreed to pay the remaining funds to the Kleins. The funds will not go to anyone else, including Denims or Frogan, to defend their lawsuits. For the record, I have
So yeah, earlier she had said that what was it? She raised more money than the current legal costs, and Ethan and people were trying to insinuate that she meant to keep the surplus for herself. And so she announced that, no, I'm not going to keep the surplus for myself. I'm gonna use this money, and if there's money left over, I'm gonna donate it to the other people that were sued. She was on the show to be funny, a funny character. See, I still don't understand. I'm trying to understand, is she funny like laugh at her, or is she funny like laugh with her, right? Because I mean, I've only really known Kaceytron as like a lightning rod of hate, honestly, for like your average Twitch viewer. But maybe there's more to it. Again, this is before my time, and it sounds like you're a lore knower, and I'd love to know more lore. I always want to know more lore.
Agreed to cooperate with the Kleins in their litigation against the H3 Snark mods for promoting my live stream to the extent that I am able. I will offer my—
Wait, what was that? Sorry, I missed. Agree to cooperate with the Kleins.
The funds will not go to anyone else, including Denims or Frogan, to defend their lawsuits. For the record, I have agreed to cooperate with the Kleins in their litigation against the H3 Snark mods for promoting my live stream to the
Okay, the Snark mods for promoting her live stream. So I think what she's referring to is that there was so when we say Snark, I believe these days we're talking about r/, oh my god, what is it called, chat? r/leftovers. What is it called again? The I'm missing a word, aren't I? But anyway, Ethan calls any subreddit that's critical of him snark. So if it's Faux it's snark. Yeah, leftovers H3. Thank you. Yeah, not the H3 snark page. Exactly, Makus. Yeah, not leftovers H3? Yeah, I'm assuming that they're talking about leftovers H3. There was another there was a subreddit called H3 Snark that existed before, but it is since closed down. So I think the inheritors of those users was the leftovers H3 Snark. They were laughing. Okay, wait. So there was no dust. Okay, I didn't even know. Oh my gosh. So I'm just assuming things based on like, yeah. Huh. Okay, so it was a friendly thing all the way around. Kaceytron wasn't on there to be ridiculed, but she was just on there to be funny. It sounds like from what I3 is saying. Ethan claiming she's hoarding money when he's way richer than him. Well, he's trying to make the people donating think that she is like greedily like keeping their money. Like she's doing a Keffels, right? She's raising money for this and then using the money for that, right? This was what finally, sort of ended Keffels' career. What was the revelation that some of the funds, went to shit like furniture for her friends and, stuff that didn't really have to do with getting her relocated and keeping her safe from the harassment that she was facing, right? So he's trying to kind of engineer like that sort of feeling from, because if people that donate feel burned, then it's gonna, it's gonna make it less likely for people to donate, and it's gonna, RH3 Snark is the one. Yeah, this, yeah, that would, yeah, H3 Snark was the original. I don't think that one exists though, right, Joel? I think they shut that one down. But that's where the actions on that page are. Wait, was H3 Snark up when this all went down? Because anyway, what they did was they like when the content nuke came out, they said something like, if you don't want to support Ethan Klein, but you want to watch the nuke, right? Or you want to see somebody react to the nuke, then here's places you could do it, right? And they list like, a whole bunch of different streamers, not just Kaceytron, Denims, and Frogan, but I think that they did get mentioned. And so that's how they're kind of tied into this. And really what Ethan is trying to do with the Snark mods, to my understanding, is to de-anonymize them. You could also say docs. Right? To legally publish personally and identifying information about the mods as an effort to chill free speech. That's what Ethan is doing with the snark mods. That's why they're involved, I think, right? More on that later. Actually, I've got something I've been sitting on for a little while in regards to the snark mods, but kind of waiting for the next shoe to fall as far as that goes before we talk about it. But Denims has the best case. Well, that's you're getting into my theory there, Mikus. I've got a theory about like what is going on with Hasan and the rest of the victims of Ethan Klein here. Yeah. Basically, he's trying to, and he's trying, and that also kind of board cost. That is like that's the platonic ideal of something that you show a streamer to either, I don't know, scrape their IP or to get them to look at a poop sock video. Are you putting poop sock clips in my chat there, Borcost? I don't think there's any clips about me. You know why, Borcost? Because I haven't streamed in over 2 weeks. Yeah, I very much doubt that there's a I'm not relevant, Borcost. I'm sorry. You went in the wrong chat. Go try to find somebody else to scrape IP from. Oh my god.
Extent that I am able. I will offer my support, including testifying under oath to everything I have just stated, to help their cause. I also want to take the opportunity to acknowledge other misconduct and bad behavior I have exhibited online. For example, weaponizing the death of Asmongold's mother was inexcusable. I should know better because I have 3 disabled people that rely on me. Moving forward, I will do better. I also want to apologize to the crew of the H3 podcast, particularly AB and Olivia.
Twitch mods, if you check that clip out, make sure that make sure that you're savvy enough to know like websites not to click. I don't want my mods getting, I don't know, just be real careful with whatever that address is. Like make sure you're not getting scammed or something.
I apologize for calling them cowards for not quitting their jobs. That was a shameful attack on 2 people who deeply care about Palestine and Palestinian people.
Are we talking about what, AB and who?
AB, along with his wife Lena, have
AB and Lena
done more than I have ever done for the Palestinian people.
More than I possibly could ever do. AB and Lena have single-handedly saved Palestine. Wow.
Including raising over $100,000 in charity. I recognize that they have actually made Palestinian lives better, and my online antagonism and trolling has not. I apologize to Ethan and Hila.
You gotta also wonder about charities that Ethan Klein and the crew are supporting, given that Ethan Klein let, what was that guy's name, chat? Oh my god, I can't remember. Ahmed is his first name. He works for the Atlantic Council, and he came on Ethan's stream ostensibly to solicit donations for Palestine, but at least one of the links that he left, one of the links that he gave was not a link to any Palestinian charity, but rather a link to his own Ahmed Fuad Al-Khatib. Yeah, and he's in the news recently too. There's something with no, Quaximus, don't click the link. Don't, Borcost, damn you, how dare you? You've doxed my Quaximus. I'm teasing. What is Ethan getting out of this? It's hard to tell because, like I said, I don't think he's making, at least from this settlement, I don't get the feeling that he's getting money. But I mean, you can see the kind of PR value of having somebody who's being antagonistic towards you, forcing them to say, Ethan and Hila, thank you for this opportunity to learn I was wrong about copyright law. I was wrong about everything. It turns out Hasan is secretly a butthole. He's a butthole and he sucks. And what we haven't, I don't think we've gotten to the Asmongold thing, his ego stroked. Yeah, I mean that's a fair BCAT K. That's fair. That's definitely part of it, right?
Personally, I have said extremely mean and cruel things about both of them, particularly my misogynistic attacks against Hila that never should have been said.
Did Kaceytron compare Hila to a horse, or is that only Ethan's BFF Nicholas Diorio? There's been a lot of bad things said about Hila that, like, as much as I dislike her, as much as I think she's a bad person, personal attacks on her looks and yeah, misogyny thrown her way, and but I don't know. What did Kaceytron say towards Hila? I feel like I'm pale in comparison to what some of the people that are in pretty good with Ethan have said. Anyway.
I also want to acknowledge the pervasive problem of anti-Semitism in leftist spaces. It should concern all of us. I condemn it and will not participate in it. To that end, I wish the Kleins success in enforcing TED Entertainment's copyright and protecting the legal rights of online content creators.
Oh my God! This is dystopian, chat. This is freaking Orwellian. He's doing the opposite of protecting the rights of content creators. He's putting all of our, he's putting all of us at risk, right? Did we hear the Asmongold thing? No? Wait, did anybody hear it? I know there was something about Asmongold. Did I just miss it? Did I ADHD it? That's the whole thing. Where's anybody hear the Asmongold thing?
I want to make clear that I did not receive any support, financial or otherwise, from Hasan Piker. Hasan never even reached out to me privately to offer words of support. Speaking honestly, I found his indifference to my suffering hurtful, especially after he hinted he might help me behind the scenes. It felt like he wanted to receive credit from the public for helping me without providing any. As to the GoFundMe money, to the extent there are any
Hasan's a total tightwad, right?
Funds after I pay my attorney's fees, I have agreed to pay the remaining funds to the Kleins. The funds will not go to anyone else, including Denims or Frogan, to defend their lawsuits. For the record, I have agreed to cooperate with the Kleins in their litigation against the H3 Snark mods for promoting my live stream to the extent that I am able. I will offer my support, including testifying under oath to everything I have just stated, to help their cause. I also want to take the opportunity to acknowledge other misconduct and bad behavior I have exhibited online. For example, weaponizing the death of Asmongold's mother was inexcusable. I should know better because I have 3 disabled people that rely on me.
Okay. So Asmongold, if you don't know, is called the Roach King. He is a World of Warcraft streamer from way back in the day, who lives in, I think, the same house that he was born in. I think it's his family's house. I'm not sure. He has his streaming setup kind of in the attic. It is a dirty, dingy, uncared for attic with trash all over the place. He's famously talked about how he had a dead rat in his house and he was able to use the rat as an alarm clock in the summer by the virtue of the fact that whenever it got to like midday, the time that he streams, the heat would get so great that he would be able to smell the rat. And when he smelled the rat, he knew it was time to get up, right? This may or may not be true, but it is pretty confirmed that he lives in absolute squalor, despite being probably more wealthy than Hasan. And he did have his mom living with him for a while, and then she died. Then I'm sorry, I'm not laughing at his mom's death. I'm laughing at the situation. Um, but the so some people have associated the state of squalor in his house with his mom's passing. I can neither confirm nor deny. I don't know anything. I don't know that much about it's probably a bit. Yeah, I see why you say that, Quaximus, but with Asmongold, there's every sign that this really is the way he lives his life, right? From what we can tell. He did at one point get part of his house cleaned, maybe professionally, by somebody, but it does seem like he lives like that. Now the dead rat alarm clock, that's the one that I think it does sound like he's embellishing a little bit. But he's picked up this reputation for being the Roach King, for living in squalor, from just his live streaming, just what people would notice. For instance, the guy never drinks water. He's people ask him about it. He's like, yeah, no, water is disgusting. Why would I drink water when I can drink soda? And then they like dared him to drink water, and he drank a little bit and immediately had to chase it with Dr. Pepper. But anyway, so if she did I don't think any of us know why Asmongold's mom passed. I don't. The only reason to comment on that would be if you really thought that he had, that he was if you were pretty fucking sure that he's responsible for the death of his mom. I don't think any of us have that information. So yeah, is it wrong to, use, the passing of a parent as a way to attack somebody that, that sucks for other reasons? Yeah, it's probably wrong. It's probably wrong. That being said, it's no worse than what Asmongold does to other people on the daily. He cleaned his house by moving the trash from one side of the house to the other. Oh no. He has no teeth from neglect. Anyway, there's plenty of good stuff to criticize Asmongold for. I don't think we need to go low with that. So, I mean, I can understand that, but that's what Kaceytron's talking about. And I mean, that's an easy thing. That's the kind of thing that I don't think Casey necessarily meant. I don't think Kaceytron, when she said that, he was responsible for the death of his mom, I'm not sure how committed she was. So this is probably a fairly easy thing to apologize for. The only thing that's bad about it, right, is that it's Asmongold. It's fucking Asmongold. Like, he treats people like absolute garbage. There's not necessarily a reason that he should be treated any better. But yeah, that being said, that's where we're getting to. Good to see you, Burple. I saw your comment, and it gave me strength when I was going through the sickest I've been in years. Honestly, probably the sickest I've been since COVID, since peak COVID. If I'm being honest, but yeah, seriously, thank you, and everybody that reached out, everybody that was concerned or said, hey, I can't wait for you to see you stream again. That means a lot to me. Okay, I've had people reach out, and I want to tell you that I've noticed, and it means a lot. And I wasn't able to answer everybody because, like I said, I was sick as a dog, and I was trying to rest and hydrate and do everything right to get back to you as soon as possible. But yeah, no, it really meant a lot to me. It really meant a lot to hear that. Especially, I remember what you wrote, Burple, and it. Yeah, it meant a lot. And it came at just the right time too. It was good timing on your part. Kaceytron was wrong to say what she said, but not. Yeah, that's the whole thing. Yeah, I mean, can I say it's wrong? Yeah, can I say I wouldn't do it? Yeah, but it's like comparing it to like Asmon and Ethan and this whole the way that streaming chat. I gotta admit, and maybe some of you can relate. Like, I am not on the same level as some of these, streamers out here as far as being okay with, a level of callousness. Like, I heard Hasan talking about Jasmine Crockett today, and I think he said something that that the one good thing she'd done is called Greg Abbott, Governor Hot Wheels, right? He's in a wheelchair. Now, Governor Abbott's a piece of shit, and he's done a lot worse to a lot of marginalized people, but I don't know. Is that the best thing that Jasmine Croc? I mean, anyway, so I guess what I'm saying is like, I don't know. Sometimes it gets a little toxic for me, right? But it's always in comparison. When we talk about Asmongold, when we talk about Kaceytron, when we talk about all these people, you kind of have to compare it to like what's out there. And by like relatively speaking, what Kaceytron said, and this kind of sucks to say, it's kind of mild. It's kind of mild compared to a lot of what gets thrown around out there. Asmongold is cozying up to a self-admitted, what is this? Self-admitted Nazi Nick Fuentes. Oh yeah, no, he's a scumbag. He's a scumbag. Asmongold is a bad dude. Well, did you? Yeah, actually, here's another thing. Oh my God, chat. Let me write this down before I forget it. All right. Oh no, I've got it. It's right here. Asmongold's Somali hate. He said some fucked shit about Ilhan Omar and about Somali people in general. We need to cover that for sure. I'm glad I've at least got it added to the list. So anyway,
Moving forward, I will do better. I also want to apologize to the crew of the H3 podcast, particularly AB and Olivia. I apologize for calling them cowards for not quitting their jobs. That was a shameful attack on two people who deeply care about Palestine and Palestinian people. AB, along with his wife Lena, have done more than I have ever done for the Palestinian people.
Yeah, you're right, Girl on Friday. Greg Abbott has mistreated almost everybody in Texas, including disabled people. I just feel like there's so much to criticize somebody like Abbott about that's got nothing to do with his, But I also get why people do it, right? So, and I dealt with this on Twitch too, right? I was up against people that didn't give a fuck about doing the right thing when I was in drama and Twitch poll. So, like, people like Stardust, right? If you say that Stardust is lacking of moral scruples, she will laugh in your face. She knows that. She's open. That's who she is. Yeah, of course she is, right? So you kind of got to go a little meaner if you want to, if your goal is to, get her with a barb that's actually going to work, or anybody like this, right? So that's why people go low, is because when you're dealing with somebody that is low, like Greg Abbott, like, he doesn't care if you call him racist, transphobic. He's like based, but you call him Governor Hot Wheels, and I guess maybe there's a chance that some right winger like laughs along with you at his disability. He passed laws for no reason to get rid of wheelchair ramps. Yeah, I mean, he's an utter scumbag for sure. So I mean, like that's why people do. I vaguely understand, why people. What does he have against indigenous people of Minnesota? Good point, man with a long last name. We got to get into those dank Somali memes sometime, right? Because Somalians in the U.S., Somali America is Somal. I'm sorry, I got it drilled into my head. The Somal. If you're from Somalia, you're Somali. You're not Somalian. Somali is the right way to say it. But yeah, they've been memeing ever since Trump had a go at them, and Asmongold followed suit. There's been a lot of memes out there.
People, including raising over $100,000 in charity. I recognize that they have actually made Palestinian lives better, and my online antagonism and trolling has not. I apologize to Ethan and Hila personally. I have said extremely mean and cruel things about both of them, particularly my misogynistic attacks against Hila that never should have been said. I also want to acknowledge the pervasive problem of anti-Semitism in leftist spaces. It should concern all of us. Okay. I condemn it and will not.
I feel like we got the point. We watched this. I just wanted to watch through because I didn't see the Asmongold thing at first, but now I see it. Okay, so yeah, we watched Kaceytron's apology. I've actually got a lot of links on this particular topic, right? And I'm going to cover as much of it as I can today. I kind of want to check out Denim's response. I've been waiting for this one, right? So,
Here, welcome, Hila. How
whoa.
are you? God bless you.
Good.
The wrong one. Let's try that again. Denim's statement, and then Denim's reacts. Yeah, Ethan actually dragged this out into, I think, 3 days of content. We'll watch a little bit of Ethan. I'm sure some of you, like myself, a little burnout on the guy. He's not the funnest guy to watch, and I've I've reacted to a lot of him. You've had to see a lot of him, so we kind of want to see what other people have to say. Here is Denim's.
We have a lot to get to.
All right, there's Denim's response to the lawsuit and everything. And before we get to that, I want to see, do we have... Oh yeah, I noticed this. This is Kilo the Giant. Do people remember this content creator? I think he was pretty much instrumental in exposing, what is it called? Progressive Victory as being a dark money group. And was he editing for Sunday for President Sunday, and then maybe like had some conflict with Sunday and exposed him? I feel like I remember something about that. Maybe I'm mixing him up with somebody else though. But yeah, Kilo says exactly what I was thinking, right? In response to Willie Mac's show, saying I was right. Hasan has never helped Kaceytron and was lying by hinting that he would. He wanted to, well, if you're hinting, you're not exactly lying, right, Willie? He wanted praise from the public, but didn't want to risk a dime. Classic Hasan. I don't think he's that tight with his cash. But like I said, everybody's entitled to their opinion. Opinions are like cloacas. We all have one or two, in some cases, right? Ethan getting all the GoFundMe money. See, we don't know how much there was left though. All the GoFundMe money could literally be $150. We don't know. And in that case, had Hasan donated, it would have been, 150 plus whatever Hasan, plus 6,000 or plus 10,000 or whatever, right? It'd be more money for Ethan. So maybe it's a good, so this is what Kilo is saying. So Hasan didn't give a dime to Ethan. Sounds like a W to me too, Kilo. What does Ugopnik say? So the marketplace of ideas is now just a market where you can just financially terrorize those who disagree with you. Yeah, I didn't think about that. Apparently, Ethan is a terrorist. Cancel culture, a litigious terrorist of the litigious variety. Cancel culture made real, where the rich bankrupt us into submission and force us to make statements that we don't believe in. This is the Pisco thing I was talking about. I'm sorry. I'm trying to get to the Denim statement. I think it's in here somewhere. If not, I've got the link somewhere else, and I'll grab it from there. So anyway, Pisco, if you don't know, I've called him DGG's lawyer before. It seems like he's somewhat cutting ties. He's definitely cut ties with Destiny. He still hangs around some of the DGG ne'er-do-wells and bit of a shit-live, but I do have some faith in his legal opinions. And he's a friend of the VOD. I used to have him on all the time back in the day. When I became aware of just how toxic Destiny and his community was, I didn't really, I haven't talked to him since then. Right. But I'm just hoping he gets out of this toxic stew of Destiny supporters. And I don't know. Alleged Ethan Klein settlement with Kaceytron, this is December 2nd, further supports everything I'm saying. I don't know why he's saying alleged. I'm aware there is other litigation ongoing. This case was never about protecting and this is where I agree with Pisco, right? Never about protecting the React community from a potential lawsuit from Disney or Sony. Ethan's words, not mine. Yes, this was what Ethan claimed as a justification. This was the fig leaf that he placed over his Giardia-infected crotch in order to try to claim that he's somehow not Matt Haas. Spoiler, he is Matt Haas, right? Ethan's words, not mine. Nor was it about helping enforce a standard on the React community. Ethan's central framing, not mine. This case was never going to establish precedent, legal or cultural, on the React community other than what is already well known in American life. Those with resources are able to vindicate their property rights using the courts. And there's nothing inherently wrong with somebody protecting their IP, especially not in a strong case, which I've maintained this was. I disagree with Pisco here, right? Yeah, he thinks that Ethan's got a strong case. He's got a good chance of winning should Denims take him all the way. I think it's 50-50, right? I think there's nothing settled about this law, and, you know, it could really go either way. Anyway, but I'm not a lawyer. Pisco is. What I take issue with has been specifically focused on the pretense that the lawsuit is about something greater than that, than protecting property and punishing and humiliating the defendants for their transgressions, perceived or real, against Ethan. In this video, Ethan constructs a fake narrative about protecting the React community, presumably because, one, he is aware of the trigger-happy litigation bros, aware that trigger-happy litigation bros are not usually well-received. True. And YouTube. This is what I'm saying. This is why it had to be, chat. It had to be Kaceytron, Denims, and Frogan, right? Because anybody else would have gotten this response that Pisco's talking about right here. Big guy going after the little guy. That is how YouTube generally works. There is not, I wouldn't say there's class consciousness on YouTube, but there's a little bit of a solidarity between YouTubers, between content creators, in that we all have to deal with specious claims of copyright. And we all have to deal with the prospect that, you know, were any of us to go hard on each other as far as copyright, I almost had, you know, this kind of thing happen with Dylan Burns a long time ago, where something that he said was misrepresented to me, and where it sounded like he was going to take legal action against me. And I said, well, you know, you've got my videos, you know, you've covered my videos in a way that could also be, you know, copyright infringement. Right. And it kind of went back and forth, and nobody wants to do that, chat, because nobody wins a nuclear war. There's mutually assured destruction. Luckily, Dylan didn't sue me and I didn't sue Dylan. And that's the way that we want to keep YouTube, right? Where you're not going to get, you know, nobody's going to take this kind of, you know, lawsuit as far as they could. That there's a social contract amongst YouTubers to not do this to each other, because we all know if we start firing nukes, the whole world gets blown up, and nobody wants that, right? And Ethan didn't like to give the answer because I don't like them. I mean, this is part of it, but I also really think it's because they're women, and because they are women who have large hate followings, right? And if you have people, you know, jumping on every thread that might express sympathy towards them and saying, W. Ethan, Kaceytron is a loser, she's a degenerate stoner, Denims is stupid, Frogan is, you know, insert Islamophobic stereotype, right? You know, then it's a little harder for them to get support. Nobody wants to be in that thread getting harassed by all of the incel haters. So I think that's why he chose those three in specific. To the question of what, and I'm not saying that he's misogynistic. I do think he is. I've seen, you know, but that's not because of this, right? Like I'm not. I think he did this for strategy. With, you know, also he is also misogynistic, but I don't think he made this choice of these three people based on his own personal misogyny. I think he did it out of the perceived misogyny towards these three creators and the fact that they were less likely to get sympathy. If you sued Willie Mac Show and Asmongold and XQC, their stands would be up your ass. And they would be this narrative of the big guy going after the little guy. I mean, maybe not so much with Asmongold and XQC, but with smaller content creators would be something that they'd be harping on, right? You don't get that when you basically use the, you know, misogynistic polarization against these creators to bypass that. It's actually probably, you know, smart in a PR sense, but, you know, utterly scumbag in a moral sense. To the question of why them and not others. Okay, so Ethan didn't like to give the answer because I don't like them, to the question of why them and not others. So we have to go through this absurd song and dance about stated intentional siphoning and malice and pretending that was what was going on. Just for calling them out, or sorry, just for calling that out, the response was insane delusion and deflections. Disappointing. Bisco kind of tweets like Trump a little bit, little bit of that dog in him. I don't know, but I don't know. Maybe he's been reading too much Gavin Newsom, too much of Gavin Newsom's feed, because this is unlike the stand that Ethan took when he was sued by the bold guy Matt Haas, exactly, which was was well worth defending and did produce good precedent in the Southern District of New York. So anyway, that's Pisco. Friend of the VOD, hopefully former Destiny Orbiter, former DGGer. What am I missing here? I'm looking for Denim statement here. I've got it. All right, so let's take a look here. All right, so this is another long tweet. Apologies for people who don't like the Twitter segments. I'm sorry, but you know, she posted this on Twitter. Does anybody know, did she read this? If she read this off on stream, I should probably just read it. I should probably just watch her stream. I'm not sure that she did, though. Does anybody know? Is that part of the segment? I know it'd be more, you know, it's better content if. So she's watching the Kaceytron statement, watching Glenn Greenwald. There it is. Okay. So I guess we'll just like, yeah, this is easier if we just have Denims. Denims, you are much maligned. But you are, in fact, one of the most intelligent streamers on Twitch, despite what the incels say about you. Anyway, let's hear what she has got to say.
Read.
Ooh, quiet.
I will read my fucking essaying, holy essaying.
Oh, hey, Burple, thanks for mentioning that. So Burple says Casey was in Hasan's chat today saying some neutral, congenial things. I saw that. Actually, I don't remember. Thank you, Priceless. Yeah, I found it. We'll go back to the beginning after this. I just want to, you know, since this is the time that I would normally read out her tweet, probably better to have Denims read the tweet out. Probably better for content. But yeah, here it is. And yeah, I saw that on a Hasan Industrial Complex video. If anybody's got either the clip of that, like on Twitter, or a video from the industrial complex that contains, you know, that it's just a little, you know, Hasan sees Casey and Casey says something in the chat. Hasan's like, "Oh, hey, Kaceytron, nice to see you," and it's just, yeah, it's friendly, congenial. Hasan's, you know, anyway, we'll get to Hasan's reaction. He's not sweating what Casey said about him, and it doesn't sound like, you know, she is like, I don't know, being unfriendly or has like legitimately switched sides. Now, look, whether or not she switched sides, she's said that she's going to testify on the client's behalf. So, you know, in terms of the legality of this, she will be in the court an enemy of Denim's, Frogan and company. However, I don't think that's where her heart is. So anyway, let's listen to what Denims has to say here, and then we'll check out the Hasan reaction and maybe a little bit of the Ethan if you're good, if you want to. We're at 56 right now out of 100. That is more than half of the way towards getting some bonus content, right? Right now, let me check and see what is winning. What do we have to look forward to if we do get to 100 by the end of the stream? It looks like Ethan crashes out in Taylor's DMs. So make sure to vote if you haven't already. It looks like 74 of you have so far. And when you donate, if you already have donated, feel free to let me know in chat where you want your donation to go towards, and I will turn it into a percentage and add it to the topic of your choice, making it more likely for the content that you want to see to come out here. We have Pierce versus Fuentes. That's just a preview. We'll watch a few clips of that. We got the worst college essay ever written by an Oklahoma. Was she a graduate student or an undergrad? I forget, but it's a terrible essay nonetheless, and she's looks like get an A for it because it was transphobic. Anyway, and then we got Ethan crashes out in Taylor Lorenz's DMs. That's what's winning right now. And then second place, we have Lonerbox doesn't know history. So we'll see if we get to 100, and if so, what's ahead at that moment. All right, Denims, take it away.
And yeah, I've already shared a lot of the opinions that I have, but this is the more structured format of it. So this apology, which I can only assume was somehow forced to extract a settlement, was painful to listen to. It's absurd and ironic that Ethan accuses Hasan of being a puppeteer while LARPing as a comic book villain in this way. While it is unfortunate that Ethan appears to have been able to exert control over her in this way, I'm happy that Kaceytron was given the opportunity to minimize the harm to her family and avoid the risk of losing her home and move on from Ethan's lawsuit. And I want to say also on that, I know she's made a lot of videos talking about how she genuinely was really concerned about, a foreclosure on her home. And she's talked a lot about how she is the sole provider, or like I think either the primary or one of the primary providers for her family members. And a lot of her family members either deal with abuse or deal with disabilities. And
right, so this was probably I think a good move by Casey, right? Maybe a week prior to the settlement or the hostage video and all that, and the settlement, Kaceytron made a video talking about her financial difficulties, doubting whether she could keep up the fight, legally, stating that she'd already offered Ethan a settlement which had been rejected, right? And like some people were like, that seems like not a good idea. That's not a smart thing. You don't telegraph weakness, especially if you're going to settle, right? You want to get the best deal you can. So you want to telegraph strength and be like, oh, I got plenty of money, I can go on forever, right? So why is Kaceytron doing that? Well, I think we might have seen the answer now. Kaceytron let us know before she was bound by the stipulations of the settlement where her head is really at, and it is not in support of Ethan and Ted Entertainment, all right? And she was able, so I think this is a way in which Kaceytron pretty smartly conveyed her true feelings, even though she knew very likely that she was going to have to read a statement like this as a result of that was the only, that's really what Ethan's interested in. He's got enough money, he's got enough watches, he's not gonna, he's not really, he might get some satisfaction from taking money from her, from taking money from people who donated to her, but he's more interested in winning the optics, right? So she kind of knew, she probably had a strong suspicion that she would be made to read out a statement like this. So by making a statement previously, we can kind of refer back to it as what she really means.
She has had to step up to the plate to take care of them. And that this was something that was very serious for her, and she could not risk losing her home. Because it's not just Kaceytron becoming homeless, it's Kaceytron and her mom and her dad and her sister potentially dealing with homelessness. And it's really hard. Again, unfortunately, leftists are all afflicted with empathy. It's very hard for me to...
Unfortunately.
Be upset with Casey for settling, because it is not, I can't imagine that that's an easy decision to make, to settle with someone who I would presume she disagrees with on so many things because she doesn't want to risk her family becoming homeless. And that is a hard decision to make, and that is a brutal decision to make. And I can only imagine what that burden was like for her. And I'm happy that she isn't, as far as I understand, having to deal with that anymore, that that's not a big concern for her anymore. Because between an apology video and my entire family becoming homeless, as in Casey's case, it would be really hard to justify my family members becoming homeless because I don't want to apologize. Even if the apology is bullshit, even if she doesn't believe a word of what she's saying, even if that's true, you know, blaming her feels like blaming, I think this analogy will hit. We'll see if it hits after I say it. Blaming her feels like the equivalent of blaming voters for not voting Kamala Harris. It's like, no, the blame.
I mean, I agree that the blame goes on the campaign for not winning those voters over, and that, you know, you're never going to shame anybody into voting for the lesser of evils, and it's hard for us to understand, right? It might be easy for me or you to suck it up and you know, make that vote for Kamala Harris because we know that the alternative is Donald Trump, but you know, I didn't have my family killed in Gaza, right? That might feel a little different to be, you know, berated to vote for it. Yeah, I think I get what Denims is saying here.
The blame should rest with Kamala Harris and the DNC for running such a
So the blame should rest with Ethan. I got it. I agree.
fucking shit campaign. In the same vein, you shouldn't be blaming, your ire shouldn't be directed towards Kaceytron, who's trying to protect her family. The ire should be with the millionaire who's using their wealth to torment people that they don't like. And he'll claim, and he has claimed, that it's for these other reasons, but I think we all know the reason why he's suing the people he's suing. It's not, I don't think it's a coincidence that all the people that he's suing are not millionaires like he is. And I don't think it's a coincidence that the people he's suing don't agree with him. And if anything, you know, I am happy that Kaceytron's hostage video was so hostage-like, because I think nobody believes anything that's in that video. Nobody believes that.
Choki says H3's got women fans who really love them. I don't understand. You know, they had more prior to the fallout. Like, Girly Pop Nation has been decimated. That being said, you know, yeah, Ethan still no doubt has female fans, but if you want to understand what's going on with them, understand the priming that they've undergone. Ethan has succeeded in framing every bit of disagreement with him or every bit of support with Hasan as essentially you're in the lead, you're in cahoots with the CPS people, right? They want to take Ethan's kids away, and we watch Ethan every day on the stream, and he seems like a good dad, and that's really mean to take kids away from a good dad. Like, oh, Denims, how could you do that? Well, she didn't say call CPS, right? All she did was react to a fucked up segment where he, you know, if we're like, the best interpretation of that segment is that he's joking around about his kids getting infected with Giardia, right? But in making that joke, he presents a situation which, if you take him seriously, it sounds kind of dangerous. But yeah, all Denims did was watch that and be like, that's fucked up. Denims never said call CPS. Same thing with the skulls thing, right? That's how it works, right? You're not thinking of like Denims as a person. You're thinking of Denims as a person that's okay with Ethan getting his kids taken away. You're thinking of Denims as a person who like giggles at the idea that somebody might have made death threats, very palpable death threats, by sending skulls to Ethan Klein. And you know, if you're in that community and you've been watching that content, that's what you believe. So that probably gives you some insight into the psychology behind Ethan, H3, a female fan of H3, to the extent that they still exist.
Any of that is what Casey actually feels. So I wanted to say that, because I just like, I feel for Casey, and I think a lot of other people feel for Casey.
Seeing them defending H3 in other comment sections, you got to understand that H3 engagement, it's a pretty good bet that it's botted. It's a pretty good bet that the number of people defending Ethan in a comment section isn't representative of the number of people that are, you know, H3 fans, right? That doesn't mean that everybody in there is a bot. That doesn't mean that you might not have seen a comment by, hey, I'm a woman, I support H3, I don't think Ethan is a misogynist, right? I'm sure that person exists, but yeah, again, the psychology there is one of associating Denims with the worst things that Ethan has claimed has happened to him. So also, has anybody heard of, I think this stuff is called konjac? This is like a new kind of boba for me. Maybe it's like, maybe you can get this in the US too, but it's this plant called I think it's pronounced konjac, and it's this thing called like they use the starch of it to make gel. It's like gelatin, right? It's like boba, and it's fucking delicious. But this is my first time experiencing this. I don't know if this was like always available in bubble tea shops and I just never got it, or if it's something that's like more available in Asian countries than in the US.
Okay.
Yeah, Ghost says 100% botted. Anytime Ethan's name is on a video, the comment section gets loaded with comments that are upvoted more than the norm. And yeah, they get up. The way you kind of tell bot behavior is that the comments go, a ton of comments go on like the second it gets uploaded, and then they just get massively upvoted in a way where you're like, are there even this many people watching the video yet? Like that's a lot of upvotes, you know. That's kind of how you tell when you know, something is bot behavior. I have struggled with wealthy people who use bots for various things for a lot of my career. It is very frustrating. Not exactly what people are dealing with the H3 bots, you know, in terms of them just brigading comment sections. It was something a little bit more nefarious than that. But yeah, it just pisses me off. And just to imagine, like, how much does that shit cost? Right? How much are people spending? Like if somebody wants to, I don't know, like it's been, and I'm not the only Twitch streamer that's dealt with this either, right?
Sorry, I'm reading chat. Okay, next portion. We have a lot to get to. So I'm trying to pace myself here. I want to make several things clear. My trial date is...
And why is it they never get busted? Because you would think that at least once, like, somebody would just get, like, exposed.
October 26th, 2026. I look forward to beating Ethan in court. While Casey and likely Frogan have caved to Ethan Klein, which is a decision I doubt they've made lightly, settling like this is not an option for me. It is not an option for me because it would set a precedent that endangers the financial security of any streamer that creates reaction content. If you create content that involves commenting on videos on Twitch or enjoy consuming reaction content, you should be on my side. If you don't believe me, please read ahead and let me convince you.
All of YouTube.
And let me say,
all of YouTube should be on Denims' side on this. Even if you hate her guts, right? Even if you think she's like a whatever femoid, not smart, whatever kind of slander you want to throw at her, right? Even if you think that Denims is the worst person in the world, right? You should be on her side for this, all right? This is something that we need to come together with some solidarity because yes, Ethan Klein, you know what stops the lawsuits is if everybody turns on him for this. If everybody starts calling out the obvious that Ethan Klein, when I look at his face, I see Matt Haas. I see the bold guy. He's become what he hated. He's a disgusting hypocrite. And he's fucking up, more than just a genre, right? Like genres are like politics, sports, everything that might have a reaction. If you like drama, if you're a drama slot fan, he's fucking up, he's potentially making the kind of content that you like impossible to make. Fuck Ethan Klein, right? And it sucks that he's been able to use negative polarization so effectively and weaponize misogyny to this degree that people, that a lot of people just seem to not care, right? We should all care, even if you don't care about Denims, Frogan, or Kaceytron, even if you hate them all. Right? This is going to come for you too. Or it's going to come for your favorite content creator.
Couple things here. Unfortunately, mama ain't raised no bitch. All right? And unfortunately, I don't care if I'm 0-20. I don't hit that surrender button. We go to the bitter end. All right? We fight to the bitter end. Because it's always winnable. And in my case, very winnable. In this case, very winnable. But I am, as everyone in here knows, very annoying. Very annoying. That was actually the most...
That's what they say about you.
Rage-inducing experience in playing Marvel Rivals. The number of times people just put up the surrender. It's like, the game's only been going for 5 minutes, bro. No one's build is scaling, bro. There's no items in this game. The game is winnable. Just aim, dude. Just fucking aim and get on the point, bitch. They are not at an advantage. They are as good as they were when we started the game. Open your fucking eyes. My Valorant experience, at least with Valorant, it's like if you're down in economy over and over and over again every round, you are technically at a disadvantage, right? With League, you are at a disadvantage. You have less items. In Marvel Rivals... Why are you surrendering? Because we lost 1 point? Are you fucking kidding me? Grow up. There's no items. There's no money. Grow up. Just aim, bitch. Like, it makes me so mad. Okay? It makes me so mad. Stop it. Stop it. Real gamers play from behind. Exactly. Fucking exactly. Just start winning, forehead. Exactly. Just start fucking winning. Like, literally, just play better. It's so rage-inducing when it happens in Rivals. And that is also, unfortunately for Ethan, the mindset that I have close to almost everywhere else. Just win, forehead. Just win the lawsuit, forehead. Easy. No competitive drive. Exactly. So...
Joshua Hiller, what? They're coming for legal mindset? Not only that, Joshua, they're coming for Destiny.
Yes, all of this is, or the trial date is public information. There should be public filings about it. The trial date is the 26th of October next year. So I am looking forward to it. I wish I could share more, and more details, but I can't. It sucks. This is the worst part. As a yapper, it's so annoying. This is the only thing that really sucks about lawsuits. It's so annoying because there's so much that I want to talk about. It's like, no, just wait a little bit. Just wait a little bit.
Yo, Denims, you being a yapper, that might be your saving grace. That's what makes your case the strongest. If you don't know, chat, Denims yapped for over twice the time that she reacted to the video. So if you want to say that she didn't do transformative content, you got to kind of justify the fact that her video is over twice as long as Ethan's, right? She added more content in a reaction, which generally, chat, what people want me to do is just like pause it, say a couple of sentences, and then unpause it, right? Denims yapped for enough time that she created a whole nother content nuke and then some as far as the runtime.
So annoying. But yes, you know, obviously discovery, depositions, summary judgment, whatever. We're just going through the motions here. But yeah, October 26th. Is it trial by combat? No, the judge would immediately be like, dude, she's gonna win. This isn't gonna work. This isn't gonna work. No. This is too unfair of a fight. Obviously, that's why it can't be. No, yeah. Trial date 26th. I have no intention of not fighting. I have a very strong case. I think I have a very strong case. And I'm very excited. So, yeah, things to look forward to. Things to look forward to. Save the date. Save the date. Now, what was I fully believe Denims could wield a sword effectively. I really appreciate that you said that. That makes me really happy. Thank you. Thank you.
What do you think, chat? Denims versus that Palantir guy, who wins? Sword fight. Remember the Palantir guy that brought his sword to work to try to show off his excellent stabbing skills? What's this dude's name again? It's not Peter Thiel, but it's this. I think it's like the current CEO of Palantir. God, these Palantir ghouls, they pop up and they say that, like, they say the kind of shit that, like, if I wanted another French style revolution to start and just like people to like tear the Epstein class limb from limb, you know, that would be the kind of shit I'd want to see them saying. Like, they're saying shit that's gonna like shit that's gonna potentially be on their tombstones.
Ethan would just throw AB at you and run. No, be more realistic, okay? AB would throw himself in front of Ethan to protect him, okay? No, Ethan, careful. The fucking air.
I'm sorry, Django Unchained? Is that the scene that we're conjuring?
I was gonna get you. I'll protect you. But yeah, that is the trial date. That is set. I don't anticipate anything changing that. I don't think anything should be changing that. And also, I'm pretty sure that's like I know it's like a year away, so it feels really long. Like 11 months. But this is supposed to be pretty fast for a federal court. That's my basic understanding. Federal court is usually really slow, so it's kind of dope that it's actually next year. So yeah, things to look forward to. Things that are very exciting. Exciting stuff. Damn, a judge is going to have to...
Sorry, Chad, I just got the spicy washing over me. Like, right? Like, pet mock mock. It's a very spicy salad.
Read that bullshit. I do feel for the poor judge that has to read some of these filings, dude. Oh, God. Oh my God, dude. That poor judge when he gets to the page that has a photo of Hitler so that Ethan Klein can compare al-Husseini to Hasan. Like, I just know the judge is going to see that and be like, why is this in this filing about copyright?
Yeah, I've heard Lena is actually good at fighting. Yeah, she trained pretty seriously, it sounds like, too. What is the deal too? Like AB said that she's got better cardio than he does.
Why? But whatever. Anyways. But did the judge watch the content nuke? Exactly. All right. A big part of this, also, sorry, not a big part of this. A big reason why I also wanted to make this statement that I wanted to make. I understand why people are frustrated with Kaceytron's statement because, everyone wants to see the David v. Goliath, Everyone wants to see these people.
Everyone wants to see David cook.
Being me, Casey, Frogan, fight to the bitter end. And so I think it's very disheartening to see that not happen. But I don't want people to be harsh on Casey because I can't imagine that it was an easy decision. And when it came down to it, she had the option to deal with potentially foreclosure or making an apology. I can't blame her for caring about her family and trying to put her family first. I can't blame her at all for that. And so that is to say, rally behind me, okay? I will be your warrior. I will be your chosen warrior. Okay, I will be your fighter.
Yeah, it's kind of funny because out of anybody, who benefited from Ethan's crash out, one could argue that Denham's maybe like made the most hay out of it when she was reacting to the nuke. I believe she had more concurrence than Hasan, right? And it's definitely raised her profile. Now, obviously, it's also raised her profile amongst people that are just going to hate her, and I do not envy her for that. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. This has the potential, if she sees it all the way through, to, and if she wins, I mean, yeah, she's like fighting for every YouTuber out there. She's fighting for every content creator. She really does deserve some accolades for that, right? And I don't think she knows how this is. I mean, she's being very confident but my reading of the case, Pisco says 100% Ethan's going to win. I don't agree with that. I don't see where Pisco gets that analysis, especially given that the only case law regarding this matter literally is from the bold guy. It's from Ethan versus Matt Haas. And it's not strong. In other words, it's not definitive, right? There's every chance that this could go the other way. I say that Denham's, like, from my vantage point, I think she has a 50-50 shot. I think it really depends on the judge. But yeah, she's really putting it on the line here. I mean, if she loses the case, oh my God, what is Ethan even asking for? I think it's some ridiculous amount, because it's not just that he's gonna like try to say that all the, I don't know, what was it like, chat? Was it like 50,000 people watching Denham's concurrently? It's not just gonna be that, like, she's not just gonna claim I lost like 50,000 views or 100,000 views or something like that, right? It's gonna be there's gonna be a punitive judgment on top of that for the fact that it's registered at the Library of Congress. So she really is kind of, putting it on the line here. She's risking a lot.
I don't need to tell you guys not to be mean to Casey. You guys already know that. But if you're looking for a fighter, I will be your fighter. I will hold the line. Foreclosure or reading a shitty apology that the other person wrote, easy choice, even if it's a very bitter pill. Yeah. And again, there's a reason everybody thinks that he wrote it. There's a reason Asmongold thinks that he wrote it. It's because
even Asmongold. Even Asmongold.
It's such an insane statement. But and I saw a couple people asking or talking about me mentioning Frogan. I'm going based off of the same public information that everybody else has. I've tried to make it not a rule, but I've tried to not talk about the case too directly with Kaceytron or Frogan, because it's all confidential and I don't want to risk them sharing anything that's confidential, and I want them to win their cases or to have the best chance that they have. So I haven't spoken about the details of the case because I don't have the right, because again, it's confidential. But there was a period of time after Rogan was served, and she didn't respond, and like it was like the deadline was coming up to respond, because you have to respond once you are served. And Ethan was like on his show, talking and bragging about how he can file for like a default judgment against her. And a default judgment is basically like, you didn't do anything, so the other person wins. She did finally file for an extension, and her lawyer talked to Ethan, as shared by Ethan, about filing an extension. But she still hasn't responded, and the date has passed. Last update from Frogan's case was from August 5th. But so yeah, so for him to have been like bragging about how he can file for default judgment, and now he's had the opportunity to file for default judgment for a while because she hasn't responded. I can only imagine that like there have to be talks about settling, because otherwise she would have a public response, because there are deadlines on these things, right?
This is something I was wondering about. Like Denims mentions in the statement, in the tweet, that she thinks that Frogan will also settle. I was wondering what that was based on. I was assuming maybe they'd talked, but it sounds like they haven't. She hasn't heard from Frogan about this, but just based on the fact that the due date for responding, right? So Ethan served or tried to serve Frogan with papers. The person that was doing the serving never got a hold of Frogan, but they said that they went to her house and they got, they thought that they met her roommate or something, and told the roommate about it. And obviously Frogan, has talked about it on stream. So, if Ethan wanted to, like Denim said, ask for a summary judgment, he could probably get it. He hasn't asked, she got the extension and that day passed too, right, without a response. So that makes it seem like, and I agree with her here, that very likely Frogan's lawyers and Ethan's lawyers are in talks to settle.
Right. It doesn't make sense that he would be super excited to file for default judgment, and then when she files her extension but still doesn't, when she misses the deadline for it, he doesn't talk about it at all. That's weird. That doesn't fit. Doesn't make any sense. Right.
BVOD, no one with legal training should ever say something will 100% go in one way or the other. Even strict liability laws can have caveats. Or if you're talking about Pisco, I think maybe I exaggerated if I said he was 100%. I just mean he thinks it very likely will go Ethan's way. And I see why he's saying that, just given the disparity in terms of the resources, financial resources that each side has. But remember, we're taking out Kaceytron. From what it seems like, we're probably taking out Frogan too. That means that the only lawsuit left is going to be Denim's. Well, I mean, I guess there's the Snark lawsuit is kind of tied into this too. But we might have, that might get thrown out. We'll see. We'll see. Or at the very least, the attempt to de-anonymize the mods may be quashed in the near future. Frogan was probably advised by family members and Hasan and her lawyer not to respond to Ethan. Well, I mean, she hasn't. So when I say a response, I mean, like, somebody serves you with papers saying, you have violated my copyright and, I intend to press charges. And then you're supposed to respond with, what is your defense, or, right. And that's what hasn't come back from Frogan, right? So, what Denims has concluded from that is that it's, because I mean, like, from what we know from before, like if Frogan just disappeared, if Frogan just ghosted Ethan or just didn't respond, right, he could ask for a summary judgment. He hasn't done that yet, which makes Denims and myself think that, very likely they're in talks. There's a reason that that Ethan hasn't pressed forward with the summary judgment.
So, and I what I will say also is Frogan really hasn't talked about it publicly at all. Hasn't talked about this case at all.
The are gone, people.
Agent, thank you so much for the 50 gift subs. Thank you. Thank you so much. Everybody say thank you, or else I'll be sad if you got gifted a sub. Everyone say thank you. Thank you for the 50, and that means a lot. But yeah, I also know that she hasn't really made any public statements at all and hasn't really talked about it at all. So all I know is that I'm fighting, and I'm very excited, and I'm very excited for the opportunity to beat him in court. And obviously Casey's already settled, and I can only assume that
I didn't think about this before, but just going from a purely like, just based on like, appearance and how sort of, I don't know how to say this without like Denims is kind of put together in a way that is this sucks that the legal system works like this, right? But they tell you to put on, your best clothes and make yourself as presentable as possible for a reason. It very likely does, at least subconsciously, influence the judge and jury, and looking put together like Denims does and like Ethan does not, might sort of tilt the odds in your favor. So yeah, as far as having the best chance for that, and yeah, the bias against Frogan as hijabi, I mean, we don't know, what the judge is like, but you're right, there's a lot of Islamophobia in the United States right now. So yeah, that might be the reason. But also, I mean, it sounds like Denims has the most resources to be able to effectively respond with her legal team. So yeah, that's probably plays some part in it too. And I really do think there's some chance that Hasan, that maybe there are talks behind the scenes where, it's been decided that Hasan is going to wait to throw in his support maybe until there's just one defendant left, right? Makes sense that, his money's going to do the most good in that situation. And that way, if Ethan tries to like bury her in paperwork or, whatever, she's going to be able to meet that challenge.
Frogan is probably going to, because again, she's missed the deadline. And for the guy who was bragging about, filing for default judgment the last time that she had missed a deadline, it seems weird that he's just like, oh, well, I know I was bragging about doing this before, but now I'm not going to do it. But again, I also it's very hard for me to not empathize with people being sued and for like bullshit, right? Like what feels like bullshit. I watched and reacted to Ethan's highly anticipated content nuke shortly after it aired. Make no mistake, my coverage more than doubled Ethan's video in length. Ethan's video spanned roughly 104 minutes, and I spent 230 minutes reacting to, critiquing, and commenting on his video and the content in it, during which I paused 210 times. That means I added 120% of the runtime, of the runtime and commentary, on average pausing every 30 seconds to add 36 seconds of commentary. This commentary length is substantially more than Asmongold, XQC, or any of the other streamers and YouTubers that watch the content nuke in full. I have to say the funniest thing I've seen on the internet, the coping is so fun. It's so good. It's just, mwah. I really do love the people that are like, you fool! You've shown everyone your arguments, your legal arguments. It's like, that my video is long? Were they not planning a response on the fact that my video is long? That would be really bizarre. That would be really bizarre. Okay. Sure. Do you mean
What's up, Jersey Texan? Good to see you.
the really easy, like, if you're
Chat, I realized that I've been gone for a while, and again, apologies for that. I was sick as fuck, and I've only now recovered, but I do want to spend some time. I mean, maybe we'll do like a gaming stream or a like a members only stream or something like that, I do want to have time to just like talk to chat. I realize I haven't done as much talking to chat as I normally do, and I know there's a lot of people out there that were worried, and a lot of people out there that sent me support. I massively appreciate that. But yeah, I just want to this is I started so late, so we got to go kind of fast, and even pausing it this much is but yeah, I do want to try to I'll try to make up for lost time whenever I can.
You're not expecting that. I don't even know what there is to, huh? Okay, whatever you say. I see this is key to your case that your commentary added value. It's like, what did you think I was going to say? I'm the bestest? Did you think my legal argument was going to be, I am the bestest? And that's why Ethan is wrong. Like, what? It's not like a secret. I don't. Okay, sure. Whatever you say, man. Okay, whatever you say. Cool. All right. Now, continuing. As we know, Ethan decided not to sue Asmongold, XQC, or anyone other than the three of us. Quote, but he wouldn't sue them. They didn't intentionally try to deprive him of revenue. And you said yourself that you did, end quote. This notion is frivolous and a fabrication. Ethan claims that he's pursuing this claim against me only because of some claimed malicious intent on my part. There are two statements that Ethan falsely claims demonstrate my intent, along with his conspiracy theory about collusion with Reddit moderators, none of whom I have ever communicated with. The first statement is a response to a chat message. I read it out. Quote, we're relying on you to stay live so we don't have to give the nuke views. And then I replied, yeah, I'm going to stream. Since he's confirmed it's coming out today, I'm going to stream it. I hope that this is self-evident, but it would be bizarre for me to take that opportunity to bring attention to this group of people and how they should actually watch the video on his channel. It is in my place. I don't care. And making a big deal out of it would only encourage the zealotry.
Now, this is interesting. I had kind of taken it as, I'd taken it as true that Denims had said something about like, thanks for watching the video here. But from what she's saying, these are statements, I guess, that were mentioned in the court cases. She's going to go over a few of them here. And this first statement, she's reading off the chat saying, we're relying on you to stay alive so we don't have to give views to the other thing that people may not get is this isn't like when people are on stream, they're how do I explain this? Like a statement like we're relying on you to stay alive so we don't have to give the nuke views can be a little tongue in cheek. I don't think most of these people were Denims, Rogan, myself, Hasan, we're everybody watching, reacting to the video not to do so. I don't think that those views would necessarily go to Ethan. That's the underlying implication in his case, though, that that her actions caused him monetary loss, right? And that's the first thing that, if the judgment goes his way, he'll be able to recoup. He'll be able to state, how many views he thinks he lost to Denims and quantify, how much money that is. And then the second part, of course, is the punitive, right? But again, some of these statements. Anyway, this is a statement from chat. Is it a snark mod? I don't know. Maybe she doesn't say so, but yeah, her response is pretty neutral. It's like, yeah, no, I will be streaming this. Yeah. She doesn't say, yeah, fucking stick it to Ethan. Let's take his views, guys. Does this remind anybody of TYT accusing Sam Cedar and the Majority Report of stealing his audience? Like, it's just as specious. People watch, Denims versus Ethan based on whether they agree with Ethan or agree with Denims. It's not, she's not taking H3 viewers away, right? She's not taking like Willie Mack's audience, assuming they would watch Ethan's videos. She's not taking them away, right? She's not, if anybody has a case to say that she took views away from them, it's probably Hasan, right? She reacted to this content nuke immediately. Hasan refused to do so. I think he was in Japan at the time. And so as a result, Denims had more viewers, more concurrents than Hasan. I don't think I've ever seen that happen before. There's very few political streamers, other than Asmongold, but certainly none on the left that you're going to see at a higher level of concurrence than Hasan's. There's very few times that would happen. And this time it did happen. It happened that some of Hasan's audience was more interested in watching, the content nuke along with somebody that agrees with them, not, watching it on Ethan's, but watching it along with commentary. They would have probably watched Hasan had he streamed it, but since he wasn't streaming it, they made the choice to leave Hasan's chat and go into Denim's chat, right? If anybody's got a claim, that they lost money because of Denim's reacting to Ethan's video, it would be Hasan.
That Ethan is upset about. I merely acknowledged that I was going to react to it and moved on. Drawing a broader narrative based on a chat message I didn't write is delusional. Speaks for itself. Okay, continuing.
Watching it raw was terrible. Damn. I mean, that's like raw dogging. I'm sorry, Chad. I've got this in my head, like the way that people use like raw dogging to mean like if you go on a flight and you don't watch videos you've got downloaded to your phone, or listen to music that you know what I mean, that's called like raw dogging the flight. You're just there in the plane, like I don't know, raw dogging reality, like when you're not on a substance, I guess. But now it's a weird phrase, and it's stuck in my mind for whatever reason. But yeah, nobody wants to raw dog Ethan Klein.
Sorry, I was reading a chat message. The second statement.
Oh, I shouldn't have said it that way. I went too far. I'm sorry.
Is a throwaway shill comment I said after the video before signing off. Quote, well, guys, if you enjoyed not giving any views to that terrible video, follow, subscribe, throw a prime if you like my content. As an aside, this statement is...
Wow, Rave is saying Denim's got botted twice during this react. Huge spikes. Okay, so yeah, huge spikes are either, you just got somebody linked your video in a large Discord or something like that. I've had that happen before when I talked about certain Discord entrepreneurs. certain Genghis Khan figures. I've seen my views spike suddenly. But yeah, bot behavior can do it too. You're right, Rave. Rumor that it was done purposely for that reason. So what Rave is saying is that somebody might have botted Denim's stream for the purpose. Wait a minute. At this time, there was no indication there would be a lawsuit, right? If the only person that would have known that it would be advantageous to bot Denim's stream at that moment would have to be someone that knew that Ethan was going to sue. Who would know that? Dan Saltman would know that. Who's been accused of botting? Dan Saltman. Who's got a whole bunch of disposable income? Dan Saltman. I mean, look, I'm not saying Dan Saltman botted Denims, okay? I would not make that claim, especially considering, how litigious Dan probably is. But I'm going to say there's circumstantial evidence, pointing to that as a possibility. So I think it's a possibility we should consider, right? God, I wonder, there's no definitive way to know, is there, right? Like, that's the thing that's so frustrating about bots, is you'd think that, I was always frustrated. I was like, God, Twitch, I'm getting fucking, hit with like harassment bots and hate raids and stuff like that back in the day. I feel like Twitch should be able to look at a viewer and know that they're not legit. And I was just like, Twitch, why don't you fucking do something about this, right? Or at that time, we didn't even have good tools to kind of, moderate that and control it. You just had to sit there and eat it. And everybody, and it was a miserable experience in chat, and that was on purpose, right? Because the goal was to make your stream unwatchable, make your chat You know what I mean? Make it an unpleasant experience to be in chat. But yeah, if there's no way to tell, then yeah, I guess that could. It just seems like a big, possibility that gets left open as far as if the raw numbers are going to be considered as far as what Ethan has lost, right? In terms of the monetary amount that Ethan has lost, given the fact that that shit can be bought and manipulated, it just doesn't seem right. Think she did a video on it because she noticed it before she was notified of the lawsuit. Wait, she noticed? Oh, noticed the view botting. I see. Or we don't know that it's view botting, but large spikes in viewership that Rave is saying could be view botting.
Is factual almost certainly. If someone watched my coverage, they had no interest in watching Ethan's video without the addition of critical commentary and never would have. Regardless, this statement doesn't change my intent. Categorize my intent. At most, you can say this is a mean-spirited comment in poor taste. Making a joke like this is too far in Ethan.
Wait, what is the second one? If you enjoyed not giving any views to... Okay, so there she does... It's a little bit of a call to action for people to remember that if you have Amazon, which is true in my chat as well, if you have Amazon Prime, no judgment, right? You can use that sucker to get yourself a free sub to give to the streamer of your choice. And if you give it to, Denims, you'll get all of Denims's emotes and the ability to rewind Denims's stream. And same thing with me, right? That's what she's doing, a little call to action there, but it's not like, yeah, I get what she's saying. It's not super serious. Mean-spirited jab. And not even all that mean-spirited.
And deserves more respect. We can agree to disagree.
Chat, I'm looking out my window right now, and it looks fucking apocalyptic. It is... Well, it's about 5, I guess. I guess it's not super weird for it to be. It's dark, all right? First of all. And I mean, even though we're getting close to the solstice and I am in the northern hemisphere, like, I don't know, it doesn't usually get dark. I think that I think it's the haze in the sky from the sugarcane crops being burned, right? I talked about this earlier. This is the season when the rainy season stops and the ground dries up. Farmers like to burn their crops in order to remineralize the soil. And, because it's easier to do when this is about as dry as it gets. And so for that reason, Thailand and really all of Southeast Asia becomes one of the most polluted areas on the globe for a few months. Thailand is dork-sided? Yeah, it's getting dork-soided. We're getting dork-soid. The dork soy cats. It's like a werewolf zombie-like apocalypse. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if there was... I don't know if we get werewolves or zombies. I would imagine that there's different cryptids that exist in Thailand. Thailand's got like an amazing... it's like a strange cultural melting pot here, right? Massively influenced, obviously, by Buddhist culture, but also there's pre-Buddhist religions that still some aspects of those are visible in Thailand. Massively influenced by Indian culture, like a lot of Thai people's names are come from Sanskrit or come from Pali. Khmer culture, the Khmer Empire was huge at a time. That's influenced it too. So I'm guessing there's probably some really wild cryptids out here. You know what I mean? Just based on the influence of so many different cultures. Australia in the summer is all sepia tone from the is it from the forest fires? Is Jesus 2 Electric Boogaloo out there? I don't know. Maybe not Jesus, though. It could be, I don't know, some bodhisattva for all I know. But again, I'm not there's a lot about the culture here and the type of Buddhism that exists in Thailand that I just am still ignorant about. Still trying to learn. You have to great take on Eldritch history there. Yeah, it's just spooky.
Okay, continuing. Stop. Stop writing certain chat messages. Stop. Stop, okay? X and Asmongold only added a couple extra minutes on the upload, so it's clear he's going after you because you were critical and they weren't. That defeats his entire point. I mean, again, his comment is that you said this sentence, but that's not like a legally...
Chat, even if Asmon had burned him good, all right, I don't think he'd go after Asmon. That's self-harm, right? He's targeting the same audience as Asmon, and he's and Asmon's audience, if they locked on to Ethan Klein, they would eat him alive. Yeah, I think he knows better than to start shit with Asmon.
Binding argument, as far as I know. Fair use is fair use.
I miss color, says Ghost ATW, up in the Great Lakes territory. I grew up around there, actually. Yeah, the lake effect snow, the lake effect rain, the constant cloud cover. It's like if you live in a certain proximity to the Great Lakes, a big portion of at least the, winter and fall, if not the spring and some of the summer is just like constant cloud cover. And it is depressing. Because I've lived in, the Midwest, but I've also lived in the Pacific Northwest. And as much as the Pacific Northwest is notorious for having, depression-inducing cloud cover and intermittent rain, I somehow think that the Midwest is worse. Somehow the Midwest is more depressing. It's colder too.
And what I did is fair use. I firmly believe and I firmly stand by that my react content to the content nuke was fair use. Continuing. I humbly request that we take this opportunity to question Ethan's framing of events and call a spade a spade. Ethan is bullying people who said things about him that he did not like. And he can only do that because he has more money than them. In doing so, at least in his lawsuit against me, he has set a disastrous precedent for our corner of the internet. And my only hope is that others in the community with resources like Ethan's do not follow in his small footsteps.
Yo.
Again, the number of people that are like, settling is not a legal precedent. It's like, people use the word precedent to describe things that aren't legal, right? If I meant legal precedent, I would have said legal precedent. The precedent that anyone can just...
There's also a chance of it setting a negative legal precedent, right? Even if it doesn't go to an appeals court, Pisco has said as much.
Go after random smaller creators because they have more money than them, and no one will bat an eye, and no one will be like, whoa, 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 whoa. Watch it, dude. Watch it. Wait, we like React. We like React content. Stop. All right. Continuing. Please donate to my legal fund. Every penny has gone exclusively to court costs and fees and will go nowhere else. As stated earlier, my trial date is 10/26/26, and I look forward to beating Ethan in court, ideally with your assistance. Thank you for your attention to this matter. So yeah, a precedent as in standard. Yeah.
Danos is definitely top 5.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Ivy Granite, for the 10 gift subs. Thanks. Thank you.
Danos is definitely top 5.
Socialism or barbarism. Thank you for the 10 gift subs. Thank you. Thank you, guys. I really appreciate it. I do. Yeah, all I can say is that all of the money that is in the GoFundMe has gone exclusively to court fees, lawyer fees, all the things relating to this case, and all of it will.
All right, so like I said, it's getting to be 5 o'clock where I am. I got to kind of hurry up. What did I say we'd watch next? Is Hasan reacting to Casey, and then maybe a little bit of the Ethan content. We'll see if we can find something. I mean, look, Ethan is... It's such a weird thing. Like, in terms of ridiculous cringe, Ethan Klein is a bit of a gold mine. But we've been in that mind. We've been in that mind and in that mind a little too much. And it's like, it's spooky. It's haunted. It's a haunted mind, right? It's not a nice place to be. So, yeah, we'll get to that. We'll get to that. Let's see what Hasan's reaction is first. We're at 56 out of 100. Let me check and see if anything else has come in the in the interceding time. It doesn't look like it, right? So we're still stuck at 56. If we do get to 100 by the end of the stream, we'll watch some bonus content. Oh my gosh, no. Oh, I didn't do a butterfly goal. Chat, I totally forgot that was a thing. Oh my god, I'm so bad. No, it's like you take 2 weeks off of streaming. Take 2 weeks off of streaming. You like it was fun. You don't stream for 2 weeks and you don't know how to do anything. Okay, look, if there's butterfly enjoyers out there, I'll probably stream for another 2 hours here. I'll give it 2 hours. Put a butterfly in my hair. So I'm sweetening the pot, I guess. That's what I'm doing. So if we get 10 super chats in the next 2 hours, I will take this butterfly and I will put it in my hair. So you got 2 hours to make that happen. Also to make the bonus content happen. And I think that if we do one, we'll do the other pretty much, right? Or you know, but yeah, the teal super chats are, what is it? Like, I think it's like $3.50, $3 and some change or more. It's basically, if it's 100 Thai baht is I think what it's actually pegged to. Yes, chat, I did say pegged. That and that makes it teal. And if we get 10 of the teal variety or higher, I'll put the butterfly in my hair, and you'll probably also hit the bonus goal in the like as well. So yeah, I don't know. I've just got pegging in the brain for some reason, chat. I don't know what's wrong with me. All right, let's take a look. Speaking of pegging, let's see what Hasan has said about the situation. I'm sorry, did I say speaking of pegging? No, I should be speaking of docking, right? This for Hasan. Hasan's about the docking. Yong. Wait, what is this? Oh, this
if anything
is
makes
short.
them look bad, is the most forced thing I've ever seen. Exactly.
Oh, also, if anybody knows, like, there was a recent Hasan video where Kaceytron comes into the chat. If anybody knows where that's at, you can send me, type the like, what is it, the title of the video, right? And I'll search it and we'll watch that, because I know that Kaceytron came into Hasan's chat recently, and you know, it seemed pretty cordial. I didn't detect any shade thrown in either direction. I know I saw that. I guess I could just look at. No, God, it'd be too much to look through. But if anybody knows where that's at, let me know, and we'll watch that too. I mean, it's just a little moment where Hasan's like, "Oh, hey, Kaceytron, what's up?" And you know, Casey says something, and just a quick little exchange. But it does show that, you know, Kaceytron does not seem to be on Ethan's side for real, which, you know, you could probably tell by looking at the, you know, how her the expression on her face when she was reading off that hostage statement. Yeah, Burple, if you want to find the timestamp on it, you're talking about on the VOD, that could work too. 5 a.m. in the Great Plains. Why am I still awake? Wait, 5 a.m. in the US? Wait, what is? I thought it was like, oh, it's 3 a.m. Pacific time, 5 a.m. Central. That's right. Okay, that makes sense.
Chicken shop date. Chicken shop date is in England. So Ireland is not England. England is a separate country. Ireland is not England. Are you gonna you're about to fall asleep on stream like Donald Trump did in that cabinet meeting? No. I will be doing a chicken shop date eventually though. Just not anytime soon. but I will do it. I met her. She's dope. She's actually cool as we talked about it before, remember? Bro's chugging coffee right now? Yes, I am. I should have ordered 3 cappuccinos, honestly, and not 2. Manifest.
Chat, what's my coffee consumption like today? All right, let's see. 1 lime coffee with is that how it's pronounced? Konjac? Konjac bobas. 1 lime coffee with coconut nectar, and 1 big ass bag. This is how I drink coffee now, chat. I'm going to this Thai place, this kind of like local place. Yo, I just heard Tim Allen. Where did that come from, chat? Magenta Dinosaurs with the super chat. It says, wait, butterfly. Oh, butterfly. Yo, butterfly. At first I was like bread and a locust. What is going? I don't like that. I don't like that where that's going. But no, you said butterfly. But thank you for the super chat. Much appreciated. Also, thank you to everybody who's unwittingly joining Thumb Gang by hitting that like button. It helps me out a lot. It helps get out the video to more people. More people see my video come up and they got a chance to click on it. So thank you for giving them that chance just by hitting like. I appreciate that greatly. Yeah, chat. I gotta talk to somebody Thai and ask them what the purpose of this is. But I saw this on the menu. It said like paper bag of coffee, and I was like, what is that? What is a paper bag of coffee? And apparently, I other than the fact that I think there's more liquid in here than can fit in the cups. That's the only difference I can take. It's like a Thai style black coffee with ice, like like anything like a lot of I mean you can get that as a cup. But anyway, chat, you drink it like this. Let me show you. You drink it like you hold it like that, and then you sip. Isn't that wild? Anyway, I gotta talk to some Thai people and figure out what. I know there's like a purpose for this thing. I know there's a reason that it comes in look in Thailand. Not only does coffee come in a bag, but it comes in a bag, a plastic bag, in a paper bag, in another plastic bag, so you can hold it like this and sip, right? I will discover the meaning of this. Wait, yo, Joel Siverud, thank you for, wow, that's a lot of, oh my gosh, Snap it, sorry, I saw Joel typing. Snap and Crackle, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Let me read those out here. I think that's gonna get us into bonus territory. I saw you were in the scene of the crime, Joel. You were at the scene of the crime, but it was really Snap and Crackle. Snap and Crackle was the culprit. Anyway, no value to you. You just got jellyfished, right? That's some value to you. Calibrating, you just got jellyfished, right? Newbie clown, not such a newbie clown anymore since you just got jellyfished. You just got upgraded. Ash Bradford, you just got jellyfished. Attack the block, you just got jellyfished. Obi-Wan Pierogi, that's a cool name. You guys just got jellyfished. Primordial Pouch, you just got jellyfished. Our Rebellion, you just got jellyfished. Sock Jock 7434, you just got jellyfished. And Burple, you just got jellyfished. They serve it in bags. Wait, where? I will ask my cousin when I see him at Christmas. He just came back from another year in Thailand. They serve it in bags. Oh, that you can get coffee in bags in Australia too. Nice. Are we at 119? I think you're yeah, Twitch is 6. So that would be, wait, is it 120? I think it's 122, right? I believe we're at 122. So yeah, we're definitely sticking around for some bonus content today. Thank you, Snap and Crackle. And wait, what am I trying to do? I'm trying to add to the goal, make that say I think it's 122, right? 60 plus. Oh yeah, wait. Oh my gosh, brain. 116. That's what it is. I think. But yeah, that's a lot of coffee consumption, don't you think? Right? I mean, these aren't like, these aren't anything special. It's just like Americano with some like a single Americano with a lime in it. And same thing with the konjac boba. But then this one's like big. You know what I mean? Like I feel like this is like 2 coffees. So it's like that. Oh no, chat! I drank a coconut water coffee before this. That's the equivalent, I think, of 5 coffees. I think that's a lot. Did NCC survive those floods, or is this a psycho-spiritual projection from the afterlife? No, if I was in the afterlife, you'd see me, like, it'd be, Keffels would be, I'd be streaming with Keffels and Demon Mama. I'm still alive, right? I'm still viable. I added 3. Oh, yes, you did. That's correct. Oh my gosh. Magenta, you were correct. 119. That's where you got the 119. Okay. I'm the one with the, doing the funny math here. There we go. 119. Okay. And I don't know if I mentioned this earlier, but if we get to 200, what does that mean? What does that do? It means twice the bonus content. Yo, that's a hype train got started. You got 36 seconds left. If you've got a Twitch Prime burning a hole in your pocket, or you need to renew your sub, or you want to gift some subs, now's a really good time to do it, because you get a special bonus for that. We're at level 3. If you get us to level 4, then you become an engineer. Toot toot. You get on that hype train, and you get some exclusive emotes that only people that are donating in the next 15 seconds will get. I'm sorry I didn't notice the hype train sooner. I should have called that out to give people plenty of time to jump on the train, to put on the engineering hat, and to go toot toot. Wait, is that right? Is it toot toot, chat, or am I thinking of a long haul trucker? Right? Is the long haul trucker goes toot toot, but does the engineer also have the, like, does the toot toot on the train go like that too? I don't know, chat. All I know is I'm riding my train. Not gonna sing the next line. We don't need to get any more demonetized. Anyway, let's finish this Hasan video. I'm just amazed. Like, when I saw Hasan talking about the 3 cappuccinos, I had to flex on him. I had to let people know I'm drinking objectively more caffeine than Hasan Piker. Sorry, Hasan. I mean, it's a skill issue, I guess. Get good.
Testing Amelia on Fear End. Yes.
No, chat. I can't compare myself to Hasan Piker. I mean, this guy just spent, like, a week or 2 in China, right? I'm living in Southeast Asia. And even though like Thailand isn't quite the coffee culture that Vietnam is, Thailand is definitely a caffeine culture. A lot of times it's in the form of tea, sometimes in the form of matcha, but often a big ass bag, that's right, of coffee to just like sip from.
I was in China like last week, man. I was in China last week. I came to LA for like a couple days, and now I'm in Ireland. What are we talking about? Give me a...
There's a bell in addition to the whistle. Yeah, the whistle's dystopian, right? Because it's got, what is it called? The Doppler effect? Is it the Doppler effect, chat? Is the Doppler effect visual, or is it auditory? I think it's auditory too. Like, that, you know what I'm talking about? The train, it makes like a tritone, right? Which is like the one, there's intervals, like, that both in like chords and in like melodies, and like some intervals sound really sad, like a minor third, or really normal, like a minor or major 2, like a half step or a full step, or happy, like a major third, or like, kind of triumphant, like da da, like a fourth or a fifth, right? Or like, right, there's all these different but the tritone is the one that's like dun, dun. Wait, no, I'm doing it wrong. Wait, oh wait, there's a way that I memorized. You memorize songs that have the intervals in them to like be able to reproduce them. Oh my god, why am I not able to reproduce a tritone? But yeah, it sounds like a train whistle. It's a little like scary and spooky and not comfortable, basically. I'll look up the Doppler is both visual and audio. What is this that I'm thinking then? Songs that start with a tritone. What are they? Slayer, Pantera, that doesn't happen. That doesn't help. Descending tritone, Bohemian Rhapsody. Looking for an ascending tritone. Oh, come on. There's like show tunes, right? That start with Maria. Maria. I'm not doing it right. Simpsons. Yeah, something like that. Anyway, it's not a great sound, and it's like somewhat reminiscent of a train whistle. But that's why you might want to use the bell. I don't know, maybe the bell.
Break. Let me drink a little bit of coffee to straight up survive, you know? I can't do without a bunch of chirpers in here. So performative. Yes, I'm performatively drinking coffee. But yeah. Yes, I'm coming up to Belfast. Oh my God. I feel like I'm just going to keep repeating the same questions over and over again. Yes, I'm coming up to Belfast. And yes, I will have a spice bag. And yes, I will, depending on who's asking.
Now, chat, what is the spice bag exactly? Because this sounds delicious, but I don't know exactly what it is. Spice bag. God damn it. I'm analyzing like elements of Hasan's content that I don't even intend to. Spice bag. That sounds delicious. Oh my God, that looks delicious. It's like, but wait, okay. Deep fried salt and chili chips meaning fries, I'm guessing. Chili, chicken, red and green peppers. I mean, obviously I'd have to get like the vegetarian spice bag, but wait, what is this saying? Fried chicken, Szechuan pepper, 5 spice powder, Thai chili? Bird's eye chili, onions, peppers, chips, and so yeah, they do. Look, I'm seeing the pictures. They wait. How did this get started? Inspired by Chinese cuisine. There we go. There we go. Wow. I just want some some spicy, like I guess chips you would call them in other parts of the Anglosphere. We call them fries in the United States. Anyway.
I will either go to Temple Street or I won't go. Okay. I probably won't, but there's like 8 different things that are circulating in the chat from the Irish chatters who just don't answer it. Then no, I want to inform the people as well. Who's on that trip with you? It's just me and March. The Kleins made Kaceytron apologize and say stuff about you. Oh, awesome.
Oh yeah, random 3POs pointing out there's a reason that the train whistle doesn't sounds, you know, dissonant and spooky. It's so it'll stand out and you'll actually notice it and you'll get the fuck off the train tracks before the train smashes you into a million pieces.
Is she done? Is it over? Will she no longer be haunted by the H3H3 podcast? Right. I hope she said I suck. I don't give a shit. She settled and threw you under the bus.
She should have said, yeah, he did Dogtober 7th.
What do you mean? Under what bus? Something about your indifference, but whatever. We shouldn't talk about this, to be honest. No, great. She should have went harder. You think I give a shit? I want this legal bullying to end. You can say whatever the you want about me. If it's going to get Ethan Klein off your ass, go ahead. She said she had to say, you said you will help, but did not help at all and just use it to make yourself popular. That's what they demanded in the settlement.
That's what made Hasan popular, by the way.
That's so sad. But hey, yeah, no, that's right. I'm a bad person. You can say whatever the you want about how much of a douchebag I am, how much you hate me in your settlement negotiations.
Spice bag is carried by Baby Spice and carries snacks for all the Spice Girls. That's really nice of her. That's really sweet of her to carry, like, to think of their, yeah, because, you know, while they're spicing up their life and, you know, going all around the spice world, they got to make sure to to keep intaking more nutrition, right? Otherwise, they won't be spicy enough. Fire truck sirens go high and low to alert animals that they're coming. Yeah, and to get your pets to freak out.
If Ethan Klein is up your, hell yeah. You think I give a shit? What are you, crazy? Yeah, I want this insane torment to end. I'm glad that Kaceytron no longer has to deal with this nightmare. Well, since this is brought up, they made her apologize to Asmongold too. This shit's got to stop. Again, great. If you are getting your off of basically trying to bankrupt
But you're saying if I go to 350.25 on today's Hasan VOD, that's a few seconds before Casey posts? Wait, did Casey post something today? Oh, it's a few seconds before Casey posts in chat, you're saying? Wait, I thought you said the investigation was unsuccessful. It sounds like you kind of narrowed it down.
Random person online, so much so that they might become homeless. You are one of the biggest, most pathetic losers of all time, torturing small streamers to get your off like the absolute loser that you are. Congratulations, you got your legally mandated, court mandated apology, and it wasn't even to serve any sort of justice whatsoever. It was because you had a lot of money. You had a lot more money than they did, so you could bury them in a mountain of paperwork. Okay?
Yeah, but Ethan thinks that money speaks to his worth as a human being, since he's like a lot of rich people, like a lot of people who got lucky in Ethan's case on YouTube with that first mover effect. Like chat, Ayn Rand was buried with a dollar bill draped over her coffin. Now, Ayn Rand, the last few years of her life were actually assisted by Social Security. She collected Social Security, the social safety net that she hates so much. She needed it. She needed that lifeline from FDR. But the meaning of the dollar bill sign on Ayn Rand's coffin, as well as the being the large memorial structure that the workers of the world build before they are starved to death by their wealthy, absconding to Gulch and sandbagging the economy, making it impossible for humanity to describe. The point of this is that Ayn Rand believes that money, wealth is the closest thing that we have to a what is it called, like a quantification of personal worth, right? And now Ethan Klein and most liberals don't necessarily believe that, right? Obviously, somebody that was born on third base and thinks they hit a triple is wrong, and Ethan often calls Hasan a nepo baby, right? But yeah, he looks at it as I don't know, a sign of his value as a person, right? Which is pretty ironic. Does Ryan Kavanaugh look like Ethan Klein? Some would say that Ethan Klein looks like Ryan Kavanaugh, actually, and they would say that Ryan Kavanaugh looks like Harvey Weinstein. Now, I'm not saying that, but Ethan said that. And by what I believe is the transitive property of algebra, that would imply that Ethan Klein maybe looks a little bit like Harvey Weinstein. Some would say. But the funny thing about that is that, like, when you oh my God, Chad, I'm going in a rabbit hole here. I want to compare Ayn Rand's take on, wealth to Marx's, dialectical materialism. I feel I don't want to get sucked into a rabbit hole, but there is a sense in which, anyway, sorry, let's not do this. I'm sorry. I'm gonna go on one of those classic Irene sidesteps, and I gotta stop myself from just stream of consciousness streaming. To be very clear, pull up Hasan's Twitch VOD from today, go to timestamp 3:50:25, and you'll see Ben Shapiro talking. Casey comes in, just yip-yapping in a few seconds. Hasan acknowledges her. Yeah, that's what I wanted to see. No, that's exactly what I was looking for. Turns out capitalism too only works until you run out of other people's embodied labor. There we go. There we go. I hate random 3PO that the consciousness is so impoverished that would blow most people's mind if I tried to explain a concept like embodied labor and tried to, and it's really easy to see, like for instance Elon Musk, like where did his money come from? A lot of it came directly from the government, right? A lot of it is subsidies to SpaceX and to and to Tesla, et cetera, from both parties, right? From both parties. And like this is a guy that came from South Africa to the United States, got rich off of literally your tax dollars, and wants to claim that he's better than all of us and that he should be our leader, and that we need a unitary executive or a king in order to best run the human species. I don't know. It's just yeah, he's a little bit of a nepo baby. Not just because of the TYT thing and the that he had an uncle that was in media, but I mean he grew up with some degree of wealth. He was his family was wealthy for Turkey. What's the story? His dad used to be like pretty wealthy, but then they lost in 2008 they lost but is that what it? And his daddy's apartheid emerald mines. True. So yeah, some of that embodied labor probably from the victims of apartheid. Nepo babies do get a leg up on everyone though. Yeah, but I feel like there's better examples of Nepo babies than Hasan Piker.
No, you're in the right, dude. Everybody knows that's what real winners do. And the reality of the matter is, if anyone actually looks at that, if anyone actually looks at any of those statements whatsoever and turns around and says, wow, this is, justice has been served here, they're already a loser too. The funniest part about this is the idea that like Hasan used this to promote himself and and maintain popularity. Yeah, it was a real popular thing, especially amongst the biggest losers on the internet. Are you worried he will ever try to sue you? No. Why the would I be worried that he would try to sue me? What can he sue me over? Nothing. No, he's too busy trying to sue whoever he can that he can bury in a mountain of paperwork. That's it. If anything makes them look bad, is the most forced thing I've ever seen. Exactly. Yeah, what's he going to do? Defame me and then sue me for not suing him for defamation? What are we talking about? Yeah, he's going to sue me for not watching the content nuke after he begged me. Anyway, gross. Yo, did you see Casey's apology? I did not. What brings the gentleman to Ireland? I'm receiving an award, a recognition from Trinity College, who very clearly hasn't seen the endless amount of slop tuber and Redditor angst. Don't watch it live. I'm not gonna watch it at all. Why would I watch it? I'm just happy that she's no longer has to deal with this nonsense. I think you guys genuinely are confused with like what I do when I'm not live. I watch TV shows, man. You think I tune out of this and then as soon as I'm offline, I'm like, oh, time to go watch all my slop.
What do I do when I'm offline? I watch I've been watching like a lot of Minecraft like challenges lately, like people that mod their Minecraft where I don't know, like it rains potions and shit like that. So some live streams, some Minecraft live streams. A lot of history stuff. I watch a lot of like history. I've been watching the Rest is History podcast. It's like a British podcast. What are their names? Dominique. Oh my god, I can't remember the names of the hosts, right? But um, yeah, I just found out recently that anyway.
Can't wait to see all the slop I missed.
I should watch more, like, I don't know. I should catch up on shows and stuff. I feel like there's all these shows, including just like, stuff like It's Always Sunny that everybody else has seen a lot of, right? And I only know like the memes from, right? There's a ton of stuff I need to catch up on.
Out on. They had to throw you under the bus? Yeah, I know, I heard. Great. Awesome. Dope. Our man's mission is to someday finish One Piece. Yeah, you don't watch your own streams? No, I don't. But you do, it seems. I got it, though. I got the joke. Like you're saying, like, you don't watch your own streams because you're a sloptuber. I know. I am staying in a hotel. He said, yes. Thanks, Chatter.
Wait, you don't watch your own stream because you're a slop tuber? Oh, that his content is so bad that he won't watch it? Yeah. Wow. The only time I ever watch my own stream is when I'm looking to like edit a video. And even then I stream too much. That's one of the biggest impediments in actually putting out videos, is that like to find like the best moments, the best segments, like there's a lot. Like when I streamed, like I'm trying to remember, there was a time that I went live at like 1 o'clock every day. And what would I stream for? I think I'd stream for like 1 or 2 hours. It was manageable then. I could watch an NCC stream at that point. But as soon as I started to go past like 3-4 hours, it just becomes impossible. And I don't even know what I stream. Like it's hard to like remember, like, oh yeah, I talked about this. This is the good segment to try to cut something from.
Wasn't you're not as brilliant as you think you are. This wasn't a great gotcha. If the choice between getting sued into homelessness and reading a script, read the script. The real homies will understand. Guys, 100%. It's not even a question. He owned you. Gonna watch them now? Oh no, it's over for me. All right. By the way, there's mad Mexican burrito shops in Dublin, which is, I don't know if it's like because of where I'm at, but it's been shocking to see. There are so many burrito places, and like from the outside, it does not smell like a real Mexican food. Marge is throwing up a question mark, but
same thing in Thailand. Yeah, Mexican food's starting to get popular here, I feel like, although they do it different. They do it way different. I've seen recipes that like for nachos that start with like Doritos, right? As the, like, instead of just a regular tortilla chip, you do it with, I don't know how common that is. I've seen a few Mexican places, but really what I like when I've ordered Mexican before, it's been from like halal places actually, which do exist here, and I want to say they're good, but I'm frustrated by the fact that like a modest container of hummus, a modest bucket of hummus, how much does it cost? Let's see. Yeah, about it. Well, no, it's still cheaper than the US. 200 baht. It's roughly 650. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's more expensive than you'd think it would be, considering that it's beans and tahini with a little bit of olive oil and some salt and lemon, right? It's always been Hasan's attitude. He will always tell everybody to throw him under the bus, and be a punching bag. Yeah, no, that's fair.
But we already had this conversation. Did you try any? Nah, we have not. We love Mexican food here. I really, really want to get Marsh to eat a burrito and film it to see what Irish people consider to be Mexican food.
Yo, that freaked me out. They put whoever edited this, like, turned up the speed. He's like, Hasan just pops out of his chair.
Why do none of the takeaway guys actually send utensils? Let's see if there's any forks or something.
Opposite problem here. I got like a fucking drawer full of straws, like more straws than I could ever use.
Something in this room. It's so homey, but I got a spoon and I got these. I'm gonna have to eat this shit with a goddamn spoon. Good enough. Irish chopsticks. Okay, this doesn't look very appetizing. I'm not gonna lie. It's not a spice bag. I didn't get a spice bag. I got regular chicken. Okay, so don't yell at me. Do you think Austin would approve of your room? No, he would not. When Stavros
Random 3PO, my curse is being from New Mexico. Whenever I leave home, they replace the green chili with jalapenos. Wait, which green chili gets used normally?
was in Dublin, he said mid-show, I always assumed our hotels were yeah, no, this I'll be honest, this is one of the nicest hotels in all of Dublin. And by like, especially coming from China, it's a little like we experience like literally some of the peak of luxury in the planet, you know? It's not it's a very old hotel. It's very cute. Okay. I'm having Middle Eastern food, and everything that I've had so far, like all the sauces taste like ketchup. And I'm almost certain that they put ketchup in every single sauce. There is some spice, but it's not spicy at all. I don't know what the is going on here.
Yeah. Yeah, the halal places are hit or miss too here. There's some good ones though. But I feel like that's the one kind of non-Thai food that I've had here that's pretty good. I tried pizza here and it was weird. It was very filling though, like kind of like the crust was oily, right? It's almost like I just can't eat it because it's like, I don't know, maybe pizza. I honestly don't get pizza very often, so maybe that's just how pizza is like. Anyway, chat, I'm sorry, I'm getting so distracted, and I gotta lock in here. We gotta finish this up. So I am told that the Kaceytron appearance is somewhere around here.
Christian males is even sillier.
Your people of
Oh,
faith.
we gotta watch this too. Let me put this down. This is the Jose Fall of Shapiro. This is a video we definitely need to watch.
You go to church on Sunday and pray in church on Sunday and pray on people the rest of the week? What is this? What is this?
Right, the kind of scorn that Nancy Pelosi has for religious people.
Ooh, fellow DaVinci Resolve user. Thank you. That's good to know, Jose.
People, religious conservatives.
We're everywhere. All right, chat. Not everybody pays for Premiere Pro.
Who go to church on Sunday and disagree with her on politics. Well, that has led to a massive backlash.
I don't even know how to respond to this. I'm not even convinced that Pelosi is putting on an accent here, but it does remind me of how Candace Owens will string together nonsense anecdotes like these, attach them to a narrative, and pretend like it's a settled story. Again, another irony considering Candace Owens and Ben Shapiro are very much at odds when their methods are quite similar. He gets sillier later on when he talks about how speaking Spanish is completely fine, but apparently when Mamdani does it, it has an undertone.
If you want to appeal to an audience, speaking to them in their home language is a smart thing to do. But the entire undertone.
Kaya's ear, like resting on her forehead, is somehow the cutest thing ever.
Of everything Mamdani does.
Wait, can you see that? I should check and see how this is showing up. You can see it. You can see it. Yeah, no value to you. Thank you for the follow. I hope you enjoy your gift sub. Here, let's wait, why did I say that in a way that sounded sarcastic? No, I really do hope you enjoy I'm like, I didn't get a gift sub. Sorry, I'm not trying to be not trying to act scorned here. I really do hope that that you get some value out of your gift sub. It's at 250. It's not two. Oh, it's 350. Wait. Oh my gosh. I'm sorry. Thank you. Ben looks like a crappy mannequin or a background character from Final Fantasy Spirits Within. That's a deep cut. Damn. a very old CGI movie from like the turn of. Can we say the turn of the century, or do we still say Y2K? I don't know. Let me see. I'm gonna put it forward to. I'm gonna put it forward to 350. Because apparently I did not listen very well. Twitch window. Yeah, let's get that going. Twitch window. Twitch window. Spice bag. Where is this? Oh, this one. Okay, there we go. That's what it's supposed to look like. Let's try 350 here. Well, at least we got to enjoy some Kaya time. I've not had enough of that. Okay, that's 450. Let's try what Burple actually said. 350. There we go. And close enough.
Didn't move the needle in nearly the same way. Most of the time Fuentes gets hyped up, people cite his Rumble stats, but it's something of an open secret at this point that Rumble's numbers are almost certainly bogus. My own investigation a while back found they were inflating their live stream view counts, and I would be shocked if that was the only metric that was being fudged over there. I say all of this to remind everyone that these figures
Is that helmet edible? No, but that sounds like a delicious thing. Wait, I think I've gotten I think I've gone to like a baseball game before and gotten like a miniature helmet that has like scoops of ice cream in it. And then after you eat the ice cream, you take the helmet home and put it on a teddy bear. I guess it's not big enough to fit on. I mean, I guess you could wear it like a, you know, it's just not it's not like a regular size baseball helmet.
we're talking about today are incredibly niche. For fun, let's go to Ben Shapiro for that.
Every big audience in the media, you're talking about 3-4 million people.
Yeah,
the electorate in the
if that helmet was edible, if that was like a candy helmet, I would have enjoyed it even more.
United States is generally about 160 million people. I think one of the mistakes politicians make is they look at X and they say, this is representative of the American body politic. And that is just too online. It's just way too online.
He could be talking about Nick Fuentes, Tucker Carlson, or even himself. But their importance, specifically...
What are Hasan's thoughts on Nicki Minaj Coke rant? I don't care about this shit. I have no idea what it is.
There's a Coke rant?
Right,
I'm sorry, chat. There's a Nicki Minaj Coke rant?
Kaceytron.
To conservative politics,
Okay, so
I think...
there's Kaceytron. I mean, I guess maybe we can probably see her in chat. Okay, I see somebody adding Kaceytron. Let's see if I can find where she shows up. Yeah, there's somebody adding Kaceytron. Is it? There it is. Kaceytron has got it going on. What are Hasan's thoughts? Oh, that's Kaceytron that said the Nicki Minaj Coke rant thing. Wait, is she being méchant un peu? What are Hasan's thoughts on Nicki Minaj Coke rant? I don't care about this shit. She's still got the VIP. Is she imitating a demanding chatter? Is that what she's doing? Like, hey, get the Candace is boring. Let's watch the Nicki rant.
What are Hasan's thoughts on Nicki Minaj Coke rant? I don't care about this shit. I have no idea what it is. I hope you're doing all right, Kaceytron.
To conservative politics, I think reflects how terminally online politics has become now, further getting detached from real...
So anyway, there it is. I was hoping I could find this clip on Twitter, but, you know, I mean, it just kind of shows you that Hasan and Kaceytron, they seem to be okay. You know, I mean, like, obviously part of the reason to make Kaceytron like insult Hasan in the hostage rant, the hostage pasta, is to try to drive a wedge between them. Obviously Hasan's... Oh, not him reading that, Lamau. You can't see it. You probably can't see it on chat right now, but I'm looking at the live. I'm looking at the chat replay. She says, not him reading that, Lamau.
People and instead being obsessed with the
Damn, chat moves fast.
these internet celebrities as if they've
Oh yeah, and he kind of scrolls it. Is he's oh, this is what do you call it? Chatterino? Yeah, he's on Chatterino up here, and he just like kind of scrolls through. I feel like he's got some method. I feel like he reads more of chat. He like at least sees more of chat than I do. I gotta figure out how to do something like that.
somehow permeated the mainstream when
Anyway, that is the interaction. Yeah, there it is. Not him reading that, Lamau. Thank you, Hasan. Chat's reacting positively to her. Yeah, there's no fucking drama. So, a Tron at a Kansas City Chiefs game is a Kaceytron. You mean like a Tron, like a computer avatar? Is that what a Tron is? Like one of those like one of those dudes with the light up costume and the gray face that like they throw like discuses around and get on like bikes and like try to turn and make each other run into the thing. And I'm not describing Tron very well, am I? Listen to Daft Punk. That's what you do if you're a Tron, I think. You're a Daft Punk fan first and foremost. What is up with the new Tron soundtrack? Is that Daft Punk? Oh, a Jumbotron. Thank you for reminding. I forgot about that. It's the grid. Okay, so that's what being in the computer is called, the grid in Tron. I've heard some people that watch the new Tron not like it, saying that they thought that there's a slight anti-capitalist message in the original Tron that just did not carry over to the sequel and especially to the third. Fights for the users, hell yeah. We need a Tron. Wendy Carlos made the music for the Kansas City Chiefs. Oh, I thought you were going to say Wendy Carlos Williams did the music for Tron. 9 Inch Nails, thank you. Yeah, it's 9 Inch Nails that did the news. Yeah, I've heard people say the new soundtrack is good, but some people not a fan. Oh, Tron Legacy, that's part 2, right? I haven't seen that one, or part 3. I think I must have. Tron's one of those movies though that was like, it was like always like on TV, but you'd catch it when it was like half over, so you'd watch just a little bit. It was always like the bikes or the, what do you call those things? They're like they look like arches, but they're piloting them. They're flying these like arch like things through like a maze. And Tron is like kind of confusing, especially as a little kid. It's very confusing. Petition to force feminize Trent Reznor. Well, would that prevent twink death? I wonder. Wait, is that applicable to twink? He's more of a twunk, isn't he? He's kind of a twunk, right? The most I know about Tron is from Kingdom Hearts. Me too, Tanner, dude. Actually, yeah, I think I can relate to that. They're called piloted arches for real? That's what they're called? There's not like a different weird cyber name for them? Yeah, what is the deal in Kingdom Hearts? They like build another, like there's like a simulation world inside a, it's the whole reason that they have that. Oh my god, there's like a whole Kingdom Hearts game that's like you're in a simulation. Anyway, chat, we gotta get going. It's called Piloted Arches. I trust you, MIDI doctors. I'm just surprised. I thought it had a more complicated, cyber sounding name. Yeah, the light cycles are like the bike things. Or no, you just grab a hold of a thing and you go like that, and then your body like turns into the bike or something. Okay, so I think we're at the Ethan Klein portion of the stream. Are you ready for that, chat? Watching Ethan Klein with a head full of acid? Okay, I'm sorry. Probably not all of you have a head full of acid. I'm quoting from Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas. Can you imagine Fear and Loathing in the H3 podcast? Anyway, we can't stop here. This is Giardia country. There was a Tron world in Dream Drop Distance 3D. Yeah, I think I'm talking about Recoded. I think you're right. Yeah, isn't there like a simulation world somehow? It has something to do with Roxas. Wait, I'm unbelievably naive. Wait, so it's not called a pilotable arch or whatever you said? Well, you're MIDI, you're like a you're like an authority. Like when MIDI says like it's time to close the doors, it's never not been time to, you know what I mean? Moore's doors have never failed to close, right? So I just kind of, you're like an authority on stuff. I think Hasan also, probably also on MIDI. Like if I had a question about MIDI, I would probably believe you as well. I think Hasan also acknowledges this comment from Casey. Then he talks about, wait, there's another one? He talks about the barbs, yeah. So if anybody doesn't know, in fact, I don't know entirely, Hasan got in some trouble with the fans of Nicki Minaj. Don't believe everything on the internet. I'm not. I'm just believing you. Okay, we'll watch a little bit more, because that keeps me from having to watch Ethan Klein for a little bit longer.
Not him reading that. Lamau, thank you, Hasan. I'm not trying to get my ass eat by the barbs right now. Okay, I love the barbs. Actually, the barbs are struggling. Nicki Minaj's pivot to pro-Trump politics has been.
When did Hasan tweet at Nicki? Was it after the comment about where Nicki said that like her cousin took the vaccine and she said that it caused his balls to swell up? He got like elephantitis of the testes.
Been pretty wild. Another one of my ops that went right wing. Another one of my ops. I need an apology from all the barbs that said I was aging at the speed of white, that I was being racist towards Nicki Minaj, all this shit.
Oh yeah, Big Al, we just saw that. That was well, you're on YouTube. You can rewatch if you want to. On Twitch though, you need a sub to do that, and you can get one for free by using a Twitch Prime sub, connecting your Prime account if you have one, no judgment, to your Twitch account, and receiving what's called a Twitch Prime account, which you then can use to get a subscription to the streamer of your choice. And if that happens to be me, you get all the emotes, and you also have the ability to rewind my VOD, or you could go over to YouTube and try it. Either way, chatters, as long as you're happy, I'm happy. COVID vaccine and his swollen balls. Yeah, what did they like? I always thought when I read that, I always thought that like she was implying that they injected they like the injection site was his balls. Like they're just like pumping the vaccine straight into the guy's balls. That's the yeah, it was a very nice interaction. Yeah, there's definitely no drama there. No distrust was sown, and yeah. Those barbs came after. Well, yeah, he keeps on talking. The barbs came after randos in chat. Oh my god, wait, are you saying that they targeted chatters and tried to find them elsewhere on the internet? I've seen that happen like once before. So a streamer that I used to rock with got on Blue Sky and pissed somebody off. And it apparently was like the wrong person, because this person had like all of Blue Sky just like, watching her. Not only did she get like, blocked by, you know, a million people on Blue Sky, but I think her mods did as well. That's the, yeah, bring out the ball calipers to check the swelling is a long, God, yeah, that's gotta be really painful on swollen balls. If you put calipers on there, seems like that would really hurt. Okay, should we watch a little bit more about the barbs and then we'll go to Ethan?
Where are they at now?
Then we'll deal with the slings and arrows of Ethan Klein and his outrageous fortune.
I need to be able to go to a Sephora without
good point, good point. Yo, Random 3PO says, what if it was blue balls, right? Now, I've heard people say that those aren't real, but I've also heard people say that they very much are real, and it's painful. I guess the whole thing is that, like, what is the story? Like, guys would, like, try to leverage that to, like, guilt you into, like, you know, doing stuff with them. Like, make you feel like if you don't, like, if they don't score with you, then that you're making their blue balls worse or something. But yeah, I think it is. I've read various things about whether or not it's like a real physiological condition. They were stalking chatters who were in chat during the clip, just sending lots of weird tweets. Yeah, wow, just going after anybody, it sounds like.
I will be assassinated now. Okay? They're still with Nikki Chill? Wait, really? They still here, don't worry? Why did Nicki Minaj become an op? Because I ratioed her. Back when she was glazing Tucker Carlson during peak COVID.
Really, they're big names within a small conservative online media space. At some point, Donald Trump is going to retire from public life, likely due to failing health. And right now,
all I'm saying is,
wait, they dye their balls blue and be like, look what you did to me? How do you know they're not a Smurf? And the rest of them is like a Smurf that dyed their skin like human in a human color, and that the balls are like blue because they're Smurfs and they just forgot to dye the balls. Maybe.
There is one guarantee, okay? There is one fucking guarantee. If you don't believe in anything else, at least history has shown time and time again that virtually all of the people that put me in the fucking crosshairs end up making an open right-wing pivot.
So I have chatter saying it can be painful. So it is, the pain is real. The pain is real.
Okay. Many of them sex criminals as well. That's all I'm saying. That's it. All my ops.
now his cult of personality is the one thing.
Wait, get a light blue smelly marker? Is that the ones that make it smell like blueberry?
Uniting a lot of disparate parts of the right wing. This is something Ben Shapiro is well aware of.
I think that there are a lot of people who are planning for the post-Trump era, and they're trying to make moves right now in order to sort of consolidate their viewpoint in the post-Trump era.
Ben Shapiro represents the old guard of traditional conservatives, the former far right, before they are outflanked by an even more extreme America First movement, often associated with Shapiro's rivals, including Nick Fuentes and, to an extent, Tucker Carlson. It's not a coincidence that Carlson suggests that Fuentes has already won this fight.
And Ben Shapiro seems irrelevant to me now?
Now, but back then, for the young,
guess that's
true.
Mm-hmm. So maybe you won.
Oh, certainly.
The truth is probably more complicated.
Go say TW, no, it is. I'm a balls doctor. You're a ball knower?
Especially since it's hard to get trustworthy numbers for all of this. But for a political party that seems to be terminated.
Yeah, thank you for reminding me. It's not blueberry, it's blue raspberry.
Online, it's not surprising that popular sentiment on the internet can be used to fuel a movement. It remains to be seen if it can actually translate to electoral success, though. One of the keys to Ben Shapiro's success online is that he's been able to avoid or build alliances with people who clearly don't like him. alliances that would never work long term, but I suspect he thought he could get ahead of. As public opinion
Wait,
has
I think
shifted,
that's it for the barbs. Right. That's probably it for the barbs. All right, so because we got to get moving. All right, let me give you some, but not all, of the Ethan Klein. Huh? I'm kind of pissed off. Oh, there it is. Okay, there's the timestamp. Yeah, I thought I was like, I know I took the timestamps from these. All right, let's see what we got. Oh God.
Go ahead.
Chat. I've got to pee all of a sudden, really bad. We gotta somehow throw it to somebody that won't sue me. Because if I throw it to Ethan, he's gonna sue me. How do I not throw it to Ethan? I gotta hold. Chat, I don't even have balls for the pee to be stored in. I don't know how to not pee, but at the same time not get sued by Ethan Klein. You want some royalty-free music? I would give you some Ina Dream Barbecue music, but I'm pretty sure I'd get copyright claimed for that. Adam McIntyre? All right, here's what we're going to do. We're going to go a little bit out of order. We're going to start the bonus content now, and then we'll go back to Ethan later. Okay, does that sound good? I'll give you Adam McIntyre. Adam, please don't sue me.
I'm going to be honest.
Adam. Please don't sue me even though you can.
A little bit overwhelmed with how much we have to get to in this video, so I'm going to try my best, but my goodness, Taylor Lorenz and Ethan Klein and Hila Klein are just all going for each other, and there's so much, it's crazy. I need to dive into it. I'm gonna try my best to kind of detail as much of what's going on. Now, I want to inform you that this has been like a really intense brawl back and forth on social media now for over a week, so I'm going to try my best to update you on a week's worth of fighting that I have been witnessing on my timeline. It is absolutely ridiculous. Good thing though, I got myself a really strong coffee to get myself through this. Also, London people, I announced a show. Oh my god, March 21st. Tickets are down below. 500,000 Opinions is what the name of the show is. It's an 18+ show. And March 21st, 2026. Tickets are down below. Please come. Please support. It'll be really, really, really fun. The show that I did on tour was really fun to do, and then now being able to kind of do my own shows as well, like it's really, really, really exciting. And I did a show in London last March, and then we're doing one this March, and I have full control over it, thank God. So I would love to see you guys so much as well. London is one of my biggest audiences on YouTube as well, which is why I'm doing the show here. Again, I promise you it'll be really fun. It'll be like bringing in the videos to life and a bunch of other stuff as well. I trust it'll be really fun. March 21st, 2026. It's a Saturday as well. Don't worry. Tickets are down below, and I hope to see all of you there. Also, my Patreon is still 30% off using the code YouTubeMucker. You immediately get access. It's linked down below, by the way. You get access to me reacting to Shane's movie, me reacting to the Ruby Frankie documentary, me reacting to Trisha's Broadway show, me reacting to Escape the Night Season 1, 2, and 3. We're currently doing 4, and also Beast Game Season 1, and also Hila. Ethan and Taylor Lorenz, congratulations to this trio. All three of you have been nominated. Yes, Taylor Lorenz, you have been nominated. Hila Klein, you have been nominated. And Ethan Klein, you have also been nominated. We are literally at the brink of hitting 500,000 subscribers on our YouTube channel. The muckers are showing out. We are 9,000 away. So Hila Klein, Taylor Lorenz, and Ethan Klein, make sure to accept your nomination and subscribe down below. And again, anyone in London, it is linked down below. All right, so I'm gonna try my best here to try go through as much as possible, because again, let me tell you something, it is intense. So I have so much pulled up. First and foremost, I want to say that I have so many tabs open. So I saw this, which is that Ethan Klein is now accusing Taylor Lorenz of being a H3 snark mod. It all comes back to snark. It all comes back to snark. I'm tired of hearing snark, 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 snark from the snarkiest MFer you've ever met in your entire life. I feel like he's trying to bait her with the amount he's been posting about her or talks about her on the show. It's almost like he's trying to set her up with a lawsuit. Now, I'm gonna throw it out there that I do believe that Ethan Klein will probably be suing Taylor Lorenz very soon. I'm not privy to any information. I just think this back and forth, specifically the amount that happened in a week, feels so intense that it's almost like in my opinion, like trying to get both parties to post as much about each other so that like any legal documents could include all of them. I don't know. I know nothing, and I'm not the most clever cookie in the entire world, but based on Ethan's track record, I would assume that like Taylor Lorenz would be a next target, and this is so stupid that we're talking about targets of like legal stuff. But anyways, let's get to this.
Who's also a powerful millionaire and has also aligned himself
Thank you for saying that about me. Separately.
with other powerful, rich Zionists like Ryan Kavanaugh.
What are you? I'm sorry, but this is literally breaking my brain right now.
Ryan Kavanaugh, who co-founded Triller, he's like an entertainment guy with millions of dollars, previously sued.
So that makes sense if that was something she read on Snark, which once again proves what we all know is obvious, is that she's a frequenter, if not not a secret participant, if not a mod.
Okay, sorry. Ethan Klein taking it to the degree of saying that Taylor Lorenz could be a moderator of the H3 Snark. Like, what are we doing? What are we doing? And also, again, I'm just sick and fucking tired of Ethan acting like the moral high ground of Snark Police when he frequent gets his fucking stuff from the H3H3 Productions Reddit. Just because Ethan doesn't want to call it a snark doesn't mean that that doesn't make it a snark. It's actually one of the biggest snarks in my opinion because they talk about multiple people instead of just focusing on one, which I would argue is fucking worse. I'm just sick and tired of this bullshit.
To be real, and that subreddit.
All right.
God, she's crazy. She is really, really something.
Oh my God, Adam's setup is tripping me out. The fact that he's got, well, I mean, he's perfect for Twitter. I'm just so used to being a little rectangle in the bottom of the chat and surrounded by jellyfish, but no, his setup is different. Okay, I mean, that makes sense.
She is scarily gone.
Imagine Ethan Klein saying that. So,
oh my God, so he's trying to say she looks zonked, she looks stoned, she looks faded as Ethan Klein.
So let's go through these. So this is Taylor's account. This is where, so she was posting text messages with Hila.
What is H3 Snark? Good question. So originally it was a, I think that it was a subreddit called H3 Snark. The story I think is that people would get banned from Ethan's subreddit from r/H3H3 Productions for saying stuff that they didn't like, and so they ended up all gravitating towards a subreddit that they could snark. They could snark on the subreddit. So the snark was not appreciated on the H3 subreddit, so it gravitated to H3 Snark. Then Ethan tried to sue the mods from that subreddit and allege some big conspiracy involving, I guess, some of the higher ups in Reddit. Because he, despite his best attempts, he couldn't get it. Couldn't get the subreddit banned, and then that's when they closed down the subreddit, and they all went to leftovers r/leftovers h3 instead. They're still, under they're still being targeted by him, but yeah, this is Reddit drama.
Which we need to get to, but we need to make our way there. I saw misogyny.
Did I miss anything important? I'm sorry about going about this in a roundabout way, chat. I just I had to pee. When you drink 1, 2, 3, 4, and then 5 cups of coffee in a day, you kind of end up needing to pee pretty pretty urgently. And I was glad to be able to take care of that before something bad happened, physiologically speaking. Live show is completely paywalled for chats too. Oh yeah. Well, yeah, that's true. And look, I mean, I understand some of that when you're dealing with harassment and brigading and stuff like that. But no, Ethan's this is a big account that, and as far as his live stream, I mean, back in the day, you'd see 50,000 people in Ethan's chat regularly. He's being Trump. He is Trumpian. I'll say that. Ethan needs to get off the internet for his own sake. I've been saying that for a long time, and for my sake too. Good to see you, Alino. It's funny, we're getting a lot of people that haven't been around in a long time just on the day that I come back from the most extended hiatus I've probably ever taken, chat. I don't think I've ever taken, the only time I would have taken a break this long was when I had that fiasco where I was supposed to house sit, but the the landlord had changed the locks, and I was driving around in a U-Haul that I was supposed to have back I think a week ago, and just constantly getting called by the U-Haul man, who was very disappointed and had a way of conveying that was way too similar to my dad being disappointed in me. And I'm just like, listen, I will get you back your U-Haul as soon as I fucking can. I know you got other reservations on this shit, but I didn't exactly plan to not be moved in by now. But yeah, that was, I don't even think then. I think that was at most a week, probably less than a week. I don't think I've and that was a break that my numbers went down from that, and they probably will from this too. That just happens. It's just something that you deal with, and we'll work back to it, chat. I mean, Twitch is already almost at 100 subs again. YouTube is YouTube is treading water. But it's my fault. It all lies with me, and I will we'll make up for lost time. Let's just put it that way. I owe you at least one video game stream. So look for that in the coming days. I still haven't decided how to do those, because I know that that's not the kind of thing that appeals to everyone. And that, in general, you don't want to do a lot of video game content on a channel that's not about video games. But it's a nice break for me, and maybe I'll do it as a members only stream, because that way I won't feel bad about cutting out people that I always feel bad if I do members only. It's a nice thing for the members. It's a great way for me to express my gratitude and my appreciation towards you with a smaller stream, but at the same time I don't like shutting people out, so maybe we'll do that for the video games stuff. I don't know, I'll figure something out, chat. I've got a lot to think about, got a lot to plan. We're gonna be making some moves this year, chat, because we have to, we need to. We're gonna be I've got my eyes on the prize, and the prize is becoming a digital nomad, getting the visa to make it official, which means holding on to a certain amount in savings to assure the great kingdom of Thailand that I am financially solvent and will not be a burden upon their lovely kingdom. You were on Twitch wrapped in my top streamers. Wait, what? You were on my Twitch, wrapped in my. Oh yeah, you're talking about the wrap, the yearly wrap. I always forget about those things. Twitch does like it'll show you like who you've been watching the most. All right, Irene got the I'm not angry. Oh yeah, kind of. Yeah, because I don't know what he thought I don't know what did the U-Haul guy think I was doing with the U-Haul? Did he think that I just liked to? Did he think I was like hotboxing back there? That I'm just like too busy hitting the bong to bring the damn truck back? I don't know. But yeah, he charged me a hell of a lot of money for the fact that I didn't have it back on time. But yeah, that was a rough time. That was a really scary time. Looks like DGG and LSF these days. Wait, what does? It's community of obsessive Hasan haters. Couldn't imagine being a regular fan of that show and joining the community over there. Yeah, you literally have to either, if you want to talk and chat, you gotta get yourself a membership. I would never want to do that. I would never. I mean, I say never. The only thing the only thing like members only chat I would be useful for is if you just got such a huge chat that, I mean, is that H3's deal? Are they so big that if he just let everybody talk, it would be a mess? I don't know though, because Hasan lets everybody talk. Yeah, right. Hasan doesn't put it on subs only very often. And Twitch, people tend to chat more anyway. I knew you streamed 2 hours on Tuesdays and Thursdays, and had a goal-based sort of unlimited dono stream Saturdays. I would free up time to make sure I was there. Wait, what is this? 2 hours Tuesdays and Thursdays? Are you talking about like video games? Goal-based sort of. God, do I just not know shit about streaming? A goal-based sort of unlimited dono streams. Oh, you mean like a subathon, right? Where the stream can go theoretically like within reason as long as possible, as long as people keep on feeding the meter, that kind of thing. Hasan's chat is a little bit of a mess, but I mean, I feel like I can read it most of the time. I mean, he uses Chatterino, to be fair, to make sense of it. H3 is paying members only, and they shadow ban their members. Oh, I've seen that before. Yeah. If a member steps out of line and doesn't agree, not towing the H3 party line, they get purged. Seems pretty Stalinistic, Ethan, if you ask me. Wait, if Ethan is Stalin, does that make Hasan Trotsky? I don't know, chat. Probably not. Probably not. Ethan does not deserve to be compared to any
Ethan Klein continues to mock Taylor Lorenz's health condition after promoting a tweet asking for someone to cough on her. All right, so
wait, that's what you have now with the stream. Oh, are you saying? Yeah, you're right. I never thought about that. It kind of is like it's like not like, it's not the way that like people do subathons on Twitch, but it does end up being kind of like a subathon. Am I still in Thailand? Yes, I am still in Thailand. I took a quick trip to. Is my phone dying? I don't know what that. It just beeped. It just buzzed. I took a quick trip to Vietnam to see, to do a little bit of tourism, but mainly just because when you want to apply for certain kinds of visas, you either have to do it from outside of Thailand or it costs more money. So I was like, why not take a trip? And I did, and it was kind of amazing. But yeah, other than that, I've been pretty consistently in Thailand. I'm taking a language class now, so slowly trying to become somewhat fluent, at least to the point where I can hold a conversation with people, and I don't have them be like, let's just talk in English because it's easier, right? I want to be like, let's just talk in Thai because it's easier. That'd be a great place to get to. If I can get to let's just talk in Thai because it's easier, in other words, greater proficiency in Thai than most Thai people have in English, I'll be satisfied. I'll be very satisfied if I can get to that point. Yeah, there's like a lot of there's a lot that I feel like I just don't get. Not talking to Thai people like more regularly, like, right? And like this coffee bag, right? I mean, this is cool. I drank it. It got me very, very awake. But what is what is the purpose? Why can you get it in a bag, but you could also get it in a cup? What's the advantage there? Right? I feel like this is something only a Thai person could tell me. Learning Thai is so hard. I have to sing it to be understandable. Yeah, I know what you mean with the tonality. And it really can, be the difference between saying, like, throw. What is the classic example? Throw, father, something else, or sugar daddy. And it's all depending on, did you use a flat tone? Did you use an up tone? Did you use a down tone? Or did you use an up down tone? Or did you use a down up tone? Right? They're completely different words. There's another one that's like fart that you can easily say, like, include the word fart instead of another, noun. And if any Mad Libs players out there, you can probably understand like how funny the results might be if you just randomly insert the word fart for a noun in a random sentence. You can end up saying some wild shit. Look, I'm trying to remember what the wildest shit I've said was. I think I'm trying to remember how this happened. I said that I was trying to say my house is cheap, or my house is cheap but beautiful, and yeah. So that's like my house. Oh my god, I can almost remember how to say it in Thai, but I'm gonna fuck up if I try. Like Banchan. No, Swanna's Garden. What is Sway? Sway. And the other one is Took. My house is beautiful. But and I'm trying to remember the word for but. But anyway, I said like my house is, Ban, right, is your house, right? But my teacher heard Fawn, which means my girlfriend or boyfriend, right? Your your partner, right? Is beautiful but cheap, or like cheap but beautiful, or something like that. And she's like, oh, your boyfriend, huh? Cheap but beautiful. Okay. I'm like, it took me a second because I was like, and then it was when she wrote it down, right? Because what she always does is she asks us a question, we answer the question, she repeats, what our answer was, and then she writes it down. And as she's writing it down, she doesn't write ban or house. She writes fawn. And I'm realizing that's why she thought it was funny. Like I thought she thought that it was funny that I said my home is cheap but beautiful. And no, she thought I was saying my boyfriend was cheap but beautiful. Anyway.
Let's see. So Taylor tweeted.
That was more of a just misunderstanding rather than a tonal thing. But yeah, you end up with different words when you pronounce the vowels at a different, if it goes up, if it goes down, if it stays flat, or if it goes up and down, or if it goes down and up. Completely different words with very funny meanings.
Responding to a tweet that's from Ethan's attic, Ethan Klein has also been endorsing people finding his harassment targets and accosting them in public. Taylor says Ethan Klein continues to play the victim while he incites violence against me and other women. He knows how involved my stalker was in his community, and he has encouraged my stalker, who has threatened me physically. Now Ethan is once again encouraging people to physically attack me. And then Ethan responded to this. God, there's so many things open right now. Ethan responded and said, "Do not cough near Taylor Lorenz if you see her. I cannot emphasize this enough. Under no circumstance should you ever cough near Taylor Lorenz. If you see her in a theater, leave. If you spot her on the subway, pull the emergency cord. Do not risk it. You may not know, but just by reading this, you're currently stalking her, which is a crime. You will go to jail, and I cannot..."
I mean, he's one to talk, right? As far as being overly sensitive about criticism.
"Afford to lose any more viewers. So stop thinking about her right now, and most importantly, and I mean never cough near Taylor Lorenz."
And like the fucked up thing is, I mean, it probably doesn't need to be said, but obviously that's a wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Hey, you know, it'd be really funny. You know, like that person confronted Hasan in real life and busted out the picture of Kaya. Hey, maybe you could be the next, clip to go viral from Asmongold reacting, right? When you cough on Taylor Lorenz, who does actually, she is actually immunocompromised, right? Like immunocompromised people do exist. But you know what Ethan's trying to imply? He's trying to imply that she's like, I don't know, faking it for attention, right? That's like too wild of a thing to actually be true, when it is true for a lot of people. Yeah, and Taylor's right. I mean, she's like the voice crying in the wilderness that we just sacrificed the well-being of everyone in this country to satisfy the fucking tech bros that wanted us to get back to work, get back in the office, stop working remotely. Ethan is Palpatine. He feeds off the hate. I mean, if you told me that there was like a Sith Lord amongst, I don't know, whatever the hell Ethan is, podcast host, I guess. It doesn't feel like a podcast, does it? It feels like something else. It sometimes feels like a struggle session. I don't know. It sometimes feels like a cult, right? It doesn't often feel like a podcast. It's very, you know what I mean? That the way that a podcast has like a feel to it, whether it's Joe Rogan or Fear or whatever, like, you know, they're very different people, they're very different podcasts, but there's like an essence of podcast to them, and that somehow H3 just does not. It feels like a different thing. It feels like a different thing entirely. Also, muted Hasan being normal to that idiot. Oh, yeah, I've heard that it was maybe the person that put it on LSF, not Ethan, that muted it. But yeah, you're right. Hasan responds, and it's just like, you know, I forget. What does he say? It's live failing instead of live streaming. Yeah. It is a little bit of a... Like, is that part of the attraction? Is however messy your life is, it's not going to be as messy as Ethan's. He's throwing everything at the wall and seeing what sticks. It's a wannabe podcast that is, yeah, because it's like they try to go harder into the being funny thing, into the goofs and gaffs than like people that aren't, you know, because there is a comedy podcast format, right? Like Chapo, or I'm sorry, like Cumtown or even Chapo, where it is a podcast of comedians that are, you know, being funny, but with that, it's just you get Stav, Adam, and Nick together, and funny stuff happens. With Ethan, they gotta try to force it somehow, right? They almost got a program. Like, it feels like the crew is trying to program something that'll be a little bit funny or endearing or entertaining or something, right? to just keep keep their gig going, because he is, at the end of the day, very much their meal ticket. He said, yeah, like, nice to meet you or something like that. Yeah, he's just totally normal response. And they cut it off to kind of make it look like Hasan was, he was really beside himself. He couldn't take it. Like, oh man, I just got exposed as a dog abuser in broad daylight, and it went out on my stream. Oh no, this is not good. Oh, I don't want to be reminded that I shock my dog for fun and profit. Oh man, this guy really got me. And it's like, no, he was just like, nice to meet you. New accusation I've seen is that Ethan claims Hasan makes his dog cage fight. Are you fucking kidding me? Nunfo, is that real? Mitty already trolled me earlier today. So it's not like I'm pretty naive. I am pretty fucking naive. I don't think Ethan, is looking for the... Well, I mean, like, honestly, like, encouraging this kind of behavior. Now, I'm joking about it, but it's really dangerous, right? And even the fucking, guy that came up to Hasan, right? Obviously, he didn't have bad intentions, but when you encourage that stuff, the effect is that the next person that wants to have Asmongold react to them and say, like that, to really make the clip viral, right? If they want to get viral, they're going to have to go a step further, right? So it just encourages people to ratchet it up and up and up until, it gets out of hand and somebody crosses the line. It's real, just when you think it can't get weirder. That's wild, though. That's wild. Yeah, Kaya, the fucking cage fighter. No, how about this? She's fighting chickens. He's entered Kaya into a cockfighting contest. I don't know. Would that be harder? I don't even want to think about a fight between a rooster and a dog. That's anyway. This is after all the designer dog shit, right? The kids don't watch this stuff. They don't understand crossing those boundaries enough. Yeah. I mean, look at this. With people that have a security team, it's even more dangerous, because if somebody were to do something that looks, even for a moment, like legitimately dangerous, like pull something out, and I don't know, the security team thinks it's a gun. I don't think Hasan, has, security. Wait, does he have like one or two security when he does IRL stuff? Either way, you don't want to fuck around. You don't want to find out. It's a stupid game, and you could win stupid prizes. So don't do it. 20 roosters versus one dog sounds fair. Well, if it's a dog like Kaya, yeah. But also roosters are pretty, like, I feel like the roosters attack, right? Their DPS would be higher than the dogs, right? Do you feel me? But the dog obviously can tank more. The dog's kind of a tank. Like, it's slower and it attacks for less, but it's got more hit points. So maybe it's a fair fight. I don't know. It's when Kaya was a puppy. Hasan's brother's dog went into the pen with her, apparently. Wait, what? That is more ridiculous than I have even come to expect from Ethan Klein. That's wild. No security. Okay, great. I mean, yeah, it's already a young lady on the interwebs.
This is just, it's a common word here that we're talking about whenever it comes to Ethan is just like loser behavior. I mean, this is like loser behavior. And
chickens have knives for mouths, but dogs have a lot of knives in their mouths. But which one is faster? Because, like, a cat can actually beat a snake. And it's because the cat's reflexes are just enough faster than the cobra's, attack, that they can just read the cobra. Like they know when and where the cobra's going to strike. They back off or they dodge, and then they wait till the cobra is like worn down, and then the cat's going for the kill, and they're pretty good at it, right? Like it's not just mongooses and meerkats that can take down snakes. Cats are infamous. Well, I mean, for killing everything, right? But they're also pretty good at killing snakes.
And I think this full coughing thing is Taylor Lorenz is very outspoken still about COVID and long COVID, and she prefers to wear a mask in a lot of social situations and do what you need to do. So that kind of reads as, you know, making fun of that here. This is also just really weird. Like, this is really weird. This really is so weird. Ethan continues to mock Taylor Lorenz for being concerned. Taylor tweeted, Ethan Klein relishes in harming cancer patients, people going through chemo, getting immune therapy, dealing with health issues, trying to survive after organ transplants. He thinks his fans should kill those of us fighting for our lives every day, referring to long COVID and COVID there. Ethan is sharing it from the H3 Reddit. Are we like... It just writes itself. It writes itself. He's sharing it directly from the H3 Productions Reddit. Are we serious?
I hate this because I can see how optically, to a lot of people, it probably looks like Taylor Lorenz is ridiculous. But I know enough to know that the concerns she's expressing are real for more people than I think you know, most of us realize. And yeah, like Adam's saying, putting it on Reddit is just like, no, I really want, like, so there's like a numerator and a denominator, right? When it comes to a content creator making, yes, a joke about coughing, you know, don't cough on Taylor Lorenz, whatever you do, right? Not everybody out there is gonna, you know, track her down and try to cough on her. But the more people that are in the, you know, the more people that see this, like the statistically more likely and inevitable it becomes that somebody is gonna, you know, do something to Taylor Lorenz in public. Which, you know, even if they are not getting her sick, or whatever, or you know, endangering her life, is still fucking scary and absolutely crosses the line. Oh, he's still following Trish's stalker? God. Hasn't he been doing that since the like since the end of Frenemies? And the way that people think about celebrities and public figures can tend towards the depersonalization. This is not me complaining, okay? I mean, obviously, I'm not neither a celebrity or a you know, whatever. But like, it's you know, I'm a streamer, and I do experience some of the depersonalization is probably the wrong word for it. Come to think of it, it's like a psychological term. What was the word that I'm thinking of? Depersoning sounds wrong, but just basically thinking of somebody as not a person, kind of like a animal in a zoo that you're just like, you can sort of look at and poke at without, you know, any real consequences, just to, you know, entertain yourself. There is a tendency to, you know, to treat, you know, people at that level, at least, like that. And what you're describing with the Trish's IRL stalker, it almost sounds like that, like flying out to her wedding and just dehumanization. Thank you. God damn it. Of all the words to not be able to think about, yeah, dehumanizing. literally has pleurosis from it. Most people don't realize how damaging people. It's almost like the fucking anti-vaxxers won. It feels like that sometimes. The fact that you know what this is? This is people not believing that long COVID exists, right? And not only do I think that, you know, it's silly, it's foolish for people to assume that because they're not experiencing something that no one does, but I feel like there's probably more people out there suffering from some effects of long COVID than have admitted it to themselves, right? I feel like it's probably less uncommon than we think. It's less uncommon. What am I trying to say? Yeah, it's more common, I think. That you know, that you have some organ or system affected in a semi-permanent way by COVID, right? I think it's probably more you know, more common than we think. Government guidelines have come out in the UK to mask up in clinical and medical spaces, and people are upset about it. What the fuck? You should want to do that. I was at immigration yesterday, and I should have fucking worn a mask, right? Both because I had been sick recently, although I was, you know, over it by then. So I don't think I was, you know, I wasn't infectious, but yeah, there's just a whole bunch of people crammed into a small little space. You know, it's a perfect place to spread germs. And as somebody who just has experienced the effects of getting sick, I don't want that again. I do not want to go through that again. I mentioned this before, but the reason that it bothers me so much is that I can usually power through sickness, right? It's usually not that, like, I might not feel great, but I can do what I need to do, go to class, go to work, go to stream, you know, probably not go work out, right? But like most of my life, you know, and I grew up like with a family that where that was like normalized. My dad like never missed a day of work, always bragged about that, and always let us know when we were staying sick out of school that, you know, we kind of sucked because we couldn't tough it out like he did. Oh, are they saying doctors shouldn't wear masks? No, I think they're just mad that like people that they're suggesting that if you go to the hospital or you go to the clinic that you should, you know, wear a mask both to protect yourself and also others. I feel like, I don't know, like I don't like wearing a mask. You know, sometimes I know like, you know, it's just a like it sometimes feels like you're not getting enough oxygen. I know that, like, you know, physiologically you are, but I think it's like a psychological thing with wearing a mask. But I never thought that the, you know, mask mandates or you know, to the extent that well, I'm trying to think of what I ever got mandated. The only thing I can think of that I got mandated to get a vaccine for was actually the place that I was staying. Like my landlady, so somehow she had put in the ad that she wanted to, you know, she was only looking for people that had been vaccinated. And when I told her like I hadn't been vaccinated yet, she was like, all right, well, you need to show me the receipt. What is it? The thing that you get when you know, get vaxxed, right? And she wanted to see like multiple, you know, doses. Like she wanted to see that I'd gotten, I think at the time there was only 2 available, right? But that's the only thing that I've ever, and that's a landlord, right? That's not the government. It's not even my work. But anyway, yeah, it's disturbingly feels like the anti-vaxxers have won, and I suspect that's because they were astroturfed by the tech lords. They're very convenient for the tech lords, right? To be able to pressure, you know, the government, to Joe Biden's government, to declare an end to the pandemic way the fuck prematurely. And yeah, also to cut off the stimulus right after. I think Joe Biden owes us all $600 if I remember correctly. Vaccine passes, yeah. Immunization record, yeah. I still have mine because I had to have it for my landlady, but she was kind of she she was a little bit, of a didn't understand boundaries, or I don't, anyway. Oh God, oh my God, I'm remembering that lady. I'm remembering a conversation with her where she was complaining about having to call people pronouns. She's like, well, I just think with these they them pronouns just doesn't make much sense. Anyway, let's finish this.
Serious? All this because of a joke about coughing on her. He said he would cough on me. He threatened to... Like, this is just so weird. Like, in the least...
She's a Karen, I guess.
I mean, this is going to sound condescending. In the least condescending way, doesn't Ethan have, like, multiple children? And doesn't he also, like, have employees and stuff?
Yeah, directive. It's really fucking normal here. Both because people, and it's people when they're sick. That's when they'll mask up, right, to protect others. But they'll do that. But also, a lot of people will wear a mask outside during smoke season, right? Because it if you've got an N95, it can keep some of the particles out. In fact, I should be doing. I should honestly be doing it every day. It's fairly normalized here. I mean, you don't see like a bunch of people. But if you walk down the street, you'll see a few people masked up still, or not still, but they'll mask up when they're sick or when it's smoke season.
Like, shouldn't that be taking up his time rather than making like edits and posting about?
God, good point. Mika's headphone. Ethan calling anyone else a Karen is a little bit insane.
Taylor Lorenz is much like, again, I mean that in the least condescending way. I truly mean that in the least condescending way. Like, doesn't he truly have better things to be doing? He posted this. Ask the moms, how old is this person? This joke is because no one knows her age, and she once said she was a young girl. I reject accusations of misogyny. This joke is particular to her. Anyway, I'd love to know what your moms think. Like, surely this time could be better spent,
He's such a weirdo. What is wrong with this guy?
I really do think it could be better spent. Now, let's make our way through the Twitter. This is what was overwhelming me. There were so many tweets. There were so many tweets. They've just never seen so many tweets. It's so amazing, actually. They've never seen so many tweets. So we are going to make our...
What do you think, chat? I'm reading that Trump impression. 9 out of 10. It's pretty good.
Way through this, I saw that she was posting texts with Hila and all of the rest. Okay, so this is kind of the first one I'm seeing. Here we see Ethan Klein promoted genocide denier Hila or Eyal.
Ayal Jacobi, Ayal Jacobi, right?
Jacobi last night because he posted a clip of Candace Owens, who Ethan has said he respects, and Tucker Carlson mentioning Taylor Lorenz is what this tweet says. What does Tucker, Candace, and Taylor all have in common? Okay. Candace Owens, genuinely, I kind of like Taylor Lorenz because I know she actually believes what she says. I totally agree.
Wow, look at that. Tucker and Candace love Taylor Lorenz. That's pretty weird. Far right people it must be because Taylor Lorenz is far right secretly. And she likes to hang out and talk about anti-Semitism. Or it could be that they're talking about, they like that she embodies their stereotype of somebody who is concerned about COVID. It could be that too, right? That like liberals have largely abandoned masking or any sense of caution when it comes to COVID, and so it's hard for her to make her over the top criticism of that they want you to live in a crazy masked clown world or something, but somehow Taylor Lorenz, she still cares about it. So yeah, that's where they're really coming from, right? And if you watch the clip like a little bit longer than what Ethan Klein shows it, you'll see that, right? It's you have to cut the clip as tight as he cuts it in order for that to look like Candace Owens and Tucker might be saying positive things about Taylor Lorenz. Other than that, it's pretty obvious, but he's a fucking little worm. This guy is a worm. Like, he is shameless when it comes to lying about people. He's like Dan Saltman if Dan Saltman didn't self-report. You know what I'm saying? Or at least as much as Dan does. All right, every now and then we'll get a clip from Dan just saying the quiet part out loud, being like, well, you know, it might not be true that Hasan did anything bad at a brothel, but, you know, people, you know, average person on Twitter doesn't know that, so I'm going to keep on pushing that lie. Like, he'll just straight up give away the game. Ethan generally doesn't do that, but it is pretty obvious that at times that he knows he's lying, and he's entertained by the fact that people believe it. I was about to say Weasley Little Liar magnetic, except yeah, I feel like he's tried to appropriate the Weasley Little Liar. I feel like he's tried to turn that around on Hasan. And I finally understand why Demon Mama was so mad at me for using her own memes against her. But yeah, Ethan did it badly. I like to think that oh my God, what? I think it was the human centipede thing that she was mad about. Anyway, we're not going to revisit whatever that was 4 years ago.
Okay, so he's posting that, and then Taylor tweets, Hila Klein, quoting Hila, I guess, stop texting me privately about, oh wait, sorry, she's saying to Hila Klein here. Hila Klein, stop texting me privately about how you're worried about my mental health and you want to avoid a public spat, crazy, when your deranged husband spends all day harassing and abusing me on the internet. You sent this to me less than 48 hours ago. Oof. From Hila, the relevant information with you directly to avoid a public spat. Additionally, I know you're going through a tough time right now, and I just want you to know that we have your best interests at heart. We are concerned about your mental health and wish the best for you.
Bad Lefty, Darvo incoming. Yeah, heavy Darvo. Heavy Darvo.
What?
Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays to what the fuck?
Sorry. That is just like... I know you're going through a tough time right now, and I just want you to know that we have your best interest at heart. We are concerned about your mental health and are wishing the best for you.
Are they trying to adopt Taylor? Is that what's going on? Is she gonna be their, like, what? Would she be like the third child, the fourth child? Are they gonna dress her up in Teddy Fresh? Send her off to school?
What? I want you to know that we are here anytime for you. What? I hope you can get lots of much needed rest this holiday season. Merry Christmas and happy holidays to you from Hila Klein. What the fuck?
I feel like if H3 had ever done the eel pit, there would have been a Hila eel joke at some point. But they didn't, did they? They always just used that as a clickbait. Oh yeah, we'll do eel pit. Chat, I actually showed you eel pit. And not that many people were interested in it, but I did did we do it as bonus content? I'm trying to remember.
Oh my god. Sorry, this is only one of the things that Taylor was tweeting. But what the fuck? What?
Yeah, because all the eels in the eel tank and you know, they have like names like Mentally Eel is one of them, or like what was the other one? Crunchwrap No, I think Crunchwrap Supreme was like not an eel, but yeah, they all have cool eel names.
Okay, let me go through her Twitter because again, she was tweeting on and off, responding to this. What the hell? Sorry, this is crazy. I saw this from Stephen Asarch. Hila, I just want you to know we have your best interest at heart. Her husband Ethan posts multiple.
Oh my god, chat. They got okay. Look at this. The names of these eels are Bathtub, Crunchwrap Supreme. Yeah, I guess it was an eel. Elon Musk, Steely Dan, and Neil.
Instagram stories this month saying Taylor is a pathologically inclined to lie, a dumbass, and have you ever seen a more heinous person in your life? Taylor responds, Ethan's crashing out because of it. So much is going on! Ethan Klein leaks the full text his wife Hila Klein sent to Taylor Lorenz. What the fuck has been going on? Okay, Ethan responded to Taylor's post that we just read with the text from Hila. Taylor, you're acting paranoid again. The reason we shared the relevant facts with you is to prevent you from potentially embarrassing yourself. And we did it privately so the public wouldn't ridicule you. So why would you show this? Crying emoji. Taylor, a lot of us do have your best interest at heart. And although I know you are in the throat.
Okay, so I get it. I think. It's not exactly projection, but it's similar, right? They've probably had a lot of people say this to them. Some of them, perhaps, that really do have their best interests in mind, right? And they don't like it, and they feel talked down to, because they are actually acting like kids, and there's people in their life that are worried about them. Yeah, that's what this is. They're just reflecting shit that, like, I've thought, like, you know, like I said before, you know, I have empathy that doesn't quit even when, you know, the person involved is like just a truly reprehensible person. And when I see Ethan in the throes of whatever fucking demons he is dealing with, it, you know, part of me wants to like call, or not call, but like DM Dan and be like, listen, there's got to be a way that we can, you know, we got this. Is your guy is not looking good. Come on, Dan. Like, don't you care about this guy? Like, I don't know. Dan joins in. True. Yeah, that's the problem. But I wish that, like, and you know, as ridiculous as his crash outs are, I don't like that they keep happening. And it's sickening sometimes to cover it, right?
Of a paranoid delusional crash out. Can you imagine how humbling it would be for Ethan Klein to be saying that you are going through a crash out? I want you to remember that people love you and want to help. This is so condescending and very weird. So condescending and very, very, very weird. Yeah, everyone's saying that it obviously...
See, now, here's what Ethan's not noticing, though. This looks a certain way. Like, it's probably pretty funny to Ethan's audience because they're, like, in on the joke and stuff. But to the outside world, like, this is just weird shit to be DMing people. And it's not, you know, they don't look like the adults to the rest of the world, right? To the H3 fandom, maybe, but...
Sounds like he's trolling. Taylor says... Ethan Klein's wife, Hila, texted me a bunch of nonsense about how she was worried about my mental health. When I replied that if she was actually concerned about my mental health, she should tell her husband to stop harassing me, she stopped replying and Ethan began crashing out. Apparently, I'm not the only one the Kleins are privately...
This is abuser talk? Yeah.
harassing over text message today. Ethan is currently also melting down over text to someone else. It's wild to me that Ethan has been...
So that is Alex Novell. I will let you know when Alex comes forth with here, should I just show you the... Let's just take a look at the tweet. there, skateballing. So Alex doesn't do content nukes or content cops. He actually does content terminators, where he comes back from the future in order to warn us about future cringe. Okay, so yeah. When Taylor Lorenz says, apparently I'm not the only one the clients are privately harassing, Alex Novell quote retweets this saying, Ethan melted down over text to me today. Full video coming soon. You don't have permission to share this private conversation? Okay, bet. Gave you my number because I trusted you, brother. This is Ethan, I guess. And you don't have permission to share this private conversation either. Just to prove to you it's not a gotcha. I wouldn't waste my time texting with you if it was just for a gotcha. Wait. Is this one? Oh my god, I'm confused by the... No, this is all the same. This is all from Ethan. Okay. Last one, because this is pretty good. So, yeah, I mean, I don't know when this is. I'm expecting this to come out soon. You understand two-party consent laws. This is hilarious, chat. Can you see this? Oh my god, it's just out of range. It's just barely out of range. What's up, Kiki fan? Thank you for resubscribing, and good morning to you as well. Anyway, you just trust me. Above this, it says, you understand two-party consent laws. That's Ethan talking, right? NYC is single-party consent, says Alex Novell. I don't know if two-party consent laws actually apply to DMs. That's an interesting question. I would assume not. I would assume they do not. Only say that because I told you the convo was private and you agreed. Not sure a court would see my message as me agreeing with you, but yeah, again, what is he claiming as agreement, right? I guess we will find out soon enough. Oh, my bad. I thought NYC, like California, is two-party. Yeah, it's not, apparently. But yeah, anyway, so Alex Novell is kind of famous for this kind of Nixon bathroom interview type. Well, I shouldn't say that. That's a Hunter S. Thompson. The Hunter S. Thompson probably wasn't really interviewing Nixon on the toilet, but I'd like to think that he was. I like to think that's real. But you know what I mean? He goes into places, he talks to people, and then he comes back with a video. He pretended to be a student filmmaker in order to get Alan Dershowitz to talk to him, and then asked him about OJ and about Epstein and all the kinds of questions that you'd love to, ask Alan Dershowitz if you had access to him, but you don't. But Alex Novell finagled it so that you don't have to. What was the other thing? I think he also applied to be a editor for the Daily Wire in order to get a little bit of insight on how at least their hiring process worked. There were some what is it called, like Glassdoor? I think there were some interesting Glassdoor like entries about people that had worked there in the past, and so he got interested and ended up partially going through the process of onboarding. But yeah, that's it's kind of veers towards investigative journalism. But anyway, we're gonna have to wait for that. We don't have that yet. I just looked at Alex's channel today, and there's no video posted. I guess the other thing would be to see, has he posted anything? That's the pinned tweet, and then yeah, Austinox is the most recent. Yeah, so we're gonna be waiting on that, I guess. Do those consent laws apply to correspondence you willingly send out? See, yeah, I don't think so. As far as I know, the only thing this might count towards is like a phone call, right? Or maybe a Discord call. But I've never even thought about the idea that it might apply to DMs. have a feeling that text messages are your property after they've been sent to you. Yeah, I mean, people do this. I've never heard of anybody getting hit with two-party consent for showing texts. But anyway, let's get back to the Adam.
Been doing this for years now, harassing and abusing women across multiple platforms. Oh my god. By the way, some people were asking why I didn't include the other slop Hila sent me about the skulls. I genuinely don't care if she wants to text me all day about her dumb skull theories. I just think pretending to care about my mental health while her husband harasses me.
Oh no, chat. She's got skull theories. Listen, I mean, assuming that the skulls are not something that the Kleins themselves ordered, or the crew or whatever, assuming that those skulls did get sent by somebody who was trying to, I don't know, unnerve them with that. I understand the desire to try to figure out where it's coming from, who's doing it, but if the person covered their tracks, I don't think you're gonna, put on your detective hat and figure it out. And it sort of leads you to this like conspiracy crafting where the way that this works, like the terminal stage of this malady is when you start accusing, people of doing it, right? You confront the person that you think did it, and you're like, you did it, didn't like that they're somehow gonna melt and be like, yes, that's right, I can't lie, I'm the one behind the skulls, you got me, Hila. Right? It just like, if they've covered their tracks, then they're not gonna have trouble lying and saying that they didn't do it if they did, and most likely you're just gonna end up accusing somebody who's got nothing to do with the issue. And I've seen that shit happen. It's not pretty. It's but yeah, I guess Hila hasn't, she's shared her theories with Taylor. She's not, going on H3 podcast and saying like Denims did the skulls or Bad Empanada. Wait, they kind of have, haven't they? Like Ethan strongly implied that Bad Empanada, am I misremembering, chat? Or did Ethan strongly imply that he felt pretty sure it was Bad Empanada?
Me 24/7 is absurd. Here's the full extent of what I posted about the skulls. I've never made a single comment about the skulls that these two losers could sue over. I do wonder why Ethan hasn't revealed who sent the skulls publicly if it was an alleged hate attack. I find that interesting. Okay, so interesting. I'm now gathering where all this started from.
Yeah, this is actually really interesting, right? People have been looking into the skulls thing, and there's like a few things that don't add up here, right? I mean, it's not proof that they sent them to themselves, but there's also, we haven't been shown proof or anything approaching proof that they were sent from, someone else. I'm not sure if you could 100% prove that. Ethan implied it was many people. Yeah, he did it to BE. Now, he said Denims did CPS, but I think he clarified that he meant that he thought that like her fans did or something. I think he said Snark. He's accused Snark as a subreddit as a whole of sending the skulls.
So again, only a couple weeks ago, TMZ randomly, it appeared, were like hashtag exclusive H3 podcast host Ethan Klein says
yeah, I remember this TMZ. I think, did I cover that? I covered this, right? We got sent these skulls, says Ghost ATW, that were thousands of dollars, deemed a threat, reported it to the police. I think they said FBI even, but took our own photos and returned the skulls to the website so the sender can get a refund. Wait, the sender wouldn't. I thought that they were sent on spec. I thought they were sent without having the payment be, and that's the part that really throws me for a loop, right? I mean, like, I get it if they've got a list of clients and they're all like major universities, that maybe the university orders the skull and then you just invoice them for it if your skull's unlimited. But I can't imagine like if you did that, you'd want to require proof. This is the university, or this is the, whatever, right? It's like a bar tab, right? You don't open up a bar tab for like a stranger. You got to kind of, it's got to be like a regular, right? And yeah, but anyway, there's a lot about the story that just does not make sense.
She was sent human skulls as threats for being pro-Israel. And now, the replies to this TMZ article are like, where have you been? Like, it was like...
Wait, the new claim is that they weren't paid for? Wait, they weren't paid for yet? Wait, that's what I thought from the beginning. That was the whole thing, that Skulls Unlimited was like, hey, Ethan, or like they sent him something being like, hey, you're going to pay for this? And he's like, I didn't order it. So it's like a pizza showing up, right? They were immediately returned, which is weird since they were a threat. Yeah, and you'd think that they'd want to, like, well, I mean, I don't know. Would they have, yeah, I guess they wouldn't have fingerprints. If they got sent from Skulls Unlimited directly and not like repackaged by somebody else, there wouldn't be fingerprints. They only rent them out to educational or other professional reasons. Yeah, so why would they just like send it out to like somebody that's not showing any sort of proof of who they are? They'd want to see, some sort of identification before sending out expensive, like irreplaceable, human bone specimens.
Why are you covering this? No.
And chat, people that work on, cadavers, for, educational purposes, they treat them with a certain degree of respect. And I would assume that the same goes for Skulls Unlimited, right? They're not thinking of them as like an item in the store. They're thinking of them as a donation from a person who's no longer with us. And so I don't know. There's branding yeah, there's no way that they showed the pictures of the box. There's no way that you would see that and not know there's a human skull inside, right? It's not like, a jump scare. They had it sent directly to me somehow. God, this skulls thing is just not adding up. I don't know. I mean, Taylor's an investigative journalist. Maybe she'll follow the lead.
Why is this like exclusive? So people were like,
although maybe it's best practices for her to hand off the investigation off to somebody else, just because she's got, the conflict of interest of being, at odds with Ethan. I don't know, but somebody should look into it.
Like,
somebody should. In fact, when they did that TMZ article, the first thing I thought about was that TMZ has some capacity to do actual investigations, to do, I mean, they're paparazzi, but it's similar enough to investigative journalism. And the worst thing in the world that could happen to Ethan is that they get maybe some emails about their coverage and decide to look into it further, right? And not just do a puff piece, but actually, try to, figure out what they can. I don't think that would be a good outcome for Hila and Ethan.
Interesting. So Taylor tweeted, half-a-year-old drama being resurfaced on TMZ on an article with suspiciously no byline, and TMZ doesn't appear to have fact-checked any details related to the skull incident. So here we see Taylor tweeting the 9th.
Which makes me think that maybe somebody within TMZ is kind of doing a solid for the clients. Is that how it seems to other people? Because, when somebody gives you like a tip, you don't, as a journalist or an outlet, you don't owe any allegiance to that person. And you know that the person giving a tip might be manipulating you. They might be, playing you. And the last thing you want to do as a journalist is be somebody's chess piece. So, you generally would verify that. And if you find that you're being, bullshitted, you do that investigation and you expose the person that tried to use your news outlet. So yeah, he's playing potentially a dangerous game here, but I don't know, maybe he's got somebody, on the inside that does have some loyalty to him, some relationship with them. Yeah, Ryan Grimm, drop site news. There we go.
19th of January, February, March, April, May, June 2025. As annoying as it is when Ethan Klein,
given the subject matter and his surname, good one, Ivan Van Veen,
blatantly lies about me, I've seen people saying that he also lied about receiving skulls. I want to debunk this because he did in fact receive skulls. They shared photos of the package they received with me when I was attempting to help them, because again, it was, Taylor and them were trying to get to the bottom of this from my understanding at the start. So Papa Gut responded to Taylor's...
Papa Gut. Chat, I know we're going to have to deal with that fucker at some point. Seriously. Nicholas Diorio, Papa Gut. There is so much rot in the sloposphere. And I'm having trouble, have to keep reminding myself, don't touch the poo.
Post and said, "Aren't you a journalist? Care to educate us about the details that..."
But talk about a sphere that is, where an expose is warranted. Talk about, I mean, I feel like the slop tubers never get the fucking proctoscope turned back on them, and it's about time.
TMZ didn't fact check, or are you just trying? Well, that's a dumb tweet from Papa Gut, because Taylor, just because she's a journalist doesn't mean she has to fact check every single other article. That's the job of the journalist at hand. The fuck does that, like, why am I working? You know what I mean? Like, if I'm Taylor, I'm like, why am I working? That journalist should have done a better job. Or are you just trying to insinuate a conspiracy that she sent herself skulls? Taylor responds, "Yes, I'm a journalist, which means reading the actual article instead of pushing drama slop." TMZ did not get comment from Skulls Unlimited. Skulls Unlimited, this is so unserious. And it's completely unknown who sent the skulls to the client's home address or what the motivation...
And like I said before, as far as Taylor pursuing this investigation, yes, she is an investigative journalist, but it kind of doesn't make sense for her to conduct that investigation. Like I said before, there's a conflict of interest in the fact that there is animosity between her and the clients, right? So if she were to bring out something which, showed, an inconvenient truth, let's say, about, Ethan Klein, TED Entertainment. Wait, is it called TED Entertainment? No, that's the thing from Five Nights at Freddy's, right? What's it called, chat? What's the name of the company? TED something? It's not TED Entertainment, is it? What am I thinking? The actual name for the Teddy Fresh company? Or it's like, I think it's more than just Teddy Fresh, but... It's Teddy Fresh, but like, yeah, there's a name for the corporation, I think. Teddy Fash, there we go. Is it TED Entertainment? What does the I stand for? Incorporated, I'm guessing. For some reason that reminds me of, it is TED Entertainment. Yeah, it just, something about that reminds me of like was it like the restaurant from Five Nights at Freddy's or something? Like, Chuck E. Cheese's name is like the E stands for entertainment, I think. Chuck Entertainment Cheese. Tedward P. Fresh.
Was. These were extremely expensive prop skulls, not something someone would send casually. I doubt Hila would send them to herself, but we have no idea who actually sent them or why, and it's incredibly irresponsible to speculate based on zero information about the vendor, or from the vendor. So then Taylor had tweeted that, obviously.
Yeah, I remember that, and like all these like weird Ethan Klein fans were like, then you should contact the vendor. Fazbear Inc. or something like that. Yeah, like, yeah, Charles Entertainment Cheese the Third. Yeah, I think they added the entertainment thing like after the fact. What do you call that? When there's no word for the acronym at first, but then somebody invents one. Is it a backronym?
And there was a lot of discourse about this back and forth. Taylor started responding to the Kaceytron statement, obviously. I'm just like going through here because I want to make sure that I've got everything. I see someone else tweeting, Ethan melted down over texting me today.
If the FBI was involved, they 100% would find who used the secret credit card. So that was paid for? So there was payment rendered for the skulls? Because that's the thing that blows my mind, right? Is the fact that they're, I mean, I get that maybe, universities have some kind of a tab or some, get sent and then invoiced, right? But you'd want the person on the other end to, and also like if their address doesn't match the address they have for the university, right? When, I don't know, just like something stinks to high hell about this whole story. Which makes me think that maybe Taylor did hand it off, right? Like I said, she's got, I guess, a conflict of interest. It's owned by Fox. Wait. TMZ is?
Full video coming soon. Who the hell is this? Alex Novel. God, there's so many. This has all happened within the span of a week. Literally within the span of a week, you guys.
Yo, Adam needs to get that black part of that pen away from under his nose. Otherwise, Ethan is gonna be like Adam McIntyre emulating Hitler. I guess this is, he says he's not anti-Semitic, but why is he putting the, what I mean? Ethan's gonna manipulate that. Anything you do becomes like a Nazi dog whistle or a anti-Semitic dog whistle for Ethan Klein.
I went home to Derry and all this blew up. Like all this blew up. And I know we have him tweeting like about the coughing thing, like making fun of her. Like what? There's so many, like still. Taylor tweeted, apparently people from Ethan Klein's H3.
You would have kept the skull, Kiki fan? I would have only kept it if it was like a crystal skull. But then I don't know. It'd be spooky.
Podcast where they're stalking me and following me around and talking about it on their stream. That's very creepy. I went to the event with a bunch of friends and had to leave by 9:30ish, so I didn't notice. But being stalked followed IRL is unsettling. I should be able to go to events for work without deranged Ethan Klein staffers following and watching me.
What?
Ethan Klein continued.
What? Deranged Ethan Klein staffers? Wait, what? Oh my god, when did this happen? People from Ethan Klein's podcast were stalking and following me around and talked about it on there. See, what? Wait. Was it Tamara or the new hire? What's her name? Is it Tamara or Tamara? I think it's Tamara, right? It was Zach. Wait, what's going on though? Here's the thing, right? Like, without more proof, she does sound legit crazy saying this, right? You kind of, was it Giardia? Yeah, Giardia. They give the tough assignments to Giardia. Okay, so he's confirming. Okay, so Ethan's confirming that this happened. We have a large show. Okay. So his excuse is basically like, well, of course we were there. We do a podcast that's on Spotify. Why were you there? Oh my god, is he trying to reverse the like? You do what? Stalk children on Roblox. Oh my god. The gaslighting is like profound here. And they do seem to be trying to like kind of separate her out here. I don't know. This is weird shit. Shredder cheese sent the skulls as revenge. Oh no. He said it on the pod, so she doesn't. Yeah, no, I just noticed he's actually saying it here too, right? If she, like, I don't know, if she just said that though, it doesn't sound like. But regardless, okay, look, Ethan can have staff at the Spotify Awards. That makes sense. They're, on Spotify. Taylor Lorenz reports on this kind of stuff. Makes sense for her to be there. What doesn't make sense is that Ethan had his people following her around. But I guess he's low-key trying to imply that, maybe she was following us. I don't know.
Continues to encourage IRL harassment and stalking of the people he targets, and it's very worrying that this is how his staff spent their time at a big event like this. Ethan responds, "She's the best," laughing emoji. "They say they saw you there. That's it. Why were you at a Spotify event? We have a large show on their platform, and you do what? Stalk kids on Roblox? Like, this is..." Yes, why would I? A tech reporter who writes about...
Again, Ethan Klein mimicked getting jerked off by his co-host around a bunch of kids on Meta, on the Meta, what do you call it? What the fuck do you call that thing, chat? The thing that nobody ever used? You remember the thing where you don't have legs? What the fuck? The metaverse? Is that what it's called? Like, he literally had Dan, like, pretend to, give him the reach around, give him a finger and a hand. Yeah, it was VR. It was like the Meta VR thing. Like, he just like, and this is the second time, right? Because if you listen to Dan Saltman, all but confirmed that the reason that the Dogtober 7th op was done to Hasan Piker was because Ethan, he had looked at what, people talking about Ethan, feeding cheese to his dog. And he was like, yeah, we should do that. That's really effective. And now you have him basically accusing Taylor Lorenz of doing something in Roblox that he did in the metaverse. For real, though. Like, right? And, like, no, I don't think he was trying to, creep on those kids, but he was being extremely inappropriate around them. And people do call that kind of behavior grooming, right? I get that it's, different from somebody that's trying to, predate on the kids, but it's, something obviously their parents wouldn't appreciate. Yeah. Well, they only got a temporary ban. It was weird. Yeah, Dogtober 7th, unironically a great name. True. He taught his son about roofies on the wait. Ethan taught his son about roofies. How old isn't his son? Like, what is his son like? 4 or 5? But either way, what he does is tries to turn around, real accusations against him on other people. It is actually very Trumpian. Somebody said this earlier, right? Oh yeah, people found out he had a prong collar on. What is his name? Chief, their new dog. And people do, I don't know if the prong collar is cruel or not, but some people think it is. And yeah, same thing with the shock collar. Right, I saw them on sale on Amazon, so apparently people buy this shit on Amazon. He's like 5? Ugh. It's a little too, I mean, obviously you want to keep your kids safe from, anybody doing that sort of thing to them. Tell them to always, not drink from a drink that they haven't watched. But yeah, 5 seems a little too early to be explaining roofies. prongs have been banned, it feels like it could really hurt the dog in the wrong situation, right? If the dog like fell or something, couldn't it really hurt? A bedtime story about Bill Cosby? Oh no, God. Does he tell his kids bedtime stories about Blackzilla? Is that like the kind of like he's got just a track record, chat, of being inappropriate in relation to kids, right? To the point where, yeah, you do start to question, you know, or what? Let's just put it this way: one might question his fitness as a parent, right? Might lead one to question that. Not that I'm suggesting that. They're not great dog owners. I mean, that's what I mean. That's what I mean. It's like, and I'm not trying to be mean here or say that, you know, he's doing something fucked up to, you know, kids or dogs on purpose, right? It's just that he's lacks responsibility, the kind of responsibility that you'd expect from a pet owner and certainly from a parent. This pedo troll account. Yeah, there we go. This is so wild. Chat, I feel like Ethan's been getting treated with kid gloves. I feel like if the treatment that he gave to other people was applied to him, yeah, he would be, you know, like under investigation. The way that the account talks about kids, he's basically doing a Mr. Girl thing, right? That's Mr. Girl's defense, right? When you ask Mr. Girl, hey, why do you have a song up on your YouTube called I'm a, you know, and then the word is PDF file, right? Why do you have a song like that? He'll say that, you know, it's a joke, right? And this is the same defense that Ethan Klein has. In their filings from October 20th, they now claim that on March 11th, 2025, we received 2 human skulls. Has this changed in their legal filings? Because that's not you're not supposed to contradict yourself in legal filings, right? Direct contradiction to their previous statement. Oh, that's not good. That's not good. I don't even see how the skull case is relevant to the, you know, we're talking about the case against Denims now, Frogan, and I guess the mods, the Reddit mods. I don't see how the skull thing is at all relevant, but they're bringing it in there, and they might actually, if they're found to be contradicting themselves, that's gonna really hurt their case, totally undermine their credibility. Yeah, I wouldn't let them dog sit for me or cat sit. I would be worried. I would not be able, if I had to go on a vacation, chat, if I had my dream vacation, I don't know, where would I go on my dream vacation? Maybe China. I don't know. Japan, maybe, I don't know. But if I go on my dream vacation and like I gotta have somebody and I have a cat and I gotta have somebody take care of that cat, it is not, there's no way in hell it would be Ethan and Hila. I would not be able to relax. The whole trip, I would be worried that Ethan had managed to kill my cat, right? And then he puts it in a box, marked Schrodinger, and he's like, you have to guess if it's alive or dead. Anyway, something like that. The Save a Fox, yeah, I mean, that's an account that I used to follow. I mean, still do follow, I guess. Wait, by similar tactics? Wait, did a fox die and people were trying to blame it on her? I wouldn't let him watch my pet rock. Yeah, I don't think I don't. Yeah, something bad would happen with that rock. Or you know what he'd do, chat? He'd give you a rock, like when you got back, he'd be like, here's your pet rock, and it wouldn't be the same rock. you'd be like, this is not my rock. He's like, oh, come on. It's all rocks are the same. It's like, no, Ethan, I told you to watch my pet rock. This is not my pet rock. Why is the button not pressing? Button press. Pyong. Try a different button. Button press. Pyong. No? It's trying to play The World Ends With You? What the fuck is going? Oh, I got a muted track on my other. I guess the intro music was playing on mute. It goes really hard on mute and somehow rolled over to another Square Enix property. All right, let's try to watch the rest of this.
Spotify, and who has a popular tech podcast on Spotify, be it an event for Spotify. I guess we'll never know. This is fucking insane. I mean, I really can't. More Instagram stories, more back and forth. Oh my god.
Yeah, that's okay, Burple. My wave functioning is collapsing a little bit too. I'm running out of mental energy. We'll wrap this up in a second here. We're almost done with this video.
I can't. Ethan Klein encouraging his fans to do this to me, knowing I'm severely immunocompromised and sick. There's so many of us dealing with health issues, cancer treatment, chemo. It's disgusting that Ethan Klein is excited by the idea of his fandom harming us.
I will say about him, he's a sick fuck. I hope he gets
We
help.
already have a barbaric medical system that dehumanizes those of us who are sick. It's already a fight to stay alive and keep working, fighting massive medical bills. And this YouTuber lives in a $10 million mansion, spends all his day harassing and abusing women and disabled people. It's sick. Someone said, you should sue him. And she said, all my money is going to medical bills. Fuck, this is insane, dude. I think I've got us all caught up to speed. This is insane. All right, I think I've got us up to speed. Dude, what the fuck? Actually, what the hell? Like, this behavior is just like... The fact this back and forth behavior is just so normalized now is so insane. Well, anyways, I wanted to get you caught up on everything. I had been seeing this all unfolding. Let me know your thoughts down below, and I'm sure it's going to kick off again. All this happened within the span of a fucking week. Let me know your thoughts. Also, London people or adjacent around that area, again, tickets for the March 21st show are down below. Would love to see ya. It'll be a key. And I will see y'all in my next one. Goodbye.
Oh my god, chat, I'm responding to YouTube comments on stream. It's not even on my video. Whoa! Breakcore. Ethereal breakcore, nonetheless. Okay. There we go. Adam McIntyre.
I'm gonna be honest. I'm a little...
Oh no. This is him reacting to the Kaceytron apology. Let me finish this comment, right? Oh, anyway. So ridiculous. Considering that it's not even a comment on the channel, it's a comment I left on another video that somebody replied to. Anyway, YouTube comments are sacred, chat. Don't ever let them take that away from us. Our comments. H3 are doing the same thing to people. I'm scared that it will have the same outcome. Oh yeah, I didn't even think about that, but you're right. Yeah, I mean, like the way they're targeting Taylor and yeah, the way they're targeting, you know, Casey, Frogan, and Denims, right? It's the kind of thing that does sometimes prompt people to, you know, want to leave life. I wonder if he's even thought of that. I wonder if he even cares. Or like, I mean, I don't know, some people in chat probably think that he wouldn't mind if that he's so far gone. He would be happy if one of his targets took that route. But honestly, it's a lot more likely that we're gonna read something in the press about Ethan one of these days. If I'm being real, right? Look at this guy. He is not happy in life. And he just wants to, I don't know, like all he can do is spread his misery onto other people. It's gotta be a sad fucking existence to be Ethan Klein. Remember Etika? He blamed Keemstar for his death because of the bullying? Damn. No, actually, I don't remember Etika. I was not around for Etika. That was before my time somehow. But I've heard, I roughly know what happened. Wait, he'll probably be FBI director one day. You're talking about Ethan? Yeah, no, all that has to happen is for Ethan to go to, Ethan gets a criminal conviction, goes to jail, and then has Hila show up at Mar-a-Lago with a, golden, I don't know, what would it be? Like a golden poop or something. To say that Ethan is a huge fan of Make America Great Again, and the Kleins love Trump, and Teddy Fresh will do See You in Valhalla. Yo, I need to play. Anybody like that? Like I feel like that game shouldn't have died. Maybe I didn't play it enough. Maybe there's reasons that people got are like done with Valhalla, but I didn't get enough. I want more. I want more Valhalla. I was still enjoying playing it, but nobody plays it anymore. A golden grumpy? Oh no, you gotta be a golden grumpy, I guess. That's what Johnny Depp would call it. But yeah, can you imagine Ethan like flipping to the MAGA side? I think he could do it. Like Trump just pardoned some dude that was, a Democrat, and that actually it would have benefited the Republican House to have him out of the way. And what was it for again? I'm trying to remember. It was just one thing, right? That he was more in line with Trump than with Biden. And then Trump got mad when he didn't change his affiliation to Republican. Yeah, this guy totally finessed Trump. This Democrat I mean, he's a conservative, to be sure, right? So it makes sense on one level, but he totally finessed a pardon out of Trump. Apparently, it's not that hard. I love it how Irene says "oh no" every time. Oh, with the grumpy. That always it's the fact that Johnny Depp called it a grumpy. It lives rent free in my mind. Speaking of rent free in minds, let's see who's rent free in Ethan Klein's mind. Because I promised I'd give you a little bit of this guy's content. It's getting late, but let's try to sally forth. I feel like such a boomer saying that. Kaceytron apology? Is that really that? Okay, wait, what is this? Does it start back here? Oh, Reddit scare. What is the Reddit scare?
I'll tell the story over. Yeah.
Oh my god, what the fuck is up with that hat? What is this hat? Oh, there's a button. During donations and small talk, they got a button. It's Michigan. What is his connection to Michigan? I don't care. Wait, I saw a button screen. Somewhere in here, right? There's a button. Right there. All right, right here. Let's see what the button's about.
I'll tell the story over. Yeah. There was a post
He sounds drunk.
on the subreddit
Is he supposed to be drunk? Is this like a holiday?
that said, this barbershop in Alberta, AB, is posting Holocaust denial. And I saw the post, and I didn't really understand it, but I just saw Alberta, AB is posting Holocaust denial.
Wait, Kiki, Kiki fan, I'm not sure. I feel like I didn't thank you for resubscribing, but thank you for resubscribing. Maybe I did. Maybe I did thank you. It kind of seems like I didn't. He's not doing good. It's worrying me. It's concerning me. It's not. It's like
I was like, heads up, AB, just so you know. I don't know what they're even trying to say, but and so I went to the comments and I immediately saw that it said this is about Alberta, the province in Canada, not AB, the crew member. So
good.
Yeah, go ahead.
AB whispered something to him.
The second tower, he just whispered, "We're under attack, sir."
Do we need to evacuate?
It's happened.
Code alert?
It's happened.
Yeah, don't trust that music.
So, Kaceytron, bless her soul. What?
A live stream, apparently. And we'll be up in 5 minutes.
Well, so it should be on X and,
it's like
and
news
Twitch.
music?
I believe it should be on X. That'd be an easier.
They're talking about the Kaceytron apology. So this is right when it happens. Somewhere around here, there's a button.
I sent both links just in case.
Wait, I'm so confused, chat. I saw a button, goddammit. Where did the button happen? Right there. I'm not seeing it. What the fuck, chat? Oh my god, chat. Did they delete this? Oh, geez. Okay, if anybody's like a super deep lore head or whatever, I guess you could look and try to find out. Maybe people are talking about it on Reddit, but you know, there might I can see a button in the thumbnail. I'm not like finding the button in, god damn it. Come on. It's slow. It's doing the circle of death. That's a pretty good freeze frame too, I must say. I have a knack. And I swear to God, I don't do it on purpose. Oh, there it is. There it is. See, I told you. I did not lie. Let's get right back to right before it's taking its sweet time. It's usually a process that is not that involved. But there's definitely a button moment here. I thought maybe they had taken it out, but I was still seeing it on the thumbnail, right? There's a little thumbnail that when you scan over different segments of the video, oh my god, please, come on. There.
Comma.
God damn, this guy.
AB shared a Holocaust denial
What the fuck is that? Is that something that's supposed to go over your neck? Is that like a neck warmer?
post. And I saw that and I was like, I don't really understand what it's saying.
There we go. Let's rewind it a little bit more.
Said I shared Nazi
Oh,
or
yeah.
Holocaust
I got
denial.
scared, too.
Yeah, there was a Reddit post talking about Alberta, Canada, and it said AB sharing Holocaust denial.
It's at a barber shop in Alberta.
Yeah.
Comma. AB shared a Holocaust denial post. And I saw that and I was like, I don't really understand what it's saying.
Okay, so a bar in Alberta. Wait a minute, is this what I think it is? Is this AI Grand Theft Auto art with Denims, Hasan, Ethan, Hila, the, what do you call it? The Gatsby? Is that Shredder? What am I looking at, chat? Is this AI? Is this a cursed AI? Well, yeah, is that supposed to be Hasan? Anyway, I don't care. I don't care about Ethan's. There he goes. He comes out of it.
Just tell. I guess I'll tell the story over. There was a post.
So he tried to tell a story. Apparently, they buttoned him, or he buttoned himself. That's where when he's talking about AB and the article that said a barbershop in Alberta. Alberta AB or wherever. Anyway, I don't care. What am I doing, chat? I'm getting distracted. I just like sometimes there's little nuggets, little jewels in amidst all the shit. Sometimes you find an emerald in the poop, and I thought we had maybe found one there.
The post, and I didn't really understand it, but I just saw Alberta AB is posting Holocaust denial. I was like, heads up, AB, just so you know. I don't know what they're even trying to say, and so I went to the comments and I immediately saw that it said, if this is about Alberta, the province in Canada, not AB,
wait,
the crew member.
Wait,
so
calling him a tourist, is that like a gamer thing? To call somebody a tourist? Like, is that am I understanding this right? Like the idea that you talk about a game that you really haven't played that much, that kind of tourist? It will be funny when he eventually falls out with Saltman. Oh no. And he posts all the button bits. Yeah, he posts all the redacted posts of Ethan Klein from redact.dev.
Oh. So
good.
Yeah, go ahead.
He's just said, actually, I did spread Holocaust denial. Actually, I did that, Ethan. You probably shouldn't deny it.
The second tower, he just whispered, we're under attack, sir.
Do we need to evacuate?
It's happened.
Code alert?
It's happened. So, Kaceytron, bless her soul. What?
The live stream, apparently. And we'll be up in 5 minutes.
Well, so it should be on X and Twitch. I believe it should be on X. That'd be an easier.
I sent both links just in case.
Yeah.
Got it.
I'm watching the countdown.
Now, it's 3 minutes.
Chat, did I go too hard on the super chat person earlier? You know, we only got the bonus content. Like if the chatter had not done that super chat, I think we'd be just under the level for bonus content. But I see them here replying to me on Blue Sky. They say they're a fan, but they don't think that the Kaceytron stuff is. Was I too mean? I don't know. I might have been. I mean, obviously you're allowed to disagree, and like there's a lot of kind of propaganda flying. If you find yourself sort of in the wrong community, you're gonna see all this stuff from a very, I want to say jaundiced perspective, but somehow I'm like, is that ableist? I think I can say jaundiced. Anyway, a biased perspective, let's just say. But yeah, I mean, I don't know, chat. I don't know.
Long, and I think we should watch it together. But before I do, and again, I want to thank Kaceytron for being.
So they're asking specifically about Kaceytron's content, not Denim's or Frogan's, right? I've seen parts of Kaceytron's, and yeah, it's like, mostly what's featured is like her smoking. When you smoke weed, it gets harder to comment, or it's harder to think of things. I don't know. Look, my take on transformative content is as shitty as it is. Like, I don't want to see Sniper Wolf go down for content Like I think that XQC's face in the corner of the video, you know, makes that it doesn't serve as a replacement for the video, right? I have a very expansive view of what transformative content is. If you take my videos and I don't know, you know, post them on, like, I'm trying to think. Well, I've said that people, you know, can, you know, if they want to make clips and post them and do their own like NCC industrial complex, I'm okay with that. So maybe I'm not the best example, but you know, I feel like if somebody were to just rip your video off, right, and present it as their own and make money off of that and compete with your actual video, yeah, I do have a problem with that. But I feel like as soon as you put Sniper Wolf in the corner, even if she's not contributing that much, as soon as you put XQC in the corner, as soon as you got Asmongold in the corner saying, yeah, based, yeah, it's transformed. It's no longer a substitute. It's no longer a, like, you know what I mean? Why would somebody, if somebody wants to watch an NCC video, they're not going to be satisfied watching Asmongold react to it. They're not going to be satisfied, right? They're going to, you know, if they're truly one of my viewers, I'm not going to lose them to Sniper Wolf. That's my feeling about transformative content. I get that, you know, the law and precedent and everything else, you know, it might not see it that way, but you know, given my druthers, that's how I'd like to see copyright enacted. Just don't like fuck anybody over, you know. Stealing I feel like we've gotten too loose with our definition of stealing content, right? It literally means stealing, or not literally, but it literally means like that content you took and you used, not just like you, like, I mean, I guess is there a way to do React content where you really are still a market substitute for the original content? Yeah, I guess. But that's not what Kaceytron did. Anyway. Anyway, was I too mean, chat? Was anybody there for that? Was I too mean to this person? Yeah, he should take a damn lozenge, true. They were being purposely obtuse. Yeah, I don't want people to feel like if they disagree with me on something that they can't watch the stream, or that if they express that disagreement that I'm gonna, like, I don't know, like, I wasn't like embarrassing them, was I? I wasn't like shaming. Was I shaming them? Didn't he shut it down? Wait, didn't who shut it down and keep all the donations? Oh, are you talking about the, what was it going to be called? The FUPA fund? Is that what you're talking about? You don't think you've ever seen me being mean? Yeah, well, just so you all know, okay, you're allowed to disagree, and you know, it's not going to result in you know, you being, I mean, I don't know. I can't guarantee you won't feel embarrassed, but I can guarantee that I'm not going to try to, I don't know. I guarantee that I don't want to make you feel like shit just because you disagree with me, right? There we go. I think that's what I'm trying to say here. I just want to make sure that that's clear, because I know that it's, you know, easier than people think to create a chilling effect with the way that you react to disagreement, and that's not what I'm about here. So
a good faith negotiator. I think going into this, we had low expectations, but I think we both came out of this happily surprised that we were able to kind of put this behind both of us and move on amicably. So I do want to thank Kaceytron.
Yeah.
I think ultimately her apology was heartfelt and sincere. And
he's not reacted to it. Wait, what the fuck? Has he even seen it yet? Isn't this right when she did the apology? Oh wait, oh no, chat. Oh my God, I'm giving him too much grace, chat. The reason that he knows that it was heartfelt, the reason he doesn't need to see her do the apology is because he wrote the apology, or his lawyers wrote the apology. He's read the apology. They workshopped the apology. They made the apology, right? So this means he's going to say it's heartfelt no matter what. That's all this means. He doesn't give a fuck, right? There was nothing that she could have done. Like, I don't know. Like, what are the things that you do to show you're under duress, chat? Like blink twice if you're, what are the like signs that somebody's under duress? Like, she didn't do anything like that, but she was obviously very uncomfortable and yeah, I think it's pretty easy for anybody to see this. These are not her real beliefs. These are not her real thoughts, but that's his propaganda, I guess. God damn, I was tempted to give him too much credit. Like, how does he know before having watched the video? Because he wrote the fucking video. He wrote the script. That's why.
I really appreciate everything she said, and I do. So I want to just say thank you to Kaceytron.
Same. I'm happy we can put it behind us.
This has been unpleasant for all of us.
Yeah.
And I just wish you.
You predatory piece of shit. You enjoyed every minute of her pain. Fuck you.
Wish you all the best, and and that's it. So that's it. Nothing but goodwill to her. Now, that being said,
yeah, this is my one problem, Chad. I'm very forgiving, very understanding of people, but I can't abide a predator. All right. And I don't mean a predator in that way, but I just mean that the way that he's acting towards her, he's like a fucking ego predator or something. Like, this guy's sick. This guy's really messed up.
This snark link first. The one, check the chat. Because there's this there's this snark post that they posted, somebody sent me when they heard that Casey's making an apology, and I think it's very interesting. Before I watched the apology, let's see here. So here's what's going on Snark. Thank you. So they says Casey's a free woman. Ethan announces a settlement was reached. Seems like he's not allowed to speak ill, in my opinion. Now, I will say this, part of our... I can call her a bitch. I can call her a horrible person, but I would never do that. I would never say that. And no, and I mean that. I only use this harsh language to exemplify the fact that I can say whatever I want about her. That's not a thing that I'm limited to. But the reason I say that is because I want people to know that it is my own volition. It is my own.
It is your choice.
It is my choice to accept. And sorry, I shouldn't have.
To be able to low-key call her a bitch while not violating your legal obligation because you said it like in a hypothetical way. You used the conditional. Yeah, we get you, Ethan.
I've used that strong of language because I genuinely don't mean to put that on her. My words are
knee-jerk even towards calling women bitches. You do. And not in the same way that you would call a guy a bitch, right? But in a particular way. In a way so as to put them in their place. Yes. You're not averse to calling women that you don't like bitches. I assume that you don't call your wife or women that you care about bitches, but yeah, when it comes to somebody that you're not having good feelings about, it's your reflex. It's your default. You have to be berated by your own crew for your own good to stop you from doing this, Ethan. What the fuck are you talking about?
Sincere. But again, the reason I use that harsh language is so people know that I can, but I choose not to.
Okay.
Right. And that's what grace is. Right. That's what.
How would you know the first thing about grace, Ethan?
That's what forgiveness and grace looks like. Dan. Seems like he's not allowed to speak ill of her, so Zach cheers him up with Hasan's Mao karaoke soundbite. Now, you guys know you love that soundbite. That shit kills. Hey, play it, Zach. Yeah, I apologize.
Play it again, Zach.
Apologize for the language. I really don't mean it. I don't mean it. I didn't mean to. I genuinely, from my heart, I want you guys to know.
I think, yeah, we get it, Ethan. The point is you can. The point is you can. That even if there is a court order or whatever, a limitation on what you're allowed to say, that you can still get that in through technicality, like being like, now I'm allowed to call her a bitch. I'm allowed to call her a cunt. I can even call her a disingenuous piece of shit and a histrionic like, I don't know. It's just like, yeah, we see what you're doing. Everybody sees, Ethan, what you're doing. Oh my gosh, chat. I just realized, has anybody seen the FD signifier Charlie Kirk video? I've been wanting to watch this with you. I knew that there was an issue with its monetization, and so I kind of been holding off on it. But it's an amazing video. FD's analysis, as always, is on point. Anyway, more Ethan. Back to Ethan.
Her apology, and I do believe it was made in sincerity, and I do hope that she moves on amicably. I just want to make a very clear message to them. This is more about Snark than her. That I can say anything I want about her, but I choose not to because I'm a big man.
It's going live in
I'm very
45
masculine.
seconds.
What's that being said? Now that being said, let's look at the apology. What, Nate?
It's almost live. I'm telling you, around 30 seconds it's going up.
Oh, it's not out yet.
No.
Oh, nobody's seen it yet.
Yeah, click it.
Oh, okay. Okay, so let's watch it. She's doing a live stream. Now, of course, this was the reason I say that is because I have seen it, and I just want to say that like I said, it's very heartfelt and it's very meaningful, and I appreciate it. So we're gonna enjoy this here, and we'll watch it all together and move on.
I mean, it's similar to the tone that he struck with Ryan Kavanaugh. Does anybody believe that Ethan has no hard feelings against Ryan Kavanaugh? The original, yeah, you're right, BCatK. The original video went so hard, and it's so good. It's so good. We got to find a time to watch it. We've got so much to catch up on though, chat. So yeah, let's we're gonna watch a little bit more Ethan, and then I'll get to bed and get ready for tomorrow's stream. Now, chat, the plan is to stream tomorrow. I will have somebody coming over probably close to the middle of the stream to fix the air conditioners and maybe clean all the pigeon poop out of them so that my air conditioner no longer makes me sick. So, I mean, that's important. And they're charging a very reasonable price for it. So, hey, yay, that's great. Essentially $30 to get 2 air conditioners cleaned. You would pay way more for that in the US, I think. Would anyone else call you a big man? Because it's the only time that counts coming from others. So anyway, he's literally on the countdown. I was like, oh, he can't wait for it. Like, he did not suffer any empathetic, angst from what happened, what he did, what he inflicted on Casey. He was not troubled about that. He's so full of shit. Yeah, say goodbye to the pigeon poop. That's right. We're gonna. I mean, it's the, it's the winter, so I probably won't need the air conditioner for a few more months, but it'd be like $200, says BCatK in the US to clean not just 1 but 2 air conditioner units. That's how the heat is like in the summer, chat. You need 2. Anyway, we'll watch this and
all together.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-oh.
Ouch.
Oh. She can see. Okay, here
There
it
we
is.
go.
Yeah.
And she can see us? How did she know we were there? Do you remember that moment with Hasan where he says something that kind of sounds like maybe it's directed at Ethan? He's like, wait, how does he know? How does he know I'm watching?
Stating I take responsibility for infringing the content.
Yeah, started
Ethan thinks Twitch is magic, but I think she just streamed this on Twitter.
over. Yeah,
I want to begin by stating I take responsibility for infringing the content nuke. The lawsuit was not frivolous. When I said the lawsuit was frivolous and based on misogyny, it was to garner sympathy, protect my own reputation, and retaliate against the Kleins. This lawsuit has given me a greater understanding of copyright protection.
That's what I hate about American, law. Just that somebody can take their money and change the words coming out of your mouth, right? I don't like that. The alarm clock sound gives me awful flashbacks. Yeah, God, that's I don't know how anybody dealt with that. I can't afford a second AC. Mine's in my apartment, so as far as buying the AC, it was my landlord that had to deal with that. Content nuke compiled almost every other yeah, that's true. Yeah, very little of it is his original content, right? And that's the whole thing, is like, you like I hate this. And I look, I hate the fact that a rich dude you can say something that you believe, and then a rich dude can sue you and is in essence basically, financially blackmail you to say what he wants to say. No, actually, it wasn't frivolous. It was a great lawsuit, and I learned many a good lesson from it. Thank you, Ethan Klein. Thank you, Hila. I'm so glad that you taught me this lesson, and I will be a better person because of it. It's so fucked up, right? And it kind of, I know that we're talking about civil law in this sense, copyright law to be specific, but it for some reason it kind of it makes me think of the way that the criminal law works, and the plea system, chat, is incredibly fucked up. It incentivizes innocent people to admit to guilt of things they didn't do, because otherwise they're rolling the dice on possibly going to jail for a very long time, or for life, or the death penalty, or whatever, right? Because of that, that's part of the reason that our jails are so full, is because it's not just guilty people, it's innocent people too, that the prosecutor was able to get leverage on and just basically chalk up a W. Like, I hate that that's how shit works. As fucked up as it is, as much as I'm not naive on how difficult and dangerous it is to throw away one system and replace it with another system, chat, I gotta ask, is this the world we want to live in? Right? Where our politicians get bought by capitalists, and we're forced to lie for millionaires, say whatever, they write the script and we have to say it. Is this really the kind of world that this is not a good world, right? This is a fucked up place where we end up, our tax dollars, instead of going to something useful like medical care, like housing, it goes to the prison industrial complex, and to putting innocent people in jail, and to letting assholes, ego monsters like Ethan Klein run roughshod over the rest of us. I don't like that. That's not something I'm okay with. And that's not something that we as a human species should have to accept. Because there's a lot less beneficiaries of this system than there are victims. And when that's the case, chat, the other shoe to drop is us. All right? When is it too much collectively for us, right? And I say that without being naive. I say that realizing that any kind of wholesale change of the system, even something like a constitutional convention, puts us at major risk, even of, further consolidation of power by billionaires or right-wing demagogues putting in, provisions that literally, take the rights away from marginalized minorities, right? I say this without any degree of naivety. I think this system is too fucking much. And it needs to fail, and it needs to crash, and it needs to be replaced for the good of all of us. And it's going to be a hell of a fight to get a system that's better rather than a system that's worse, right? But I think it's worth it. I don't know. Like, I feel like Trump is a sign of this, right? That we can't continue to pretend that this system is working, that this Constitution is working. It's not. The guardrails are gone. The Supreme Court is basically the Federalist Society at this point. And they are creating a fucking monster authoritarian strongman. And I am tired of being tread on. Anyway, chat, just some thoughts. Let's get back to Ethan Kaceytron. It just makes you think, right? It makes you think.
Protection, people's copyrights, and the importance of protecting copyrights in the online content creation community. It is important for the entire content creation community to respect the intellectual property rights of other creators, and I will adhere to the lessons I've learned throughout this process going forward. I also want to make clear that I did not receive any support.
Oh, so before she gets into that, because I love this part. No, it's going to stay up. So then, well, anyway, it's only 3 minutes long. But I want to say that I really appreciate she really turned a leaf on the copyright stuff, and I think that's really important, right? Because the purpose of this was the activism aspect of it all. Oh no, I can go back. You know what? I should just let it play for you guys, right? And we can go back and enjoy certain moments of it, or I mean, not enjoy, because certainly that's not the right word to say, but to appreciate. Dan, don't rush me. Should I play it? Okay, Dan wants me to
What is going on with between Dan and Ethan here?
play it. All right, we'll start it over because, you know.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Fuck you for subjecting us to that again. What the fuck? Do you want to watch the? Do you want to? Like, I mean, there's probably some fucking wild shit here, but yeah, I mean, he is reveling in this. He is enjoying other people's pain in a very disturbing way, right? In a way that I'd hope, you wouldn't. Oh my God, what? Pick a winner, Ethan. Jesus Christ. Look, when you're rich, they let you do it, okay? And if I say that Ethan picked his nose, he could sue me and force me to say that I picked my nose, not him. I was just saying that you picked your nose, Ethan, to distract from the fact that I was picking my nose and masturbating on stream and shitting myself. Doing every single degrading act you could imagine. And Ethan was just being a fucking epic Chad like always. And I lied in saying that the pinky finger of this man might have penetrated the nasal opening. It sort of reeks of public masturbation. I mean, like, he could literally make me say anything he wants, right? He's got millions of dollars. I have nothing. Right? I can't say that he picked his nose, even though we can all see, like, his fucking finger is in there. That's not a scratch. That's going inside. But yeah, Ethan can just make me take all that back and say I was the one who picked my nose, and I'm a gross bitch that is, I don't know. I'm a gross bitch that I don't know, Chad. I don't even want to think. I don't even want to think about what he could make me say. He could make me say anything he fucking wanted to, right? Sky's the limit, because that's the bullshit system we live under. And I'm sick of it.
And by stating I take responsibility for infringing the content.
By the way,
I
do not want to see any negative. I don't want to see people being rude to her. I genuinely have forgiven her. I'm moving on, and it's water under the bridge. I don't want to see anybody being. I'm being dead serious. No, let's not be nasty to her, guys. This is it. Okay, it's over. We won. That's it. We won, right? So let's just move on and thank her. Thank you.
For infringing
I'm being
the
dead
content
serious.
nuke.
Please do not.
The lawsuit was not frivolous. When I said the lawsuit was frivolous and based on misogyny, it was to garner sympathy, protect my own reputation, and retaliate against the Kleins. This lawsuit has given me a greater understanding of copyright protection, people's copyrights, and the importance of protecting copyrights in the online content creation community. It is important for the entire content creation community to respect the intellectual property rights of other creators, and I will adhere to the lessons I've learned throughout this process going forward. I also want to make clear that I did
What a sick little bastard.
not receive any support, financial or otherwise.
Like, I think he's more turd than man at this point, Chad. I think it's safe to say the transformation to Giardia man is nearing completion.
From Hasan Piker. Hasan never even reached out to me privately to offer words of support. Speaking honestly, I found his indifference to my suffering hurtful, especially after he hinted he might help me behind the scenes. It felt like he wanted to receive credit from the public for helping me without providing any. As to the GoFundMe money, to the extent there are any
The Hasan didn't help me part made it obvious that Ethan wrote it. Yeah, him and or his legal team, for sure.
remaining funds after I pay my attorney's fees, I have agreed to pay the remaining funds to the Kleins. The funds will not go to anyone else, including Denham's or Frogan, to defend their lawsuits. For the record, I have agreed to cooperate with the Kleins in their litigation against the H3 Snark mods for promoting my live stream.
They should have made her say Sabra hummus is the shit.
To the extent that I am able.
Like
I will offer.
You know, that'll be in Frogan's. That'll be in Frogan's statement. Also, I feel like I have to say that Sabra hummus is the best hummus out there. I've never had any better hummus. Israelis really know how to, I don't know. It's just like hummus is an Israeli food. It's
my support, including testifying under oath to everything I have just stated, to help their cause. I also want to take the opportunity to acknowledge other misconduct and bad behavior I have exhibited online. For example, weaponizing the death of Asmongold's mother was inexcusable. I should know better because I have 3 disabled people that rely on me. Moving forward, I will do better. I also want to apologize to the crew of the H3 podcast, particularly AB and Olivia.
Yeah.
I apologize for calling them cowards for not quitting their jobs. That was a shameful attack on 2 people who deeply care about Palestine and Palestinian people.
It's true.
AB, along with his wife Lena, have done more than I have ever done for the Palestinian people, including raising over $100,000 in charity. Yeah. I recognize that they have actually made Palestinian lives better, and my online antagonism and trolling has not.
Yeah.
I apologize to Ethan and Hila personally. I have
Ethan Klein. You're part of the Epstein class. And when the shit hits the fan, as empathetic as I am, I'm not going to feel sorry for you sharing their fate. Enjoy your future. Because I'm not the only one out there that's sick of this shit. This shit needs to stop, or we're going to make it stop. And if you look back into history, you can see that that's not pretty. But I guess sometimes it is necessary. Jesus fucking Christ.
said extremely mean and cruel things about both of them, particularly my misogynistic attacks against Hila that never should have been said. I also want to acknowledge the pervasive problem of anti-Semitism in leftist spaces. It should concern all of us. I condemn it and will not participate in it. To that end, I wish the Kleins success in enforcing TED Entertainment's copyright and protecting the legal rights of online content creators.
Just sit on that for a sec. Check my phone here. Just sit on that.
The fuck is he doing? Do I even want to know?
You know, just
Take it all in.
We'll look at it. You know, it's just sit on it. What a heartfelt. I mean, like,
Who is that, chat? Is he on a Discord? Is he in a Discord with Saltman? What's going on there? What do you think?
genuinely, and I'm gonna say something. Kaceytron, we've said it continually throughout this. You are extraordinarily funny and a very talented person, and I wish you all the best in the future, in your future endeavors. And I know you will continue to make people laugh, and to and to continue to bring joy to people in that regard. I do. I think you are extremely funny and very clever. So, and I accept your apology. I do, and I appreciate all the sincerity and just all the specific. A lot of the stuff in there was really, I think, warranted, and I'm glad that she's, you know.
Yeah, tell her she knocked it out of the park writing that. Go ahead and lie some more, Ethan.
Come to terms with a lot of it, and I appreciate it. I really think she's turned a new leaf. I do.
Karma's gonna come for this guy so hard, chat. So fucking hard. If you don't believe in karma, watch this space.
Now let's watch it. Now I can pause it and stuff, right?
Yeah, now that we've watched it, you can do whatever you want.
All right, so.
The fuck?
Now one part that really stands out to me is.
I don't fucking care. I do not care. All right. If you're watching me on Twitch, you're about to get rated into Zachap. Zachap is a awesome Australian, I believe, streamer. That's why you're up at this time when I'm about to go to. Wait a minute. It feels like they should be on the same. Anyway, chat. I'm not gonna try to figure out time zones. My brain is too fried already. I really liked spending time with you today. I'm glad we could make up for some lost time. I'm planning on being on stream, you know, knock on fucking wood, that nothing fucked up happens, and that I can somehow make this, you know, tomorrow's stream happen alongside the work that I got to get done on the air conditioner. I'll make it work somehow. And I owe you a video game stream. Look for that soon. I'll probably try to do some kind of. This is why I don't watch him anymore, right? This is driving me like, I don't know, chat. Like I don't like. I mean, that's the closest you're gonna see to me, you know, crashing out is reading Ethan's fucking fortune for him right there. This is yeah. But let me thank my Patreons because I do appreciate you. I appreciate everybody that supports me. I don't know. I literally wouldn't be okay without you. I wouldn't have been able to go to Thailand and get away from the United States. And, you know, I certainly wouldn't be able to stay out here, you know, and learn the language and everything. So I appreciate you so much. If you support me on Patreon at the $5 level or above, I give you a shout out at the beginning and end of each stream. Let's go ahead and do that now. Shouts out to Tracy Eva. Shouts out to User. Shouts out to JMB. Shouts out to Brian. Shouts out to Emily French. Shouts out to Big Owl of the Cake Mix and the Cake Remix. Shouts out to Direful. Shouts out to Sarah. Shouts out to Izzy Mandius. Shouts out to Steven Sayers. Shouts out to Animus. Shouts out to Infallible Foul. Shouts out to Oral Ellipsis. Shouts out to Nadia Yvette. Shouts out to Choki. Shouts out to Moinoip. Shouts out to Funky Monkey. Shouts out to Temporal Insanity. Shouts out to Good for Gabby. Shouts out to Jules K. Shouts out to Buffy Geek. And a fancy shout out to Sherry Safira, Rachel K, Omega Star, and Zara Xerox. Thank you so much, chat. I will be back tomorrow, post apology clarity. I'm sorry I had to leave so soon. I just like I don't like getting, you know, this mad on stream, right? I mean, getting sad and crying, that's okay. You've dealt with that before. But I try not to get mad on stream, and this guy's pissing me off. So yeah, I gotta go for now. I will be back. There's a ton of content to get through. We got what? Let me just read off what I've got on my list right now. There's probably more stuff. If you think of other stuff, make sure to join the Discord and put it up in stream suggestions, because I do read your stream suggestions both on Weasel Cord and on the free Discord. And so yeah, we've got Anna Kasparian on Bill Maher. That's gonna piss me off. Pierce Morgan dressing down Nick Fuentes. I don't know. That could be fun. Tim Pool beefing with Candace Owens. The girlies are fighting, as are Milo and Benny Johnson, fighting about Benny Johnson's sexuality and whether, you get, anyway, Milo's got some tea to spill, I guess, about Benny's maybe secret life. Anyway, George, what's his fuck? George Santos will be there too, chat. It's Milo and George Santos on Tim Pool talking. Well, it's mostly Milo. I think Santos is actually defending Benny Johnson. Chris Kunstler versus Loner Box. Sydney Sweeney walks it all back after having a movie crash and burn, realizing that her audience is the woke mob that she hates, and so she's got to stop. Stop pretending to be a fucking white supremacist or being one. Asmongold's awful diatribe about Somali people and the Somalis clapping back through memes, using memes, weaponizing memes. And the only given that the president is basically sounds like he's calling for pogroms against them in Minnesota, right? It's getting nasty out there. And Jose's new video on the fall of Ben Shapiro. That being said, chat, much love, everyone. Take care of yourself and each other. Thank you, Thumb Gang, for getting my content out there to more people. Thank you to everybody who's boosted the stream today on Blue Sky. I appreciate that a lot. I appreciate all of you. And we're gonna be gaming soon. We're gonna do some more content tomorrow because, like I said, we got a fucking torrent. It's like drinking from a fire hose, chat. So the amount of content that I've got to try to cover in a very short time and make up for some lost time, and maybe try to spend a few moments with the like hardcore fans and do a members only stream, but with very loose definitions on. I don't know. We'll try to sneak as many people in as wanna check out the premium. So, I don't know, chat. I gotta plan all this. So to do that, I gotta get to bed first. So that requires me leaving stream, even though I fucking missed you, and it's hard to say goodbye at this point, since I have it's been so long since I have streamed. But I'll be back tomorrow with more content for you. Hopefully hopefully trying to start earlier. But until then, much love and bye bye. Did I hit the button? Doesn't look like it. Okay, well, this is awkward. Am I still on stream, chat? I mean, I know I can end the stream like... I thought I hit the button. Stop streaming.